Spoštovani zbrani, lepo pozdravljeni ponovno iz Pokrajinskega muzeja v Mariboru. Danes se že drugi dan družimo ob projektu Museoeurope 2021, Museoeurope 2021. Danes bo na programu sklop z naslovom Hrana in pijača od lokalnega do globalnega, v popoldanskem času pa še sklop o vplivih migracij na umetnost, obrt, glasbo. Današnji sklop, dopoldanski sklop o hrani in pijači, bo vodila doktorica Maja Godina-Golija, ki se nam bo pridružila malce kasneje, saj bo tudi prva predstavila svoj referat v temle sklopu.
Dear participants, dear guests, welcome to the second day of the Museoeurope 2021, ICOM 2021 Symposium here from the Regional Museum in Maribor. We are now together here for the second day, and we will have a section dedicated to food and drinks from local to global. And the section will be moderated by Mrs. Dr. Maja Godina-Golija, and she will be joining us shortly after her presentation.
Tako kot včeraj vas prav lepo prosimo, da referenti vstopate v okolje Zoom vsaj 10 do 15 minut pred vašim nastopom in tam ostanete vse do konca posameznega sklopa, ko bo sledila debata. Prav tako pa vabimo vse, ki nas spremljate preko YouTubea, da zastavite vprašanja, komentarje v chat in z veseljem bomo na nje tudi odgovorili.
So after the morning session, we will also have another afternoon session. The afternoon session will be talking about impacts of migration on art, crafts, architecture and on music. And just a short reminder at the beginning, please all lecturers, all our referees, please join us on the Zoom entrance, Zoom link, and please be there 10 to 15 minutes before. And we are also inviting all participants that you comment, that you ask questions for our lecturers, that you pose these questions either on the YouTube channel where we have a chat function.
Tako, sedaj pa najavljam prvo referentko, doktorico Majo Godina-Golija z Inštituta za slovensko narodopisje in z oddelka za sociologijo Filozofske fakultete Univerze v Mariboru, ki se bo predstavila s svojim prispevkom z naslovom Prehranska dediščina Maribora, evropska kuhinja z lokalnim pridihom.
Now I would like to pass the floor to our first lecturer. This is Professor Dr. Maja Godina-Golija. She's an ethnologist from the Institute of Slovenian Ethnology and from the Sociology Department of the Faculty of Arts at the University of Maribor. And she will present a paper on food heritage of Maribor, European cuisine with a local touch. And just a short abstract, Maribor is located at the melting point of the Pannonian Plain and the subalpine zone in a rich agricultural region. This location influenced the local diet, which was dependent on agricultural products, fish and game, wild from the rich natural environment. Daily meals were prepared mostly from local ingredients bought at the local market and in shops. In the city's restaurants, hotels and some bourgeois families, here Central European recipes were followed, especially Viennese cuisine, while elsewhere inherited recipes from the home environment predominated. All of this forms the food heritage of the city of Maribor, which is becoming an increasingly important factor in the development of local tourism and identity. Please, Mrs. Godina-Golija, the floor is yours.
Hvala lepa za predstavitev in povabilo. V svojem prispevku želim seznaniti poslušalce in goste z kulinarično dediščino Maribora, mesta, ki gosti ta simpozij. Žal se ne moremo srečati v živo in tudi dobrote mariborska območja poskusiti, ampak upam, da vam bodo slike vsaj nekoliko približale tudi naše kulinarično dediščino. Ali lahko govorimo o kulinarični dediščini nekega mesta? Kako se ta oblikuje, prepoznava, prenaša in ohranja? So samo nekatera vprašanja, na katera skušamo raziskovalci odgovoriti že dalj časa. Z njimi so seveda povezana tudi druga vprašanja, na primer, kateri so glavni dejavniki, ki oblikujejo in vplivajo na kulinarično dediščino in kaj so značilni okusi, vonji, barve, strukture nekega kulinaričnega popotovanja po mestih. In kakšna je kulinarična dediščina mesta Maribor in njegovih prebivalcev, ki so bili zaradi prometnih poti stoletja zelo dobro povezani z velikimi evropskimi središči, z mesti kot so Dunaj, Trst, Budimpešta in Praga. Kaj so njene glavne značilnosti in kako se je oblikovala in kako je povezana tudi s kulinarično dediščino drugih srednjeevropskih mest. Za Maribor lahko rečemo, da je bil že stoletja središče Spodnje Štajerske. Po drugi strani pa je mesto živelo v tesni povezavi z dvema večjima avstrijskima mestoma, z Grazem in Dunajem. Kot je bilo rečeno že v abstraktu, je bilo dodano z bogato kmetijsko pokrajino, ki je pomembno sooblikovala prehrano tukajšnjega prebivalstva. Bližnje Dravsko in Ptujsko polje z obsežnimi njivskimi površinami, reka Drava z obilico rib, sončni slovenjegoriški griči z vinogradi in ribniki ter postani gozdovi Pohora in Kozjaka so bili stoletja, lahko rečemo, najpomembnejši vir hrane za prebivalce mariborskega območja. Velika pestrost in bogata ponudba živil in kmetijskih pridelkov iz mariborskega območja je bila zelo značilna tudi za ponudbo na mariborski tržnici, ki je bila, kot pričajo arhivski viri, od 1315 na glavnem trgu. Tu je delovala vse do druge svetovne vojne in postopne selitve na Vodnikov trg. Tukaj so trgovali z sadjem, zelenjavo, kmetijskimi pridelki, mlekom, mlečnimi izdelki, mesom in ribami. Arhivski viri, ki jih hranijo v Pokrajinskem arhivu Maribor, opisujejo tudi zelo natančno z tržnimi redi postavitev in ureditev miz. Tako je bilo na vzhodnem delu tržnice, kjer so prodajali na stojnicah uvoženo sadje in cvetje, na zahodnem delu tržnice pa so bile stojnice z zelenjavo, mlečnimi izdelki, jajci, stročnicami in lokalnim sadjem. No, naj kot zanimivost povem, da so na tleh v bližini okolici kužnega znamenja, se pravi v srednjem delu glavnega trga, ponujali žive živali, zlasti kokoši, piščance in druge živali v kletkah. Na začetku Koroške ceste so bile stojnice mesarjev, ki so ponujali boljše meso, nato pa so sledile stojnice domačih rejcev iz mariborske okolice, recimo Zakovcev in drugih krajev, tako imenovanih špeharjev, to je prodajalcev svinjine, svinjskih izdelkov in slanine. Poleg žive perutnine so na tržnici prodajali še tudi ptice, divjačino, meso srn, divjih prašičev, zajcev, fazanov in tako naprej. O bogastvu prodaje na tržnicah nam pričajo tudi recimo časopisni članki in poročila, tako recimo za leto 1933, vemo, da je bil to čas gospodarske krize v Mariboru, navajajo v članku, da so recimo prodali kar 3272 zaklanih prašičev, 12613 kokoši, 59319 piščancev, 1613 puranov in 1572 rat in naštete so še druge živali. Bila je tudi zanimiva opomba o prodaji divjačine, za katero vidimo, da je imela v preteklosti kar pomemben delež v prehrani, 3360 srnjakov in srn, 1311 zajcev, 1674 rebic in podobno. V Mariboru so delovale tudi različne trgovine, ki so ponujale zelo mešano blago in ponudbo, recimo ribarnice, v katerih smo lahko v kateri smo lahko v kateri so lahko Mariborčani kupili sladkovodne in morske ribe, rečne in morske rake, žabe krake, školjke in tako naprej. Ribe so bile seveda na mariborskih jedilnikih zlasti ob postnih dneh, ob petkih in za božično večerjo. Med trgovinami, ki so bile zelo številčne za tako razmeroma majhno mesto, je mogoče potrebno omeniti, da so obstale tudi trgovine z oroženim blagom, tako imenovane trgovine s kolonialnim blagom. Podobno kot na Dunaju smo imeli tudi v Mariboru trgovino mednarodnega podjetja Julius Mein v Gospodski ulici, ki je zlasti slovela po svoji odlični ponudbi, recimo kave, kakava in tako naprej. V teh mariborskih trgovinah smo lahko kupili francoske šampanjce, švicarske, nizozemske sire, ruski kaviar, nemške klobase in slanike, danske ribe, konzerve in tako naprej. Se pravi, te specialitete iz različnih evropskih držav, ki pa so jih lahko kupovali seveda samo najbogatejši. Za vsakdanjo hrano Mariborčanov so bile seveda značilne predvsem jedi pripravljene iz živil rastlinskega izvora. Večina Mariborčanov je jedla izrazito sezonsko, za zajtrk so recimo pripravljali samo kruh in pa kavo. Potem za kosilo je bilo nekaj več toplih jedi, nekoliko moram pohiteti, naštejem recimo, za kosilo se je recimo v družinah srednjega sloja kuhala juha, potem so jedli mesne jedi kot kuhano govedino, golas, zrezke, pečenko in divjačino. Potem so jedli tudi ob petkih in postnih dneh sladkovodne ribe kot postrvi, krape, stome, kozini pa tudi slanike. Pomembne jedi na mariborskem jedilniku so bile tudi jedi, ki so jih v bistvu pripravljene iz zelenjave, ki so jo gojili na vrtovih in na njivah. Ena taka pomladansko-poletna zanimivost, ki smo jo danes pozabili, so recimo šparglji, beluši. Maribor je bil baje v maju, juniju pripravljen z beluši, ki so bili pridelani iz mariborske okolice. V manj premožnih družinah, zlasti delavskih, pa tudi v družinah malih obrtnikov in nižjih uradnikov, pa so bile jedi seveda preprostejše in manj številčne. Tako da za pripravo večerij v večini družin niso porabljali veliko časa ali so pojedli jedi od kosila, le v premožnih družinah so jedli tudi tople jedi. Mogoče še na kratko samo povzamem nekaj misli o praznični hrani. Mariborčani so pred drugo svetovno vojno praznovali predvsem koledarske praznike in verske praznike. Med največje sta zagotovo spadala Božič in Velika noč. Lahko rečemo, da so bilo boljše praznično kosilo podobno nedeljskemu kosilu, sestavljeno iz mesne juhe, pečenke ali perutnine, priloge in pripuhe. Torte kot neka praznična jed še niso bile splošno razširjene in so jih pekli le v najbolj premožnih meščanskih družinah. Drugje so recimo pripravljali bolj preproste sladice, kot so recimo biskviti namazani z marmelado in tako naprej. Za Božič kot največji koledarski praznik so bile na mizah premožnih Mariborčanov pogosto ribe, na primer ščuka v srdelnem maslu, kuhana postrv, ocvrti krapi in podobno. Le v bolj revnih družinah je bila božična večerja bolj skromna, tam so jedli mogoče samo šarke, drobno pecivo in kakšno domače meso od kolin. Za božična kosila seveda je bilo teh dobrot veliko več. Zlasti na premožnih mižah so pripravljali različne pečenke, telečja krača nadevana, telečja prsa, pečenega pohuna in podobno. V revnejših družinah pa le poleg juhe še svinjsko pečenko ali ocvrtega oziroma pečenega piščanca. Sedaj pa še nekaj besed o ponudbi v mariborskih gostinskih lokalih, ki je bila precej drugačna, kot jo poznamo danes. Maribor je imel zelo razvito gostinsko obrt, čez 140 recimo različnih gostinskih lokalov je registriranih bilo v mestu pred drugo svetovno vojno. Mnoge jedi, ki so se tedaj pripravljale, so danes že pozabljene. Lahko rečemo, da je se mariborsko gostinstvo zgledovalo po evropskih kulinaričnih centrih. Pomembne so bile dunajska kuhinja, francoska in češka kuhinja. Pripravljali so pred drugo svetovno vojno že tudi sredozemske jedi, na primer morske ribe in jedi iz morskih sadežev. In lahko rečemo, da so zlasti tudi primorski priseljenci prinesli znanje o pripravi italijanske in sploh mediteranske hrane v naše mesto. Zelo lepo pričajo o ponudbi, bogati ponudbi v restavracijah in gostilnah, ohranjeni arhivski viri, to so različni jedilni listi hotelskih restavracij, na sliki imamo recimo jedilni list iz hotela Nadvojvode Janez iz leta 1911. Tam so recimo ponujali zelo različne mesne jedi, kot svinjsko telečjo pečenko, nadevane telečje prsti, rostbif, čebulno, lovsko, esterhazi in parakijsko brzolo, pečene kupune. Pripravili so tudi ocvrte piščance, bifteke, spučne pečenke, fileje in turnandoje, dunajske in pariške zrezke, ocvrte možgane, priželjci in jetra. No, in če tukaj na dnu pogledate te slike, vidite tudi zanimiv zapis, da so pred in po gledališču, po predstavah gledališču pripravljali tudi sveže dunajsko pecivo. Ponudba v gostinskih lokalih je bila prilagojena letnim časom, saj so gostinci ponujali jedi, ki so bile večinoma dejansko sveže, se pravi v pomladnem času recimo ocvrte kozličke, jagnjetino, žabe, krake in mlade piščance. V pomladnih in poletnih mesecih je bila bogata ponudba spomladanske zelenjave in sladkovodnih rib. V jeseni je bil velik izbor divjačine, v zimskem času pa so v mariborskih gostinskih lokalih ponujali domače koline oziroma v časopisnih oglasih so vabili na tako imenovane kmečke pojedine. Značilnost tedanje gostilniške ponudbe so bile različne domače specialitete, po katerih so gostilne slovele, na primer po ocvrtih piščancih je slovela gostilna Pri Lipi, ki so jo Mariborčani po domače rekli kar kurja smrt, po domači Kulina gostilna Zorko v Pekrah in Robič v Limbušu, gostilna Zorko tudi po slastnem sirovem zavitku, gostilna Kšundar v Radanju pa po odličnih orehovih in makovih poticah. Če zaključim še z nekaj zaključnimi mislimi, lahko rečemo, prehrana Mariborčanov je bila tesno povezana z naravnim okoljem, lokalno kmetijsko proizvodnjo ter gospodarskim, političnim in kulturnim razvojem mesta. Na njo je seveda pomembno vplivalo tudi sobivanje prebivalcev mesta, ki so prihajali iz različnih verskih, etničnih in kulturnih okolij. Zato ima mariborska kuhinja elemente slovensko-štajerske kuhinje, kot tudi avstrijske in madžarske. V času kraljevine Jugoslavije so se v Mariboru uveljavili tudi jedi iz sredozemskega območja in pa srbske jedi. Posebne regionalne značilnosti prehrane so se ohranile predvsem pri pripravi in sestavi prazničnih jedi, zlasti za božič in veliko noč, ko se je izrazila tudi močna navezanost na dom in na lokalno tradicijo ter jedi iz otroštva. Vse našteto skupaj s bogatim, pogosto pozabljenim kulinaričnim znanjem mariborskih gospodinj in gostilničarjev tvori mariborsko kulinarično dediščino. Za njo je bila značilna večja uporaba mleka, mlečnih izdelkov, na primer beljenje in garniranje s kislo smetano, uporaba skuta za glavne in sladke jedi, uporaba svinjskega in divjačinskega mesa, štajerske perutnine in seveda sladkovodnih rib. Lahko rečemo, da je bila ena izmed takih zanimivosti tudi velika navezanost na naravno okolje, se pravi, Mariborčani so veliko uporabljali tudi brusnice, maline in borovnice, ki so jih nabirali v bližnjih gozdovih. Gastronomija in z njo povezana kulinarična dediščina namreč ni le zbirka starih lokalnih jedi, ki so iztrgane iz svojega konteksta, temveč kot je na kolokviju o hrani kot nesnovni dediščini v Parizu poudarila francoska raziskovalka hrane Julia Cerbo, gre za veliko bolj kompleksen pojav. Gastronomija je prostor, kjer se izražata narava in kultura, in ravno to je v mariborski prehrani prišlo lepo do izraza. Znanstveno in popularno, uporabno in odvečno, simbolno in konkretno. Uživanje hrane in pijače je oblika kulturnega izražanja, ki je utelešena v navadah in željah ter modelih predstavljanja družbenih skupin. Hvala lepa za pozornost.
Hvala lepa profesorici doktorici Maji Godina-Golja za ta uvodni prispevek v sklopu kulinariki. Slišali smo izjemno zanimive informacije o kulturni dediščini našega mesta s poudarkom seveda na kulinariki. Sedaj pa se iz Slovenije, iz Maribora selimo v Srbijo, v Beograd. Vabim k besedi gospod Tamaro Ognjević, umetnostno zgodovinarko in kulturno menedžerko, direktorico Artis centra v Beogradu v Srbiji. Ker bo prispevek potekal v angleškem jeziku, dovolite, da vam preberem slovenski izvleček. Naslov prispevka je Hrepenenje po Evropi, kulinarična dediščina Beograda in večkulturna urbana krajina. Gastronomska dediščina Beograda, ki se stoletja razvija v multikulturnem urbanem območju s posebno geografsko lego, predstavlja kompleksno zgodovinsko pričevanje in izjemen potencial za trajnostni razvoj. Dragocen primer prepletanja in interpretacije najrazličnejših kulturnih vplivov Evrope in vzhoda, ki jih večinoma predstavlja ponudba hrane v kafanah, je tako lokalna kot svetovna. Kot vsaka nematerialna kulturna dediščina je tudi ta nenehno izpostavljena reinterpretaciji, ponovni kontekstualizaciji in vrednotenju. Prispevek obravnava zgodovinske, kulturne in antropološke vidike gastronomske dediščine Beograda kot edinstven potencial v okviru upravljanja kulturne dediščine in njenega trajnostnega razvoja.
First of all, I would like to thank Mrs. Dr. Maja Godina-Golja for her contribution on the insight of cultural heritage of our local town here in Maribor, so we were mostly concentrated on the culinary part within our section for food and culinary issues. We are now moving forward, and we are now moving from Slovenia to Serbia, and as the next presenter I would like to present in our midst Mrs. Tamara Ognjević. She is an art historian and cultural manager of the Artis Center. And she will be talking about the longing for Europe, the gastronomic heritage of Belgrade in the multicultural urban landscape. Her paper will be in English, and I would like to pass the floor to Mrs. Ognjević.
Good morning, Maribor. A very good morning from the very cloudy Belgrade. Thank you, Regional Museum, for another lovely conference that I enjoyed all day yesterday. And I would like just to stress a few details concerning my team, The Longing for Europe, and why it is going to be a bit different, because the food as a constant of our lives, let's put it that way, actually may be observed from a variety of angles. And as somebody who is a manager in the culture, I did a very thorough research of the phenomenon of Belgrade kafana as the carrier of the very specific gastronomic patterns that I sincerely believe should be preserved. And an interesting example how it is possible to manage something that we call intangible heritage. As we all know, the food is gastronomy and food in general are recognized as gastronomic heritage by UNESCO Intangible Heritage Convention. And yet, as a very specific living heritage that is permanently exposed to a variety of, changes, interpretations, reinterpretations, and in general, we live in a very fast very fast time that imposes all kind of practices that we are adjusted to change. So food is a culture. This is not only claimed by the famous Professor Massimo Montanari, but actually it shows that food transformation through preparation techniques and consumption means converting it in a direct reflection of the cultural level of its consumers. Food is often a demonstration of the economic and political power of individuals or societies. Food can attain different dimensions from those shaping an original memory key and affecting emotional formations over those stimulating the feeling of the national belonging to those constructing imaginary traditions. Food contains a constant shifting from a banal need of eating to survive to engaging cultural content and natural economic resource. Food is a significant form of intangible cultural heritage, as I already said. Food opens a complex heritological question of recognition, protection, and sustainable development. It sounds complicated, and believe me, it is, especially when you come to such a complex, food and gastronomic heritage, as is the case of Belgrade. What might be the historical menu of the city on the crossroads when you have such a fusion of people and unity of differences, so to say, metaphorically, and actually it's not only a metaphor, it's very realistic. As we know, practically over 2,000 years that Belgrade was founded as a city, it actually, majority of the time, which is very interesting, was more important military strategic point, so-called the gate of war and the gate of peace. But as well, in the sense of everyday life, it means a real turmoil of various religions, and of course, together with it, with various practices on all levels, especially when it comes to food and culture of dining. We can see in Belgrade, and we will focus on the period from 1521, when the Suleiman the Magnificent invaded the city, to the period of the late 19th and the beginning of 20th century, actually, where we can follow the rapid change and what I would say would expose itself in the early 19th century, around 1830, into something known as the longing for Europe or the rapid Europeization. With the Turks, who, as we all well know, stayed in Serbia nearly 500 years, comes the very specific culinary patterns. Also, Ottomans brought us what we know as goods from the Columbus exchange. So the corn and the all kind of other vegetables are coming with Ottomans, and actually they introduced to us here the new technologies of cooking. In the same time, in the late 16th century, we have a huge migration of Jewish, especially the Sephardic community from Portugal and Spain, who also made their own significant impact on the city gastronomic patterns. Early 18th century, when the Prince Eugene of Savoy invades Belgrade, and we know that from numerous resources, brought to us the Central European culinary patterns and gastronomic patterns that are more than interesting. We might say with a lot of sympathy that actually the first hot chocolate was drunken on a Belgrade fortress during the reign of Prince Eugene of Savoy. But all these fusions wouldn't be what they became later on without very strong change, a big change that happened at the beginning of the 19th century when Belgrade actually becomes the capital city. It is very important to stress why urban landscape, because there is a huge difference if the city is just a military garrison and if the city is the capital, where you have an active ruler, a specific character like Prince Miloš Obrenović was, who was very open to gain the new knowledges, and of course, to exercise something what was at the time known as a civilized behavior. Civilized behavior means Western European and Central European standards. So immense change in a very short time that we may follow, especially when it comes to gastronomic and to dining patterns. What happens in a Belgrade of the time is actually that the traditional rural society of Serbs, who the number of them migrated in Belgrade and other cities and towns of Serbia, actually are accepting the way of dining like the Europeans do. All of a sudden, something that was unknown to the Serbian village, the table, dining table becomes the central position in the house, and with the time, the women also joined the men at the table, which was also very much unknown. We have, as Belgrade in the 19th century was a border between Austro-Hungary and Serbia in the early 19th century until actually the beginning of the World War I, was on Sava River, which was the commercial port of Belgrade. We see the number of goods coming in from the nearby Zemun, which are typical for the Central European, food production. So the first bakeries, the first fine vegetables, etc., are coming from the Austro-Hungarian territory. And they're making fusion with the traditional food patterns typical for the rural society of then Serbia. But what makes the thing more interesting is actually something what we inherited from Ottomans. In the early 16th century, the Ottoman kahvekhana, which will turn into Western European coffee house, thanks to the dynamic of travelers, so doctor and the botanists of the time, actually will find its place in Belgrade. And there we see very important difference. Created exclusively as a male space for consumption of coffee and tobacco by Ottomans, in Belgrade, it will got a new dimension because the Islamic kahvekhana didn't serve alcohol, but the Christian kafanas did serve alcohol, and alcohol requires to eat. You will see on this slide, there is not a big difference between Belgrade kafana in 19th century and nowadays Belgrade kafana in many senses, but yet there is enormous difference. How to imagine a space that for Ottomans was the place to, drink a coffee, consume tobacco, and talk to the people of different classes, which was unimaginable in any other spot but kafana. Actually, in 19th century Serbia, that didn't have cultural institutions after such a long period of enslavement, kafana became the center of all cultural events. Besides, coming for a coffee and drink and maybe a lunch, the number of different cultural, events take part in kafanas, such as theaters. Later on, the first films were projected in kafanas, the balls, and of course, once it was open for such a cultural events, kafana in Belgrade stopped being exclusively male space. The women actually showed for a very first time in the public space during the 19th century, and usually in kafanas, while in organized balls or big weddings that were, because people are living in the urban, spaces, and they couldn't actually exercise such a big gatherings like weddings and birthdays and similar things in their own homes. That improves the kafana offer. What was in the beginning meze became the pattern of complex gastronomic offer, and kafana all of a sudden became the leader in what is the gastronomic standard. When they wanted to give a compliment to a good cook and a very good lunch in someone's home, they used to say, it is so well done, almost like in kafana. The number of dishes that you will read more about in my paper that will be published as a proceeding of this conference were actually invented or perfected in kafana, gaining in the same time the title, the brand of the national cuisine. So the good question is, And especially with this experience of pandemic, when we saw that the number of public spaces are closing, and when we saw actually here in Belgrade, and I believe that's the case all around Europe, that the owners of kafana, and there is over 100 kafanas in Belgrade at the moment, were at the bottom when it comes to handling of the situation. Number of other owners of cafes and pizzerias and similar, objects actually went to so-called home delivery thing, but not kafanas. I sincerely believe it is because kafana is a place of gathering and conversation, a very specific cultural habitus. And delivering home, the food from kafana to home is actually, completely clearing the primary function of kafana to be the place of gathering, drinking, and eating. So, but there is a huge question, how to manage this kind of heritage which is in constant shift of changes. And looking for the possible models, I was very lucky in 2014 to be the participant of the big UNESCO Unitwin conference that took part in Barcelona, Spain. I became familiar with the project of the Culinary Institute of Catalonia, which is known as Marca Cuina Catalana. It's a brilliant thing, and as I like to stress, practically the number of good things are already invented, so we just have to follow the patterns and try to adjust it to our local, needs. So interdisciplinary research that started at the beginning of the century, conducted by the Culinary Institute of Catalonia, resulted in a serious mapping of the locals, restaurants who actually are cooking the traditional Catalonian food. Then from the situation they found on the terrain, they developed the optimal conditions for sustainability. They organized the fantastic network that connects the local food producer with the restaurant owners, with the famous chefs, and with the touristic organization. Then they did the branding, and when you visit Barcelona or other towns in Catalonia, you can easily recognize on the certain chosen objects that fulfill the criteria to have the plaque of Cuina Catalana, and that is a guarantee that in this object you will eat the traditional Catalonian food. And what is essential, what was the magnificent part of every well-done management is promote, promote, promote. I'm looking forward to the situation as my PhD thesis that this research is part of has a task to give recommendation to the public policies how to deal with the gastronomic heritage of this, in this particular case of kafanas, that we will have in the future. Hopefully this pandemic won't last forever, the possibility to test the Serbian model of the Serbian version of the Cuina Catalana project. It was my, I believe, 15 minutes, and I also would like to thank you once again for this opportunity. Very big congratulations for Slovenia to become a recognized gastronomic region of the Europe, well deserved, and look forward to meet you next time alive in a beautiful Maribor.
Hvala lepa gospe Tamari Ognjević iz Beograda za to zelo barvito, zanimivo predstavitev. Hvala tudi za njene dobre želje in pozdrave in tudi mi upamo, da se bomo srečali v bližnji prihodnosti tudi v živo. Sedaj pa bi pozdravila in napovedala našega naslednjega govornika, magistra Marka Trupkovića iz Naravnega parka Žumberak Samoborsko gorovje, Hrvaške, ki bo predstavil svoj referat v angleškem jeziku z naslovom Prevajanje okusa. Dovolite, da preberem kratek slovenski izvleček. Pri interpretaciji dediščine je kulinarična izkušnja odlično orodje za razumevanje drugih kultur. V članku se ukvarjamo s semiotiko hrane, pri čemer izhajamo iz njene dvojne narave in sicer hrane kot odgovora na biološke potrebe in kot kulturnega konstrukta, vendar pa tudi kot znakovnega sistema, preko katerega komuniciramo z drugimi kulturami, tako preteklimi kot sedanjimi. Osnovni diskurs je podprt s primeri, kako je lahko hrana orodje za interpretacijo, pa tudi jezik, ki ponovno oživlja pretekle kulture. To je priložnost, da izkusimo kulturo drugega iz perspektive, ki presega prostor in čas.
First of all, I would like to thank Mrs. Tamara Ognjević for her really very colorful presentation, also for her best wishes for the future, and also we do hope as well as she that we will meet shortly also live and not only via online. I would now like to present our next speaker. This is Mr. Magister Marko Trupković. He comes from he's an associate professional at the public institution Žumberak, Samoborsko Gorje Nature Park, and he will be talking about translating taste. Dear Mr. Trupković, the floor is yours.
Hello, thank you, and thank you for introducing me and my presentation. And today we will be talking about translating taste. And this is, and all of this is about connecting actually our nature park with Dr. Fuyuki Kaida, which is a doctor from Japan. And we will be talking about recipes and the semiotics of food and translating actually taste. So when we talk about food, what is food? Food is basically a primary biological need. And every culture from a wide range of natural products with nutritional capacity chooses a certain quantity destined to become, for such a culture, a food. And this is actually a structure. And this structure is based on substances, practices, habits, and techniques of preparation and also consumption of food. And what is actually the main two categories which define food? So this biological need is actually inserted into a system of values. According to Levi-Strauss, it can be totemic. To Detienne, it can be sacrificial. It can be in Western dietetics, hygienic rationalist, or in current gastronomy, it can have a aesthetic logic. So based on two categories, food is actually edible and inedible. And also it is a system of differences in signification, and also it is related to symbolic representations. And you have a lot of cultural variations, depending just only on meat. You have cultures who define some groups of food based on animals and plants which they eat. So some cultures eat locusts and other insects, some eat cows and pigs and llama's meat, some mix animal blood with animal milk, and they actually connect it to their cultural values. In certain culture, the food transcends basic nutritional role and perceptions of edibility. So food actually is not a rational and available nutrients you have in your environment. It actually comes with the connection about communication and even identity and symbols. And this dietary triangle you see on the lower left side is actually a structuralist approach by Levi-Strauss, where you can have raw, cooked, and rotten nutrients, which all transgress by various elements, and every dietary sphere can be perceived by this triangle. Also, just for an example, even when you wash your apple, which is even raw at that moment, when you wash it, it is culturally processed. And classification of food is very various today. It can be sacred or profane. It can be connected to holiday or everyday. It can be traditional food, it can be fast food. It can be local, exotic, native, or imported. It can also be clean, traditional, native food, or even fusion food. But the culinary system today is actually a science system, which consists of various elements. For example, shape, color, texture, accessibility. It can be based on environment or location, social context, etiquette, and the attitude to food. So when we talk about semiotics, semiotic analysis is actually based on this example. You have a božićnjak, which is actually a variation of ceremonial bread during Christmas and New Year. And the picture is actually the thing that is signified, and the description I just read is the signifier, and together it is a sign. So what does that actually mean? When you think about your favorite food, or maybe your favorite childhood food, it is something you process from the food to something which is a sign for something. Also, food is language, because it can interact within the community, but also within the culture through meals. So food includes social, economic, linguistic aspects of said culture, but also its history. And the most important thing about the food are the recipes. And the recipes are not just instructions or something which is wrote down to give you instructions about how to process food. It is a specialized knowledge, and it is actually marked, it is a marker of identity and also a testament of tradition. Also, food is interpretation. So in heritage interpretation, culinary experience is a perfect tool for understanding other cultures, past and present. And in our nature park, we have culinary workshops, which we introduce archaeological sites in our park based on culinary workshops. And these workshops are actually a basis for understanding the history of the park, where people make prehistoric food, Roman food, medieval food, and traditional Zumbera cuisine. So people have the appreciation towards something they prepare, but also in that way they learn about cultures they were learning about it that day. So prehistoric, Roman, Middle Age, and traditional Zumbera cuisine. And in the March of 2019, Dr. Fuyuki Kaida visited our park, and she was interested actually in prehistoric and Roman glass, ancient glass. And when we talked about our archaeological locations, I presented Culinary Millennia to her as our event. And we started exchanging ideas, but also exchanging knowledge about Yayoi and Yeoman cultures in Japan. So after months of exchanging ideas, her studying, writing, and cooking, she actually prepared some of the recipes we prepare in Culinary Millennia. And some of her recipes are presented here. So you have nettle dumplings on the upper right side. You have broad beans and cumin on the upper left. You have fruit yeast bread presented here. This is actually Roman porridge. These are Roman dates with pignoli and pepper. The left side is hers and the right side is ours. Also medieval chicken with verjuice, and also nucato as nuts baked in walnut, in honey. And this is traditional food. So the process of learning these recipes, and also the process of acknowledging this type of learning about archaeology, can be learned transtemporal and translocal. And this transtemporal variation comes from the interpretation of various archaeological dates, which we incorporate it into our event, Culinary Millennium. Also, we draw similarities and differences between Yayoi and Yeoman cultures, and also early Iron Age Hallstatt cultures here, Romanized Latobics, medieval time, and current traditional Jumbera cuisine. And this actually interpretation of these meals based on literature was translated into her environment. And this was actually the translocal dimension. And when we talk about cultural elements, we have various dimensions which we need to talk about here. So, origin of dishes, etymological explanations, occasions of assumption or consummation, and comments of preparation effort. So, based on this, we also have biogeographical elements. So the main problem here was actually that some wild edible plants used in prehistoric cuisine aren't available in Japan. So, for example, nettle here is not the same as Japanese nettle in Japan. So we had to have some substitutes for that. For example, mugwort. And dandelion, for example, is an invasive species in Japan, so it is unavailable in the market. Also, Sambucus nigra fruit was unavailable, so Dr. Fuyuki Kaida ordered elderberry juice from the US and actually later replaced blueberry. And some of the elements which came into mind was actually culinary elements. Japanese people prefer vegetarian food, so some of the food wasn't authentic enough because she replaced them with vegetable oils. And also, when we talked about etymological elements, this came to mind. Verjuice. Verjuice is fermented juice made from unripe grape. And in Japan, she actually said this bolded sentence: "For us, the color of grape juice must be purple, not green." I would like to add some explanation for why is it called green juice. If there is no certain reason, then I would not write green juice because it brings us confusion, and so on. Also, the example of 3 layers meat in the medieval recipe. So when we talk about all of this, the main focus on learning and exchanging ideas concerning food is through recipes. And recipes are actually medium for intercultural learning. And by this example, we can see that it is a tool for learning past cultures, but also the historical context and societal differences in societies, and why certain type of edible plants were used at that time, and how the technology for preparation of food was used, but also sociocultural changes and some of the aspects of rising of certain communities in the past and also their downfall. We talk about the differences between the cultures and archaeological cultures, and the utmost importance which we perceived during this experiment was actually aesthetic values, because our cultures differ and value aesthetic in more various ways. And that's that. Thank you for your time, and I hope this was an interesting presentation, and greetings from Zagreb.
Hvala lepa gospodu za prezentacijo. Želim se zahvaliti tudi gospodu Trupkoviču za njegov teoretičen uvod oziroma prispevek. Mislim, da je lepo prikazal, kakšen pomen sta imela strukturalizem in semiotika v 60-ih, 70-ih letih 20. stoletja in kako še danes zaznamujeta raziskovanje prehrane. Sedaj bi pa želela napovedati magister Nevo Malek, ravnateljico Višje strokovne šole izobraževalnega centra Piramida Maribor in pa Stanka Voriha, predavatelja na Višji strokovni šoli izobraževalnega centra Piramida Maribor, ki bosta predstavila prispevek Peka in proizvodnja kruha od lokalnih potreb do globalne raznolikosti. Najprej berem še kratki slovenski povzetek. Kruh je danes ena najstarejših jedi na svetu. Malo je tudi jedi, ki bi v zgodovini imele tako različne vloge. Kruh je bil osnovna hrana, odraz bogatstva, simbol vere in religij, plačilno sredstvo, predmet pregovorov in literature, zastopanje v nacionalnih šegah in navadah. Čeprav so za pripravo kvašenih kruhov potrebne le 4 osnovne sestavine, moka, kvas, sol in voda, to ni bil omejujoč dejavnik pri razvoju različnih vrst in oblik kruha, ki so se in se še vedno pojavljajo na evropskem in slovenskem krušnem zemljevidu.
So I would like firstly thank Mr. Marko Trupković for his presentation, for his insight, also for his excellent introduction into the structuralism of the 60s, 70s, which is influencing our research on food. So thank you for your presentation. And now we would like to pass the baton further. So the next is Mrs. Neva Malek. She is the principal of the Higher Vocational College at the Educational Center Piramida Maribor and also lecturer. And she has prepared a paper together with Stanko Vori. He's a teacher and for practical work at this Educational Center Piramida. And they will be talking on the oldest prepared foods of the world. And I would like to pass the floor now to Mrs. Malek.
Thank you and greetings to all. I'm happy that after a few years I'm again part of Museoeurope conference, and as was mentioned, topic of my presentation will be bread as one of the oldest prepared foods of the world. And let's start with really a brief history of bread. Today, it is not exactly known when and how the first bread was baked, but we know that the area of present-day Iraq, Afghanistan, Turkey, Kuwait, Syria, Israel, and Palestine can be considered as the homeland of bread. The first grains from which the first bread were made are believed to have been obtained from wild barley and 2 types of wheat, which are almost, unfortunately, no longer produced today. Single grain or so-called einkorn and double grain or so-called emmer. From ancient civilization through history till the present day, bread was always important, not just as staple food, but also as an object of sacrifice to the gods, as a ritual bread, as a symbol of social status, as a food for special occasions, means of payment for the labor force, and so on. And almost till the 21st century, a dark wholemeal types of bread were reserved for those who could not afford white bread. And we can say that loaf bread predominated in Europe. However, in certain areas, the baking of flatbreads was predominant, and this is as a local tradition has been preserved to this day for example, soft Pitalica piadina from Italia or German Pampelnickel. After 1500, recipes already exist that can be used today, of course, with a little adaptation. For example, French baguettes and brioches. And in this time of period, we find recipes for salt-free bread. And or salt is foreseen in such small quantities that such bread would most likely be unacceptable to the modern consumer. The 19th century brought a change to grinding. In 1873, porcelain cylinders were invented, and this was the beginning of economical grinding. And slowly, roller mills replaced wind and water mills. And with this change method of grinding, white flour became accessible to a wider section of the population. For 20th century is typical rapid growth of bakeries, automation of production, and increased productivity. And from this period is worth mentioning Rockweather's invention of the bread cutting machine, which you can see on the right side. And this machine marked a kind of revolution in the use of bread, because preparing sandwiches became easy, and there were no problems with the uniform thickness of individual slices of bread. Unfortunately, the 20th century also brought additives. That means bread became softer, whiter, fermentation time was shortened, and although at the expense of taste and aroma. In Slovenia, bread was first mentioned in writing sources in the 13th century, and until the first years after the Second World War, bread was not an integral part of the daily diet everywhere. In war, in some places, it was almost unknown. And bread was also usually not eaten with traditional meals, but people did consume it for a morning or afternoon snack. We can even say that in the past, the role of bread in Slovenia was more festive than everyday use. As in Europe, also in Slovenia, bread was rarely on the table in the past. Instead, more rye bread was baked, and the lower social classes baked oat bread in particular. It is interesting that until the end of the 19th century, bran was ground together with flour. That was good from a nutritional point of view because that meant additional fiber. Today, the data show that an average Slovene eats a little less than 50 kilograms of bread per year. Maybe it's sometimes probably difficult for the people to imagine that Slovenia has rich bread heritage despite our small size. And part of this heritage are also bread owns, which you can see on the left side. According to data in the field of bread and bakery, in the future years, trends should also go in the direction of just moments of well-being, with nostalgic revival of tastes and consumption of old, already or almost forgotten types of bread. And at our center, we also wanted to follow these trends. And so from the old recipes, about 100 years old, we choose 4 that we thought could also have a market potential or stand out in terms of interest. We chose the so-called Uršulinske prestice because the basic for today's pretzels is leaven dough, whereas the Uršulinske prestice are made without the addition of yeast, but wine and sugar are added. And we choose milk bread because crushed anise and coriander are added to the dough, which is not the case in today's milk breads. And there are also no eggs in this recipe, while eggs are added to most of today's milk bread. And then we choose 2 Kneipp breads. And the basic flour in these 2 recipes is Kneipp flour. Kneipp flour is plain wheat flour that is ground together with bran, as in the past. And the difference between Kneipp 1 and Kneipp 2 is just in the ratio between Kneipp flour and plain white flour. Due to the COVID situation, the evaluation could only be performed among employees at our center. All these 3 types of breads and Uršulinske prestice you can see on the photo. And Uršulinske prestice and bread were graded according to a 7-point rating scale. Grade 7 was the highest, and of course evaluators were not familiar with the recipe before the tasting. And after the evaluation, an average score was calculated. Results you can see on the table, and according to the results, milk bread as a special bread, for example, for Christmas or Easter, has good sales opportunities for our opinion. And we also estimate that Uršulinske prestice have potential because for their slightly unusual taste, because the pretzels, as we know today, are mostly salty, while the Uršulinske prestice are sweet in taste and much softer. And we recognize their special place in all environments in which a note of past is expressed. For example, castle cafes, events on special occasions, and so on. So much more about this you can read in my paper, but now at the end of my presentation, I would like to say that for Slovenia, we can say that trends in the direction of already forgotten tastes and smells are actually welcome, as they at least partly limit industrialization. And I believe that it is similar in other European countries. And we can also say that quality bread requires a longer preparation time, which is a little bit difficult for large bakeries to afford. And here, smaller bakeries could seize their opportunity because their business model is set differently. And it seems today that the choice of breads on the European and Slovenian market is almost too large. On the one hand, this is good because every customer can easily find the bread that suits them. But on the other hand, the line between the original and the global has been blurred. And unfortunately, for quantity, we today too often give up quality. That was all from my side. Thank you for your attention.
Hvala lepa, gospe magister Nevi Malek, ravnateljici Višje strokovne šole izobraževalnega centra Piramida Maribor, za njeno predstavitev kruha kot neke osnovnega živila, za predstavitev tudi bogate zgodovine kruha, različnih vrst kruha in tudi kruha kot nekega potenciala za nove gospodarske produkte. Še posebej me je veselilo, da je izpostavila slovensko krušno dediščino in njen pomen recimo za razvijanje novih produktov in za ekonomski razvoj v določenih okoljih. Mogoče izkoristim to priložnost samo še zato, da prosim, da lahko udeleženci v bistvu spremljajo simpozij preko YouTubea. Za vse referente pa bi prosila, naj ostanejo do konca današnje sekcije prisotni na Zoomu oziroma do konca vsakega sklopa. Naj si le odklopijo mikrofone, tako da bomo lahko potem po koncu tega sklopa razvili tudi izmenjavo mnenj, odgovarjali na vprašanja in vodili debato. Za vse, ki bi želeli recimo komentirati ali pa poslati vprašanja, pa predlagam, da v bistvu svoje komentarje, vprašanja lahko zapišejo v chat oziroma v klepetalnico na programu. Sedaj pa predajam besedo še kolegu, da prevede v angleščino.
First of all, I would like to thank Mrs. Neva Malek, the principal of the Education Center Pyramida, for her really insightful, also the historical overview of bread, of how it developed, also for its economic value and also for presenting the heritage of bread in Slovenia and also for showing us what are the economical potentials of traditional bread and also of bread in general. Thank you very much for this insight. Now I would just like to comment, please, all participants who are following us on our YouTube channel, please also, if you have any questions, do not hesitate to write them down in the chat function, and also if you have any comments, you are highly welcome also in the chat function. And just another remark for our presenters, please stay on your Zoom link for the whole time for the section, as we will have a discussion and just at the end of each section. And just a reminder that you please, when you are finished, please mute yourself so that we have as clear a voice as possible. So, and now we move on.
Hvala lepa. Sedaj pa gremo k naslednjemu prispevku, tudi referatu o kruhu, in sicer o kruhu na Koroškem. Pozdravljam in vabim k besedi kolegico Brigito Rajšter, etnologinjo in zgodovinarko v Koroškem pokrajinskem muzeju v Slovenj Gradcu, da predstavi svoj prispevek z naslovom Etnološki opis koroškega rženega kruha v tradicionalni prehrani. Prispevek bo v slovenskem jeziku, zato prosim še za angleški abstrakt.
Now I would like to pass the floor to Mrs. Brigitta Reichter. She's an ethnologist and historian at the Museum also of Carinthia in Sloven Gradec. Her paper will be presented in Slovenian language, so here is now the abstract in English. The title is an ethnological description of Carinthian rye bread in traditional food culture. Rye bread, prepared according to an old recipe with homemade sourdough, is one of the most important items of Carinthian košta, of Carinthian food. As the Carinthians say, if you have rye bread and milk, you are safe from hunger. Its role in the daily and festive diet goes beyond the usual handling of food. In the preparation of the dough, the procedures involved in baking the bread and the consumption itself. Many acts of blessings are still preserved, which give the bread a special status. It also plays an important role in the annual holiday cycle, where it culminates as a sacramental offering on the Christmas table. Rye bread was also seen as a means of payment. A piece of rye bread in the shape of a crescent is a gift to a stranger and symbolically protects the newborn from evil. Sourdough, which is fed from one baking to the other, is passed down from generation to generation, as is the knowledge of preparing and baking bread. So please, Mrs. Reichter, the floor is yours.
Hello, do you hear me? Okay. Koroška statistična regija danes obsega Mežiško, Mislinjsko in Zgornjedravsko dolino. Doline so ujete med gorski in hribovski svet. Skromni nižinski svet Mežiške doline več kot 400 let omogoča industrijski razvoj, z gozdovi bogat hribovski svet pa daje stoletja zavete človeku, ki je tu razvil posebno obliko naselitve z avtartičnimi samotnimi kmetijami, celki. Koroška pestremu zgodovinskemu dogajanju navkljub nosi značaj samosvoje, prvobitne pokrajine, kar se odraža na vseh področjih življenja, tudi v tradicionalni prehrambni kulturi. Kruh je božji dar, so govorili naši stari predniki in s spoštljivim odnosom do njega posredno pokazali spoštovanje svojega dela. Med značilnimi koroškimi jedmi ima rženi kruh pripravljen po tradicionalni recepturi z domačim kislim testom posebno mesto. Ročna priprava rženega kruha zahteva precej znanja, spretnosti in fizične pripravljenosti. Običajno je to delo gospodinje. Kadar so pri hiši mlajša dekleta, ta pomagajo mesiti testo. Tradicionalno pečejo kruh le v dopoldanskem času, ne glede na dan v tednu. Sestavine za peko rženega kruha za približno 9 hlebov so 20 kg ržene moke, 50 dek kvasnega nastavka, 50 dek soli in 15 litrov vode. Zvečer pred peko si v kuhinjo pripravijo mizo z lesenim koritom, kodujo, koduno, kodujo, kodunjo, različno poimenujejo. Velike plastične posode pa so že pred časom zamenjale lesene. Vanje vsujejo celotno količino moke, da se ogreje na sobno temperaturo. Pripravijo tudi kvas, kislo testo, ki smo ga prihranili od prejšnje peke. Posušenemu kvasu dodamo moko in vodo, ga stepemo in pustimo na toplem čez noč, da se aktivira. Tako dobimo razmez, kvasni nastavek. Naslednje jutro v moko zamešamo sol in dodamo kvasni pripravek. Zamesimo z mlačno vodo in s postopnim dolivanjem dosežemo pravilno čvrstost testa. Mesimo približno 1 uro, da je testo gladko. Za dobro kakovost kruha je potreben pravilen način mesenja testa. Testo je dovolj pregneteno, ko se zlahka loči od rob. Testo pokrijemo in ga pustimo vzhajati dobro uro. Ohranjajo spoštljiv odnos do kruha in ga po božje častijo. Gospodinje z besedno zvezo Sveti Božji križ skupaj z zvezo v znamenju križa blagoslovijo začetek peke pred meseljem, ko pustijo testo vzhajati, preden oblikujejo hlebe, ki ponovno izhajajo v krušnjakih in ko naložijo hlebe v peč. Predvsem pri pripravi pravilne temperature krušne peči so izkušnje starejših dobrodošle. Medtem ko testo vzhaja, zakurimo ogenj v krušni peči. Metrska polena naložimo v peč po peki, da se do naslednje peke dobro posušijo. V vmesnem času si pripravimo slamice, ki jih posujemo z moko. Ko ogenj pogori, z gredico razgrnemo žerjavico po celotni površini peči, da se ta popolnoma segreje. Preostane žerjavice potegnemo pred vhod v peč, z mokrim omelom obrišemo celotno notranjost, tako jo hkrati očistimo in ohladimo na primerno temperaturo. Rženi kruh, pripravljen po tradicionalni recepturi z domačim kislim testom, je edino živilo, ki je ohranilo navdih Božjega in ga v procesu tradicionalne priprave blagoslavljajo. Vzhajano testo naložijo v krnico, v leseno posodo, v kateri ga z rahlim metanjem oblikujemo. Nato pa položimo v pomokane slamnate posode, krušnjake, slamice, pletre, da testo ponovno vzhaja. Ostanke testa postrgamo iz posode, v kateri smo mesili in ga prihranimo za naslednje peko. Prav kislo testo je najpomembnejša sestavina rženega kruha, ki mu da poseben okus. V Liberičah pravijo, kakor pripraviš kvas, tak bo potem kruh. Če mehko primesiš, bo kruh mehak in obratno. Domači kvas je treba enkrat dobiti, potem ga imaš za vedno. Domači kvas si lahko pripravijo tudi v jeseni, ko vre jabolčni mošt, tako, da druži zamesijo v moko, oblikujejo hlebčke in jih posušijo. Tak kvas namočijo in pred uporabo dobro stepejo. Če jim je pri hiši zmanjkalo kvasa, so si gospodinje pomagale tudi tako, da so namočile na koščke narezan kruh in zamesile testo. V tem primeru je bil postopek vzhajanja testa počasnejši. Kupljeni pivski kvas imenujejo mednice in ga uporabljajo za peko kruha iz drugih vrst moke. Ob predaji gospodinjstva je ta mlada prevzela tudi kvas, kislo testo, ki je tako iz peke v peko prehajal iz generacije v generacijo. Tako je kvas svojo živo substanco povezoval žive člane družine s pokojnimi skozi stoletja. Rženi kruh, pripravljen s kislim testom, ponazarja simbolno vez med generacijami. Vzhajene hleba obrnemo na lopar in jih z nožem po 3-krat zarežemo ter naložimo v krušno peč. V šantanelu še danes v hleb, preden ga položijo v peč, zarišejo trikotno znamenje Svete Trojice. Peč zapremo in po približno 20 minutah preverimo, kako se peče. Pečemo približno 1 uro. Pečene hlebe vzamemo iz peči, očistimo z metlico, obrišemo z vlažno krpo in obrnjene s hrbtno stranjo navzgor ohladimo v slamnatih posodah. V kmečkih hišah so pečen kruh in pogače naložili kar na postelje, pokrite z lanenim prtom in pustili, da so se ohladili. Ko končajo peko, se zahvalijo. Hvala Bogu, dobro je pečeno. Na hrbtni strani hleba naredijo z noževo konjico znamenje križa, preden ga prerežejo. Spoštljiv odnos so imeli tudi do krušnih drobtin, vrgli so jih v hrano za svinje. Kruh, ki jim je padel na tla, so pobrali, poljubili in ga pojedli. Božična peka je eno najstarejših znamenj božičnega praznika. Posebni vrsti obrednega božičnega kruha, mizjenk in kločev kruh, zagotovo koreninita v predkrščanski dobi. Pripravljena sta na način kot rženi kruh, vendar sta imela posebno mesto na posvečeni božični mizi. Mizjenk je posebna vrsta kruha, ki so ga iz pol ržene in pol pšenične moke pripravljali ob božičo. Prvotno je bil to kruh iz vseh vrst žit, ki so jih sejali. Testo so dodali tudi janež. Rženi kruh ima mesto tudi v velikonočnem žetnu, saj ga odneso k blagoslovu jedil skupaj z drugimi živili. Na velikonočno jutro, ko se družina zbere pri uživanju žetna, velikonočnega zajtrka, je kruh ponujen na mizi, ter razdeljen živini, drobtine pa dobijo kokoši. Hleb rženega kruha je veljal za plačilno sredstvo. Do njega je imel pravico mežnar, na primer pri cerkvi svete Magdalene na vratih pred Gotino, ki je imel nalogo, da ob bližajoči se nevihti z zvoki zvonov razbije oblake in odžene potencialno hudo uro. Enkrat na leto je pri sleherni kmetiji, dokoder so se slišali cerkveni zvonovi, dobil hleb rženega kruha kot plačilo za izvajanje tako imenovane obrambe pred točo. S hlebom rženega kruha so na Ojstrici nad Dravogradom plačali posamezniku sosedsko pomoč za opravljen en dan dela pri vožnji gnoja in pri žetvi žita. Hlapci in dekle so imeli od božiča do novega leta proste dneve. To je bil čas, ko so lahko obiskovali domače, se selili in celo zamenjali gospodarja. Gospodinja jim je dala talgo, hleb ali večji kos rženega kruha in kuhano svinjsko meso. Praviloma kruha niso stradali, običajno ga niso skrivali, zaklepali ali kaj podobnega. Kruh so hranili v predalu kmečkih miz, poleg njega je bil položen tudi nož. Kdor je bil lačen, si je lahko sam odrezal kos kruha. Hleba kruha niso obračali na hrbet, vedno so ga pravilno položili na mizo ali v predal. Če je kdo odložil nož na kruh, je to pomenilo, da bi jim kruha lahko zmanjkalo. Odrezano stran hleba so vedno vrnili proč od vrat. Verjeli so, da bi jim kruh lahko odšel skozi vrata. Pri hlebu kruha najprej odrežejo krajec. Krajec rženega hleba, krajec po domače, je darilo prvemu, ki ga srečajo na poti h krstu in simbolno varuje novorojenca pred slabim. Danes je krajec bogat, v darilo poleg kruha zavijejo pecivo, pa tudi denar. Debelejši kosi kruha so štikani ali štukljeni. Za potešitev lakote so kos rženega kruha namazali z grumpi, lahko so dodali narezano čebulo ali česen, otrokom so na kruh namazane grumpe pokapali z medom. Tanjše rezine kruha so šnite, tradicionalno jih dodajajo v repičevo krompirjevo juho. Peka kruha je poseben dogodek za družino, radost in veselje prinaša tudi otrokom. Matere so dobro vedele, da vonj sveže pečenega kruha spodbudi željo po njem. Za potešitev zlasti otroške ževčnosti so gospodinje v peki kruha in pogač posebej zanje spekle trente, tako v Libeličah. Trente, nizke hlebčke iz rženega ali pšeničnega testa, so nadevale z različnimi namazi. V starejši obliki sta črna trenta iz rženega testa s slanim nadevom iz kisle smetane s kumino ter bela trenta namazana s sladko ali kislo smetano s sladkorjem in žafraniko. Danes pa prevladuje ocvirkova, grumpova trenta. Gostom, ki je prišel v hiši, so postregli tako, da so na mizo položili hleb rženega kruha, tistega, ki so ga trenutno jedli, in nož ter ga povabili, naj si ga sam odreže, kolikor želi. K rženemu kruhu so ponudili mošt. Še danes velja, da je kmetova hrana, štikel kruha pa kregl moštaco. Tradicija peke rženega kruha je bogata in še zelo živa. Znanje priprave kruha pa prehaja iz roda v rod. Hvala lepa za vašo pozornost.
Hvala lepa Brigiti Rajšter iz Koroškega muzeja za predstavitev tradicionalne peke koroškega rženega kruha, pa tudi za zelo nazorno ponazoritev vseh navad in šeg, ki so povezane tako z pripravo kot z uživanjem kruha. Sedaj pa vabim našo naslednjo predavateljico, magister Mirjam Gnezda Bogataj iz Mestnega muzeja Idrija, Slovenija, da nam predstavi svoj referat, ki bo potekal v angleškem jeziku, zato mi dovolite, da preberem tudi slovenski povzetek. Idrijski žlikrofi od globalnega do lokalnega in nazaj. Idrijski žlikrofi so vrsta testenin s krompirjevim nadevom. So edinstvene oblike, Idriji pa so znani že več kot 150 let. Postrežejo jih kot predjed, prilogo k mesnim jedem ali kot glavno jed z različnimi omakami. Žlikrofi so se razvili pod vplivom različnih geografskih svetov, srednjeevropske tradicije in kulinarične kulture. Kaj je tipično idrijskega v idrijskih žlikrofih? Morda preprostost recepta in uporaba lokalnih sestavin. Ali pa meščanski značaj priprave in uživanja te jedi v nekdaj značilnem okolju delavskega razreda. Članek odgovori na vsa ta vprašanja in se dotakne tudi vpliva lokalnih tradicij na sodobni svet.
Firstly, I would like to thank Mrs. Brigitta Reichter from the Carinthia Museum for her insight into the preparation and also consumption of the traditional bread, of the traditional rye bread in the area of Carinthia. We now move on to the next presenter. With us is Mrs. Mirjam Gnezda Bogataj from the City Museum of Idrija. This is another part of Slovenia, and she will be talking about the traditional food, the Idrija žlikrofi. And the title is the Idrija žlikrofi from global to local and back. So, Mrs. Gnezda Bogataj, the floor is yours.
Thank you and good morning to all of you. I'm very pleased to be here with you today and to present a paper about the Idrija žlikrofi. Idrija is, as I said, a town with approximately 6,000 inhabitants that lies in northwestern part of Slovenia, near to border with Italy. In the past, it was well known for its mercury mine, but today it's still the center of lace making in Slovenia and has to offer a special dish, the Idrija žlikrofi. The Idrija žlikrofi are a unique head-shaped type of pasta with potato filling that have been known in the Idrija region for more than 200 years. Traditionally prepared by the mining families on special occasions and for their own needs, they are now occasionally homemade and put on the tables of families from the wider Idrija and Cerkno region and are on the menus in restaurants and on tourist farms, while private companies also make them for sale. Žlikrofi are served as a warm appetizer, a side dish to meat, or as a main dish with gravy or various sauces and gravies. For example, cream, cheese, vegetables. In the past, they were supposedly also served in beef soup. The žlikrofi dough is made from flour, eggs, and water or milk. The filling contains potato, sauteed onions, fat, herbs as marjoram, chive, and spices, black pepper, salt. Since 2002, the Idrija žlikrofi have been protected as a traditional specialty guaranteed at the level of the European Union, and since 2010, they have been inscribed in the European Commission register as the first protected product from Slovenia. Their production is not geographically limited. The producers and restaurants that wish to offer them under the designation of Idrija žlikrofi must meet the requirements and must obtain a certification. Since 1999, the Society for the Promotion and Preservation of Idria dishes, which unites the makers and fans of žlikrofy, has been overseeing the quality of them. In 2019, the procedure of making žlikrofy has been was inscribed in the Register of the Intangible Cultural Heritage of Slovenia. About its origin, several theories exist on what and where from did the žlikrofy come to Idria, although older literature and archive sources on their origin are very rare. The oldest known mention is a remark by Peter Hitzinger in his Das Quecksilberbergwerk Idria, published in 1860. He says that on St. Martin's Day and on Shrovetide, the people of Idria ate everything from dumplings and meat to soup and žlikrofy. In Naš Idrijski Kot from 1936, Idria native Lado Božič states that žlikrofy were only put on the table on special days. We learn most from the researcher of Idria habits and customs, Karel Bezek, who describes žlikrofy as the most popular dish, which is known far and wide and which is not made in the same way anywhere else. Bezek quotes that žlikrofy arrived in Idria with the Idria-based Wernberger mining family, or more specifically with Ivan Wernberger's wife, who was a native from Oravice, Slovakia, the Hungarian Transylvania, and joined her husband in Idria in 1814. While the dish was being introduced, it was perhaps influenced by Viennese and Czech examples or similar food. Žlikrofy resemble the Schlickkrapfen from Vienna, small dough parcels with krapfen, donut-shaped filling, but made from different ingredients. The local women probably saw these in the houses of mining administrators, and they may have adopted the recipe in their own way. In mid-19th century, the Idria žlikrofy already acquired their recognizable shape and taste. The oral tradition of today claims that their shape resembles a Napoleonic head, which would then in fact really date them back in the time of Napoleon's invasions in Idria at the beginning of 19th century. In Slovenia, idrijski žlikrofy are often compared with žlinkrofi, krapi, or krafi, and there are many varieties, often named after places of or regions of origin. For example, Savinski žlinkrofi, Rateški krapi, Bovški krafi. Idria žlikrofy differ from them by the way of making them, as well as by the filling, size, and shape. They are a part of the filled pasta group that lost something. Just a moment, I've lost my presentation. Okay.
So we are sure it will
Yes.
be back soon. So no problem. You just take your time. We have enough time.
So I think it should be like this. Okay. Idria žlikrofy differ from them by the way of making them, as well by the filling size and shape. They are part of the filled pasta group that has representatives in many national cuisines all across the globe, from ravioli, annolotti, cappelletti, and tortellini in Italy, Kasnudel in Carinthia, Austria, Maultaschen in Germany, pierogi and vareniki in East Europe, to wonton in China. These come with a variety of fillings, mostly with different types of meat and cheese, vegetables, or even fruit. As far as their name goes, Žlikrofi are closest to filled pasta from the Alpine region, the Tyrolean Schlickkrapfen, the Carinthian Schlitzkrapfen, etc. Etymologically, the expression probably originates from Schlitten, which in German is for slipping, sliding, and Krapfen, German for spoon dumpling, a dumpling rolled in dough, which combines into a slippery dish from cooked dough. Shape and size wise, we can search for similarities between Idria Žlikrofi and Italian dishes, the casoncelli from Bergamo and the chersons from Tolmezzo, with the exception that the filling in these is mostly meat. About the recipe and preparation, in 1930s, Karel Bezek wrote that the biggest secret lies in the preparation of the small balls of filling known locally as kugelce. There are as many recipes to make them as there are good cooks. He continues that an Idria woman puts all her cooking knowledge, love and longing in them. Older people still remember how they used to help their mothers make kugelce. They had to whistle while making them so that the filling did not end in the mouths instead. As important as the shaping of Žlikrofi is the last phase in their preparation, the cooking. Žlikrofi must be put in a large pot with boiling salted water, stirred and covered with a lid. As soon as they rise and come back to the boil, they are cooked. If they were frozen, they need an additional minute. They should be picked up with a skimmer and served immediately. Bezek claims Idria Žlikrofi taste best with various gravies and sauces, especially bakalca. Sauces describe bakalca as a mutton sauce prepared with plenty of vegetables, onions, carrots, parsley, but no bell peppers. Mutton was later replaced by rabbit and hare, sometimes lamb. A portion of Idria Žlikrofi should count 40 pieces, but they should be so small and easy to digest that 40 more could be eaten after a regular lunch. The same source states that larger families of 5 to 8 people could produce up to 700 Žlikrofi per session. Bezek also noted that secret to enjoying Žlikrofi to the fullest, which holds true to this day. While one Žlikrov is in your mouth, the other is on the fork in front of your nose, and the third already eyed at the next in line. Following this line of thought, we can also say that their preparation, the expectation, and the enjoyment are integral parts of the entire process, or, dare to say, ritual. Why attributing special meaning to a dish that we have heard is not to be so autochthonous? What is in fact typically Idria-like in Idria Žlikrofi? The preparation of food was closely connected to growing garden vegetables and raising domestic animals. The fenced garden on a slope under or next to house, the mining family grew cabbage, turnip, potato, climbing bean, salad, parsley, chives, marjoram, etc. House owners usually raised chicken, rabbits, 1 or 2 pigs. They often had a goat and even a cow or 2. Everyday menu was simple and rather monotonous. Breakfast usually included bread and barley, coffee. Šizdni zile, pole pa nedile is the Idria dialect version of a well-known Slovenian saying, 6 days of cabbage and then Sunday. Lunch often involved dishes made of basic garden vegetables, cabbage, turnip, potato, and beans. The husband and the sons were given larger and larger meals. Meat only featured on the tables on Sundays and holidays. for big holidays, that means church holidays, personal celebrations of family members, and announced visits, the wives made and served idriașli coffee. Idriașli coffee, rich in energy, žlikrofi are a dish made from everyday locally accessible ingredients. Their recipe is rather simple. What makes them festive is the special shape of their appearance, which is a result of long preparation, knowledge, and experience. The time žlikrofi take to prepare in an added value is an added value today. Žlikrofi are best fresh. Their preparation begins in the morning and they end up on the plate for lunch. When frozen, they can be stored on a long-term basis, always on the menu in restaurants and readily available in stores. This, however, also presents a danger. They can be enjoyed at any time, and by simply adding sauce, they quickly turn into fast food. Nothing can be further from traditional and contemporary intention that the preparation and the enjoying of žlikrofi bring. We can confirm that Idria žlikrofi have always had a special place in the lives of Idria people. Though the years the local inhabitants have only grown more attached to them and identify themselves with žlikrofi, many still live by the tradition and only eat the žlikrofi for Sunday lunch or on special occasions when the entire family gathers, even though they might not make them but buy them in a store. However, everybody knows that the best and the only true žlikrofi are homemade. What about introducing Idria žlikrofi to non-locals, apart from the traditional ones that are served for lunch? Where and in what forms can we find them nowadays? Chefs like Boštjan Novak enjoy preparing and serving žlikrofi in innovative ways. They are praised in poetry and prose, on a stamp, in a documentary film by Matjaž Mrak, in a contemporary leather žlikrof Kejčin by Urška Pirc. The development agency of Idrian Cerkno engages certified products of Idria žlikrofi to teach educational workshops for lay public and for caterers. The Idria Municipal Museum prepares pedagogical programs for school children and for adults in Idria Miner's House. The Idria Tourist Board promotes žlikrofi at home and abroad. The dish is even celebrated by its very own festival. The Idria žlikrofi Festival has been gathering food lovers every penultimate Saturday in August since 2013. Let me conclude. Žlikrofi have developed under the influence of diverse geographical worlds, the Central European tradition and culinary culture, and local ingredients. Their reputation has since spread across Slovenia and abroad. Thank you very much for your attention.
Najlepša hvala, magister Mirjam Gnezda iz Mestnega muzeja Idrija za to res zanimivo predstavitev. Mislim, da smo vsi že postali malo lačni in da je čas za krajši odmor. Predtem pa seveda še bomo imeli nekaj minut za diskusijo. Kot sem rekla, prosim vse referente, da ostanejo priključeni na naš program Zoom. Tudi vse, ki so prisluhnili današnjim referatom, da se vključijo v diskusijo, lahko postavijo svoje komentarje, zapišejo komentarje in pa postavijo vprašanja v klepetalnici, v chatu. Seveda pa vabim tudi vse današnje referente, da se vključijo v diskusijo in mogoče kolegom, ki so predstavili referate iz drugih središč, ne samo iz Maribora, postavijo svoja vprašanja.
So, first of all, I would like to thank Mrs. Magister Miriam Gnezda for her contribution. Actually, I believe we all are now a bit getting hungry. We have whetted our appetite, so it's we would be very enjoyable now having also a short break. But before the break, we wanted to also have a short discussion round. So this is why you are all participants are invited to put comments, to put also questions on the chat function. And also I would like to invite all our presenters of this morning session to join us here on the Zoom link, and also that if you have questions for other colleagues who presented their contributions, you're also kindly invited to add this question, and also we will try now to begin with a short discussion.
Hvala lepa. Prosim referente, da se priključijo.
Of Adria dishes which has been overseen in
I'm sorry.
the oral tradition of.
Can you just maybe if this was a question, can you just maybe shortly repeat it, because we couldn't hear everything.
Ali pa napiše vprašanje.
Mrs. Ognjević, did you have a question, or did we maybe just misunderstood it?
No, I didn't have a question.
Okay, okay, thank you.
Ja.
Dobro.
Mogoče, če za začetek nekoliko predrem ta naš let, bi jaz sama vprašala gospod Tamaro Ognjević iz Beograda, če dovolite. Namreč tema, ki jo je predstavila, me zelo zanima. Tudi sama sem napisala nekaj člankov o mariborskih kavarnah in fenomenu kavarniškega življenja. Tako da bi mogoče gospe Ognjević postavila vprašanje, kdo so bili lastniki kavarn v Beogradu in odkot je prihajal kader, tako natakarski kot kuharski kader. Namreč na primeru Maribora sem ugotovila, da so bile kavarne recimo konec 19. začetku 20. stoletja res tudi dobra poslovna priložnost, in v Maribor so prihajali lastniki restauracij in kavarn iz različnih koncev monarhije. Kako je bilo s tem v Beogradu? Mislim, da je to lep primer res tega živeti skupaj v Evropi, ne? Teh evropskih kulturnih stikov.
Yeah. First also, I would have a question now for you, Mrs. Ognjević, because regarding the kafarna, the coffee shop culture, you see, I also have researched coffee shops in Maribor and how this culture also was preserved and how it was nourished in Maribor. And I have a question for you. Who were the owners of the coffee shops in Belgrade, and where did they get their staff, their service personnel, so their waiters, their cooks? Because, for example, in Maribor, in the turn of the century, between 19th and 20th century, coffee shops were considered as quite of a good business opportunity, and the owners came from many parts of the Austro-Hungarian monarchy, and this was and I believe it is also a very good example of how we all live together in Europe. So could you maybe reflect on that?
Yes, of course. Thank you very much. It is a very, very good question. If we follow the history of kafanas from, let's say, late 16th century, as Belgrade, the city, as a number of European cities, this is something that belongs to our common heritage, was organized into the quarters according to religion, belongings of the people living in these parts of the city. In the part known as Dorčol in Belgrade, which were inhabited with Ottomans and Jews, the owners of kafana were Ottomans and Jews in that period of time. In the part of Belgrade, which is known as a water city, or nowadays Savamala, which is on the bank in the commercial port of Belgrade, the majority of the owners of kafanas were Christians, mainly Tsintsars, which is a very specific ethnicity, and later on we will see that the number of Tsintsars are actually owners of kafana in the 19th century Belgrade. They are coming from the Macedonia, northern Macedonia to Belgrade, and from territory of then Greece. So they're also introducing the certain very interesting patterns and actually an interpretation in the gastronomic, offer of Belgrade kafanas, which is, I sincerely believe, and according to my research, some today well-known national food specialities such as sarma or ayvar are perfected in that time. So we have Armenians, we have Greeks, we have Tsintsars, we have Serbs. Also, it is very important to stress out actually that the huge migration in Belgrade during the 19th century from the rural areas was also very important, and we can, let's say metaphorically, read these patterns in the type of food which is actually even nowadays the symbol of kafana, like baked beans and similar casseroles. But yes, of course, what is very important is the migration of the inhabitants of then Austro-Hungarian monarchy on these territories. And I just have to remind, I'm sure the number of you knows that the detail, that at the end of the 17th century, it was a big migration of the Serbs from the territories of then Serbia to Vojvodina, which was the part of Austro-Hungarian Austro-Hungary at the time. And they, of course, during the practically 200 years, adopted the culinary patterns of the Central Europe, particularly that of Austria, Hungary, and I must also underline the big influence of so-known Danubian Slavs, the Nubian Germans, which were inhabiting and inhabit Vojvodina at the time. So we also have one of the most famous kafanas, which doesn't unfortunately exist nowadays, owned by, for the first time in history, owned by women, was Zeleni Venac, the green rat. The whole green market, one of the biggest green market in Belgrade, got the name by that kafana. She was a Danubian German, and she also introduced very interesting patterns in kafana gastronomic offer. So it's a very, you are absolutely right, living in Europe means before all living together. It's a fantastic, interesting fusion. And I would like to say, listening to my esteemed colleague Marco, he stressed a very important thing, which is the semiotics of food.
I'm sorry we have lost the audio signal. I'm very sorry, Mrs. Ognjević. We cannot hear you anymore. Okay, maybe there was something wrong with the internet connection.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Now it's perfect. Great.
Oh, I'm very sorry. Well, this is the technical, side effects of the communication, virtual communication. What I wanted to say, this actually is very interesting, as my esteemed colleague Marco stressed. The semiotics of food, the way we read the language of food, can give us the very good clue how the certain things were introduced and who brought them. So, but the real, let's say, real Europeanization of the Belgrade kafanas comes with a number of people coming from Vojvodina. The Serbs inhabiting Vojvodina in the previous periods were very keen to see Serbia liberated, and they came and introduced the number of Central European patterns that nowadays, for instance, we feel certain food products and recipes as part of our own national cuisine, even though we are deeply aware that these food originates mostly in Hungary and Austria and other countries of Central Europe.
Hvala lepa za res ta zanimiv prispevek in dopolnitev. Mogoče še ima kdo kakšno vprašanje, še kdo drug?
Thank you very much indeed for this edition, for the whole contribution. If there are any other questions, feel free to ask them.
Če ne, bi mogoče samo kolegicam magister Nevi Malek in Brigiti Rajšter postavljam malo provokativno vprašanje mogoče. Čisto osebno me zanima, pa mislim, da tudi marsikoga, ki spremljamo življenje danes, vprašanje o vlogi kruha v prehrani na Slovenskem. Obedve sta specialistki za to področje. Še posebej zaradi tega, ker ima danes v bistvu veliko ljudi v Sloveniji težave z hrano, ki je glutenska, in seveda kruh je eno takšno temeljno živilo, ki je bilo, kot je bilo rečeno, že tisočletja del prehrane človeka. Ali imata oziroma kakšno razlago, zakaj naenkrat danes ljudje imamo toliko težav z uživanjem kruha in tudi z sploh močnatimi jedmi?
Now I would have a question for both Mrs. Brigitta Reichter and Mrs. Neva Malek. So I wanted to ask you about the role of bread in nowadays Slovenia, because you see, you presented so bread as a basic food, but we now have in recent times have seen increased problems concerning gluten and concerning the ingredients of bread, which has now been for thousands of years a basic food. So how do you see how these problems came about? How do they develop, or maybe how do you see the development of and the role of bread today in Slovenia?
Bom probala jaz odgovoriti, čeprav ne poznam odgovora, pa tudi nisem neka prava strokovnjakinja za področje nutricistike ali kaj podobnega. Res je vprašanje, v katero pač treščimo sodobnost, se sreča z preteklostjo, z neko tradicijo, in je to v bistvu neko zelo pomembno vprašanje, katerega Maja si zdaj izpostavlja. Se pravi, ena tradicionalna prehrana ne ustreza več nekim prehrambenim standardom sodobnosti. Tako se zdi, da ne ustreza tudi ne več kruh, da imamo ljudje veliko težav, zdravstvenih težav, se pravi nekih vnetnih procesov, ki jih povzroča beljakovina gluten, predvsem v pšenici. Pa mislim, da ni treba kriviti zdaj te tradicionalne hrane, da je kruh zdaj kriv za to, ampak je vsa naša prehrana, kako se je spremenila. Mogoče bi mogli tudi iskati en vzrok, da danes nam tako ne ustreza ta tradicionalna hrana, da se je hrana zelo spremenila. Prvič, spremenila se je kakovost živil, ki jih uživamo, pa tudi recimo vrste in sorte, žitne sorte, recimo v primeru kruha, so se v zadnjih par desetletjih zelo izpopolnile in žitne sorte postajajo zmeri bolj, se razlikujejo in imajo več beljakovin, vsebujejo več beljakovin, ki potem zrno ima več beljakovin in se zmelijo v moko, ki je bolj beljakovinska. Se pravi, uživamo že itak pa preveč beljakovin. Naša hrana je po letu 1970, ko se pri nas na podeželju recimo začne kar zelo hitro napredujoče, se uvaja zamrzovalna skrinja v prehrambni tradiciji in kulturi, in ta povzroči, da so ljudje lahko uživali mesno hrano več in pogosteje in čez celo leto. In tu po moje bi jaz iskala prej vzrok v prenasičenosti vsakdanje hrane z beljakovinami skozi mesno hrano, skozi preveč maščob, in potem, ko je telo že tako zasičeno, pa še ta ta beljakovina, ki mi dobivamo skozi močnato hrano. Se močnata hrana je bila do uvedbe, do 70 let prejšnjega stoletja v resnici glavna hrana. Ljudje so jedli močnato, preprosto močnato hrano in je bila to temelj in tudi takrat niso tožili po nekih zadevah, se pravi vpliv na degenerativen vpliv na sklepe, na ožilje, ateroskleroza, degenerativni revmatoidni artritis in podobne stvari. Naši stari so bili precej bolj zdravi ljudje, kot pa smo mi danes. Mogoče pa ta hrana je bila za njih v redu, ampak danes imamo tudi industrijska hrana je preveč prečiščena in tudi ta prečiščena hrana brez vlaknin, brez pravih vitaminov, brez mineralov, osiromašena hrana tudi ni več naša prava podpora. Tako da mislim, da tradicionalna hrana ima en ključ, ki ga nosi v sebi, morda smo se mi zelo spremenili, in ne vidimo več teh rešitev. Čeprav tule pri rženem kruhu, ko jaz vidim tu na našem terenu, na Koroškem, je ržen kruh pripravljen po tradicionalni metodi z domačim kislim testom, še zmeri živilo, ki uživa zares status popolnega živila, ljudje ga imajo zelo radi. Dopolnilna dejavnost na kmetijah, ko gospodinje pečejo ta kruh, zelo živi, zelo veliko se ga proda. To gospo, ki ste jo videli na mojih posnetkih, ona doseže več kot 800 strank na teden. Ona ima to zelo masovno produkcijo, zelo veliko peče in ima stranke, ki to kupujejo. Ne samo na naši strani, tudi čez, na avstrijski strani. Tako da ta kruh ima veljavo in še zmeraj živi. In po moje tradicionalna način, ko pa mi izkoristimo in gremo, ne vem, v nek trend, komercialen trend, ko ne spoštujemo več stare recepture, delanje z kislim testom, ker ravno te bakterije tudi omogočijo, da je rženi kruh lažje prebavljiv. Ko pa mi dodajamo recimo kupljen pivski kvas, ko delamo s tem kvasom, ko spreminjamo tradicionalne recepture, pa spreminjamo v resnici tudi sam izdelek, sam kruh in kruh ni več to, kar je. V bistvu se moramo mi sebe vprašati, kaj mi želimo in kaj želimo tudi jesti. Tako.
Maybe I'm sorry, I would just like to emphasize just a short summary here, also in English. So just as it's a sort of a health issue. It is also connected with proteins in our foodstuff. So we cannot blame the traditional food because we have changed. First of all, our foods. We have changed also our way of how we eat, and also it has changed in the last decades. So we have now different consumptions, and one of the milestones here were in the 1970s when we started to freeze foods, because this is why we had more proteins in our small chains, and this is why we have changed also the proteins here, and we have altered also the food which we consume. Because of this, there's also we have now meat on the menu the whole year through, and we don't have this strong food, these fatty foods, which was more traditional food, which was more of a different combination of different health issues, combination of different grains. Also the grains have changed. There is different fibers, different minerals are not in our ingredients anymore, and this is also very, very important. I would just like to emphasize the key is that we have changed ourselves and not that the actual traditional foods have changed. And just a short remark on rye bread, because the rye bread in the area of Carinthia still has a very important status. It is still a whole food because also of the preparation according to a traditional means with sourdough. And for example, the women, the farmers' women, which prepared the bread in my paper, she has 800 clients per week. And so this is still something which is very important here, and we have to pay attention that we are changing traditional recipes. If we add other yeast, if we add other grains which have different, the grains which have changed, then we also change ourselves, just in short.
Ja, hvala lepa.
Če malo sam dopolniti ali pa dodati, v bistvu bi jaz rekla, da je danes problematika glutena mogoče dvoplastna. Eni so tisti ljudje ali pa tisti del populacije, ki resnično torej alergično odreagira na ta gluten. Drugo pa se mi zdi, da je malo postalo tudi modno se izogibati glutena v teh različnih prehranih, tako kot je včasih bilo modno vegetarijanstvo ali pa veganstvo, ne vem, pa druge oblike prehranjevanja. Sami po sebi, torej gluten je skupek beljakovin, in če mi to odstranimo iz prehrane, to niso visoko kakovostne beljakovine, v bistvu z tega vidika si ne bi napravili nobene škode ali pa nobenega problema. Ampak recimo odstraniti gluten iz prehrane pomeni, da odstranimo iz prehrane tudi živila, ki vsebujejo gluten. To je pa recimo tudi rž, to je pira, to so tudi ta polnozrnata žita, recimo ta pa imajo v naši prehrani precej več pomena, recimo v smislu vlaknin, v smislu mineralov, se pravi, da to področje ali pa to vprašanje glutena je za mene večplastno. A smo zdaj resnično alergični na gluten? Se pravi, ve se, da naj bi povzročal recimo ali pa spodbujal vnetne procese v organizmu. Drugo pa je, pa torej, da ne vem, nismo alergični na gluten oziroma v tem trenutku še ne škoduje, pa se ga recimo preventivno odpovemo v smislu pač, ne vem, da kdaj kasneje ne pride do kakšnih problemov.
Žal, moramo prekiniti to našo zanimivo diskusijo, ampak upam, da se lahko tudi nadaljuje ob koncu, ko bomo imeli še nekaj časa. Tako da vas vabim, da še ostanete do konca z nami.
Yeah, so we will now just have to, in short, just to summarize. So Mrs. Neva, she stated that the problem with gluten is twofold. One is the people who are really allergic. The other one is that it's become fashionable to actually avoid gluten, and it is a thing that we have to also bear in mind that we have in rye, in different whole grain foods, we have many sources of fiber and many sources of minerals, and we have to be aware of it. So either we have this allergic reaction, or we just, like as a preventive measure, want to avoid gluten in order to avoid further later on some problems. But this is a sort of a discussion which is an ongoing one. So now we still have a few more minutes before we continue.
Ja, hvala lepa vsem. Privoščimo si kratek 10-minutni odmor in se dobimo ob 10:50, da nadaljujemo z delom.
So thank you very much for all the contributions. We will now have a short break and we continue at 10:50. So 10 to 11 we see you back for the next session. Thank you.
Hello, it's me, the oldest vine in the world from the city of Maribor, Slovenia. I have seen it all in more than 400 years of living. So let me tell you a story with the help of my local friends that will make you want to experience Maribor.
Moj Maribor je urbana oaza sredi čudovite narave. In tukaj je moj playground. Dragi prijatelji iz vsega sveta, pridite na obisk, ki vam bo zavedno ostal v srcu.
This urban oasis is full of unique and lovely places.
Maribor je poln navdiha. Se vidimo na sprehodu med muzeji, galerijami in ulično umetnostjo.
After walking through the city, you can explore amazing Maribor by the river.
Tukaj pa vas čaka čisto prava čokoladna glamping dežela.
Jaz nisem Charlie, ampak tukaj vam izpolnimo čokoladne sanje.
In Maribor, your dreams will be fulfilled by sustainable local winemakers and culinary masters who will spoil you even up to Michelin stars. And those are not the only stars we are among.
V Mariboru smo razvili in v vesolje poslali prvi slovenski nanosatelit, ki je edinstven tudi v svetovnem merilu. In ko boste uživali na enem od mestnih trgov, poglejte tja gor. Tam smo.
Such a beautiful view from up here.
Maribor je mesto inovacij in znanosti. Z našo ekipo smo na dobri poti do razvoja novega zdravila za sladkorno bolezen. A si želimo še več raziskovalcev in uspehov, ki bodo glasno odmevali daleč naokoli.
Pri nas dobra glasba odmeva na vsakem koraku. In celo mesto je oder. Ko pa si po koncertih, predstavah in festivalih zaželite tišine, se dvignete nad mesto in globoko vdihnete.
Lep pozdrav in vabljeni na naš drugi del današnjega dneva simpozija, ki je posvečen hrani in pijači od lokalnega do globalnega. Če smo bili v prvem delu kar precej prisotni v Sloveniji in sosednjih državah, bomo popotovali sedaj v bolj oddaljene kraje. In kot prve govornice vabim Diano Boras Rodes in pa dr. Margarito Mulet Pascual, ki sta antropologinji in se ukvarjata z kulinarično dediščino Balearskih otokov. Referat je naslovni referata je Del mar a la taula, od morja do mize, morski sadeži in kulturna reprodukcija gastronomske nesnovne dediščine na Majorki. Družbeni in kulturni vidiki prehranjevanja so povezani z načini pridelave in predelave hrane ter vprašanjem, kako se ohranjanje nesnovne dediščine prenaša na naslednje generacije. Kultura uživanja hrane iz morja je neločljivo povezana z identiteto Balearskih otokov, še zlasti na Majorki. Opredeljuje vsakodnevne navade in odnose skupnosti. Predelava hrane iz morja vključuje dejavnosti, ki so zakorenjene v kulturni tradiciji in socialni zgodovini. S kuratorskim projektom Del mar a la taula, z morja do mize, si želimo pokloniti kulturi morske hrane na Majorki in prednikom, ki so jo predelovali in pripravljali. Predstavljamo začetke nastanka dediščine povezane z morsko hrano in predstavljamo posameznike, ki še ohranjajo to tradicijo.
So if in the first part we were more concentrated on our near surroundings, here we are now broadening our scope and we will now have a more broader view on the area of food and on the traditional food and drinks in the European perspective. With us now with the first paper are Mrs. Diana Boras Rodes and Mrs. Margarita Mulet Pascual. They both prepared the paper which is titled Del mar a la taula, Seafood and Cultural Production of Gastronomic Intangible Heritage in Mallorca. They are freelance cultural consultants and they come from the Institute de Antropología des Iles from the University of the Balearic Islands. So I would like to pass the floor now to Mrs. Rodes, please.
Hello. Hello from Mallorca, and thank you for inviting me. I'm going to talk about the proposal of the temporary exhibition, From the Sea to the Table. We've made a proposal for the Maritime Museum of Mallorca, and our aim was to explore the reproduction of the traditional seafood culture. The exhibition design and content has been thought for local community, and the research and content has been carried out by 3 anthropologists, Marina Calvo, Margarita Mulet, and myself. The exhibition From the Sea to the Table, Seafood and Cultural Reproduction of Gastronomical Intangible Heritage in Mallorca is a temporary exhibition designed, as I said, for the Maritime Museum of Mallorca. The aim of the exhibition is to honor the people who still preserve the seafood culture in Mallorca and their ancestors. And it also wants to promote the fish food culture as a space for local identity and the knowledge of local fishing activities and products. Since fishery and cookery pieces in museum collection are still scarce, priority is given to panels combining pictures, drawing, and text. There are 11 panels with writing on both sides, and the exhibition is curated, as I said, by myself and Margarita Mulet Pascual. Here you can see a drawing of what is going to be the exhibition. It is scheduled for the end of November. The Maritime Museum of Mallorca was founded in 2017 and has 2 headquarters. The main one in Palma, the capital of the Balearic Island, in Mallorca and one in the coastal location of Port de Sóller. Port de Sóller headquarters has a permanent exhibition with all naval pieces, traditional boat crafting tools, and pieces and documents related to fishing and local products trading. Visitors can also enjoy audiovisual work about the oral memory of 12 fishermen from Port de Sóller. A third hall, an old chapel, is available for temporary exhibitions and is where our exhibition is going to be staged. The exhibition design and content has been thought, as I said, for local community, and Catalan is going to be the language used. Okay, the basis of the exhibition. The exhibition content is based on a research that has been carried out by myself and my colleagues, Marina Calvo and Margarita Muller. And the research is a case study of cultural destruction of a food system in a fisherman's local community in Mallorca. It takes into account UNESCO definition of cultural aspects of food, that is traditions, social practices, symbolic processes, and communication of intangible heritage, but also takes into account some anthropological perspective of food as an intangible heritage. For us, cultural practices, including food, are very complex and changing realities. An anthropological approach to food production and consumption should be studied, taking into account the element of the food system as explained by Jack Goody. Evolution of food in museums is also one of our concerns, and it is important to say that in museums, food has evolved from one product to more ambitious exhibitions about food security, sustainability, social and cultural aspects of food, and specialized museums in fishing communities. So for us, seafood is not only a group of diverse edible fishes, but the products of cultural processes. And their origins are based on traditional fishing that is a living complex that still remains alive, shaping cultural identities and the regional sense of belonging, despite the modernization processes and the fragility of oral memories. Fishing as a seafood, as an European intangible heritage. We've been doing some research about seafood in the UNESCO list. And what we found is that in the UNESCO list of the 46 European member states, Group 1 and 2, only the stream fishing on horseback in Belgium can be found. In national lists, boating crafts prevail over fishing ones. And although gastronomy has a fundamental role in UNESCO regarding seafood, there are no examples in national lists. In European UNESCO list of Creative Cities Network regarding seafood, only Bergen in Norway and Denia in Spain are found. About fishing industry, traditional fishing and cultural heritage in fishing communities are activities with specialized museums in different European countries. And in fishing museums, we find both traditional intangible heritage and new creative gastronomy and interest in local products and sustainability. Food in museums. The presence of food and gastronomy has increased in museums. New approaches in museums in museology incorporate anthropological subjects and theoretical elements. Nowadays, conversation about food security and climate change have led to exhibitions where social and cultural aspects have new focus. And the new focus includes people's institutions such as family and domestic practices, how people grow and process food, and how gastronomical heritage is communicated through generations. and the regional museums have a fundamental role to better understand inventiveness related to food system across cultures. Some highlights. In 2011 and 2012, International Committee for Regional Museums, ICR, chose gastronomy as a theme. In 2018, ICR held the annual conference, Changing Tastes, Local Gastronomy and Regional Museums. In 2019 and 2020, the first and second International Congress of both Food Heritage and Museums have been held in Valencia, Spain, and a third one is scheduled for November 2021. So the research, we did some qualitative field research and quantitative research, and we take into account as well secondary sources and the archive of the Poyenses Fishermen Guild, our case study. Qualitative field research was 13 semi-structured face-to-face interviews and 1 excerpt panel cook. And quantitative research was 1 exploratory research survey about fish consumerism and habits in Mallorca during the quarantine due to COVID-19, and we were exploring fish consumerism during COVID and before COVID. Survey has 38 questions, and we had 330 respondents from 53 localities of Mallorca. Qualitative field research was the main data for our oral memories, and it was a way to know cultural representations and daily life and social practices and habits. The interview focus were local fishery products and sales, local fish consumption, taking into account historical evolutions, fishermen daily eating habits and practices aboard, and domestic eating habits and practices. And for the waste study, we study specimens consumed, by who, where, and when, culinary techniques, ingredients and utensils, and social changes and evolutions. The people, the Fishermen Guild of Poyensa. Poyensa's Fishermen Guild was founded in 1912 and is one of the oldest one in the island. It is situated at the very north of the island. It is located in Puerto Poyensa, an original fisherman locality, which nowadays is an important touristic place in the island. And it is one of the 10 fishermen guilds in Mallorca. In 1942, there were 46 fishing boats. In 2011, 14. In 2021, the number of boats is only 12, and all of them practice artisanal fishing. From 1991 to 2020, population has rose from 3,288 to 7,196. The interviews were fishermen, active and retired, fishermen wives, fishmongers, restaurant owners, cooks, and other descendants of fishermen not related to fish activity in present days. Some survey data. We found out that the data are much like the European, especially Eurobarometer data. 48% eat fishery products at home weekly, 32% eat fishery products at restaurants, 68% buy both fresh and frozen fish, and 77% buy under family or friends suggestions. In our research, specifically for Mallorca, we can say that the majority is able to identify local specimens and traditional recipes, but richness of Mallorcan seafood gastronomy tends to be simplified. There is a high degree of consensus around just a few culinary preparations, while secondary sources shows more than 100 recipes. And species most consumed are foreign, salmon and cod, and those are also the species most offered in restaurants here in Mallorca. So we can say that traditional knowledge is still alive, although transmission is in danger. For the narrative construction, we consider that social changes need to be taken into account. So we can see here, we can see here some schematic of our narrative construction. We choose 11 topics. We take into account for each topic the oral memory, the context, the daily life, habits and practices, and fish species and cook techniques. And we always take into account temporal axis, talking about past and present. If we want to promote local products, we need to understand what's happening nowadays. And our main concern, as I said before, is cultural reproduction. Here we can see some different pictures that we are going to show in our exhibition, the traditional gears and the modern boats, ingredients used in the traditional onboard fish and in domestic context, and the importance of fridges, the fish that is caught and was consumed on board, and some specific traditional recipe from domestic context where frying was a very used technique, and the salmon, which is one of the most consumed species now in Mallorca. So with the exhibition panels, we try to build bridges between past and present, considering that we thought our exhibition for local community, and taking into account that many of this knowledge is on fishermen's families, but is not shared by all citizens here in Mallorca. Here we have an example of the structure of our panels. So it has some traditional songs on the upper left called glosses and related to the topics, and that represents the past. We have some explanations about the topic related to fishing activities and seafood consumerism. And the data come mostly from our in-depth interviews. We have a linkage between seafood and fishery activities and social practices using the specific language we found out with our interviews, and we show it with drawings. We have pieces of interviews and drawings related to the topics, and pictures both old and modern. So we have the topics of the exhibition. The first one is seafood gastronomy, a rich intangible heritage. We explain here UNESCO concept of intangible heritage and what does it mean to preserve it, and which kind of actions can we take to safeguard in our heritage. The second panel is about the fishing products, artisanal fishing as a Mallorcan tradition, the seasonal fish, the endangered sea species, and the selling fish and marketing channels, old and new. A third one is fishing gears as a transmitting knowledge, and we explain the ancient gears, the technological changes, and evolutions. The fourth panel is about the fish value, economies, and consumerism habits. The fish consumerism in the island, from the coast to the inland, seafood and trash cooking, the redistribution and reciprocity of fish, and consumerism habits and impacts on economic and social changes. 5 is conserving seafood. We explain how they use water. We have an example on the upper right, is a fish nursery in a boat, liquor, ice, salt, oil, vinegar, and the importance of the fridges from the 50s, 60s. Then we explain inboard gastronomy and onboard cooking, a practice what we can't find anymore, since thanks to the engines and the new boats, fishing days are much shorter, and they do not have the necessity to eat or having their meals on board. So we explain those changes and how they made a daily purchase of provisions, the stove they use on board, and the evolution from carbon or firewood to camping gas, the pot and pilot wells and the kitchen utensils they used to use, and the techniques, which were saute, boil, and grill on board. They never fried fish. And some Mallorcan expressions about how to eat fish that we call desfriar and no freír espinas, which it means they don't feel the bones of the fishes. We then go to the domestic sea cooking, and here we explain that seafood at fishermen households was more diverse with ingredients and cooking methods different. They use more vegetables and frying and baked fish cooking techniques in the domestic field, and socioeconomic changes and fish offers. We also explain ancient dishes of domestic seafood and Mallorca sea cuisine. The eighth pattern is about sea cooking and restaurants. Restaurants are very important for the reproduction of the traditional seafood. The panel number 9 is about manipulating and cooking fish. Panel number 10 is about transmission of culinary knowledge, orality, cookbooks, and recipes. And number 11 is about the fish culture in Mallorca's sustainability and transmission. And here we explain the reality of the present days of the fishermen, the marketing and the sustainability, and the church changes in the purchase and consumption of fish. So some conclusions: in the face of growing globalization and understanding of the intangible cultural heritage of fishermen communities and its evolution encourages respect for local knowledge. The transmission of local knowledge offers relevant social and cultural value for minority economic groups. Exploration of the origin of seafood and the highlighting of the people who continue to preserve these traditions ensure cultural diversity, and temporal exhibition are good instruments to approach complexity while ensuring narrative adaptations to new evolutions. And thank you for your attention.
Hvala lepa gospe Diani Boras-Rodes z Majorke, da je predstavila svoj referat, ki nam osvetli hrano kot muzejski problem. Namreč hrana je neka kratko trajajoča dobrina. Ni nek predmet, ki bi jo lahko v muzeju razstavljali leta in leta, in mislim, da je tudi z svojo predstavitvijo razstave, ki jo pripravljajo, pokazala, katera vsa sredstva in vidike morajo muzealci upoštevati pri pripravi razstave o hrani.
So, thank you very much, Mrs. Diana Boras-Rodes from Mallorca, from your insight. It is also, you have highlighted also another museum problem, because it is a problem how to display food, because food is short-lived. And this is why we also, with your exhibition, you have shown us what means we need to look upon, we need to involve in order to be able to present also food within the museum scope.
Sedaj pa napovedujem in vabim naslednja dva govornika oziroma avtorja prispevka, gospod dr. Anjo Donevo-Cenkovo in gospoda Tihomirja Carova, ki bo predstavil njun skupni referat, prispevek iz Pokrajinskega etnografskega muzeja na prostem Etar v Gabrovem, Bolgariji. Prispevek nosi naslov Bolgarski recept za okusno, ker bo v angleškem jeziku bom prebrala kratek povzetek. Regionalni etnografski muzej na prostem Etar Gabrovo zbira, preučuje, ohranja in promovira bolgarsko hrano in recepte. Preizkušeni stari recepti predstavljajo izvor ljudske gurmanske kuhinje. Najnovejša muzejska publikacija vključuje 199 receptov, posnetih, shranjenih in predstavljenih na kulinaričnih festivalih in tekmovanjih. Ti recepti se zbirajo in obdelujejo med terenskim delom in dogodki, povezanimi s hrano, ki jih že leta organizirajo v regionalnem etnografskem muzeju Etar Gabrovo. S tem želijo iskati, ohranjati, promovirati pozabljene recepte iz domače kuhinje in tudi slediti njihovi razširjenosti med prebivalstvom drugih držav po svetu.
So the next paper was prepared by Dr. Vanja Doneva-Cenkova and by Tihomir Carov, and now will be joined by Mr. Carov. They both come from the Regional Ethnographic Open Air Museum Gabrovo from Bulgaria, and they will be talking about the Bulgarian code for delicious. So, Mr. Carov, I pass the floor to you.
Hello. I'm going to present the latest published book of Regional Ethnographic Open Air Museum Etar. The title of the book is Bulgarian Code for Tasty. In modern concept, the good old recipes are the genesis of the haute cuisine folk gourmet. The latest museum publication, Bulgarian Code for Tasty, includes 199 recipes recorded, stored, and presented at culinary festivals and competitions. These recipes are collected, and I have a problem with my presentation. Sorry. These recipes are collected and processed during field work and food-related events organized at the Regional Ethnographic Open Air Museum Etar over the years. In order to search, preserve, and promote forgotten recipes from the local cuisine, as well as trace down their dissemination among the population of other countries in the world. Bulgarian Code for Tasty is the latest book realized by the museum. It has a digital version only and comprises 199 recipes for all seasons. It is a one-of-a-kind challenge of those eager to know more about traditions related to food in the past, products, crockery, cooking methods, and to experiment using old-fashioned recipes in modern conditions. The interest of modern-day people in food from the past is overwhelming and fueled by the latest world trends, the eco and organic fashions. Collecting data. The research archives at Etar Regional Ethnographic Open Air Museum keep recipes for preparing food from various towns and villages collected and processed over time by the museum's specialists. Part of the recipes have been recorded during regional field studies and have been included in the book Bulgarian Code for Tasty. It was published by the museum and comprises 199 recipes for dishes suitable for common and festive occasions alike. Field studies apart, ethnographers also collect data about traditional food and local eating habits during food festivals and competitions organized over the years of Etar Regional Ethnographic Open Air Museum. To facilitate readers in their culinary journey, the book also includes geographic and thematic indexes as well as an index of cooking weight and measures. The compilers of the book offer a selected monthly menu entitled Recipes for Common and Festive Days, in line with seasonal eating and traditional festive dishes corresponding to the East Orthodox Christian calendar, collecting data museum publications and events related to food. Concepts related to food and the system of nutrition are part of the traditional Bulgarian worldview and the inherent structure of organized space. This space comprises three clearly distinguished segments: the sky, the earth, and the underworld, arranged along a vertical axis. Humans and living creatures occupy a predetermined place and position in each of these worlds. Among the ancient social science used in the methodological beliefs of various cultures is the food code system. In the notions of traditional Bulgarians, nutrition, a physiologically vital process for humans, was bound to certain rules and restrictions. Some of them were universal, while others reflected the specific of the cultural and national identity. The eating habits of Balkan range Highlanders in the 19th and early 20th century is discussed in the article At the Dining Table included in the museum publication Bulgarian Cook for Tasty. The author Velichka Ilieva views bread as a staple food in the Bulgarian diet. According to the author, the other products were seasonal and usually produced by the household in the fields of ground in gardens. Traditional dishes, soups, stews, and stuffed vegetables were cooked on a daily basis. For Bulgarian women, cooking was neither a vocation nor a secret art, but a household chore which needed to be done. During harvesting, when people spent the entire day working in the field, food was fairly simple. Bread, onions, and sometimes white cheese. Dinner, which brought everybody together around the table, the old, the young, and the children, was a secret ritual. Its role was unite to patriarchal family. In the past, use of species was not widespread throughout Bulgarian lands. More often than not, only salt was added to the bread. Sometimes it was mixed with paprika, savory, crushed, roasted corn, and other ingredients to create sharena salt. It is assorted salt with ground dried herbs. Paprika, mint, parsley, and pot herb were added during the cooking process, and on few occasions, fenugreek. Food is not only means for the human survival, but also a source of information reaching the genes and determining the physiology. It strengthens community ties and facilitates social interactions. Day after day, the dinner table offered the enticing smell of homemade meals prepared according to old-fashioned recipes. The family would share events and emotions from the day, and warm and cozy home atmosphere would add value to the food. In rituals related to the dead, food came with a message of homage and humility. Festive traditions were essential, and the worthier the occasion, the more attractive and denser with emotion the ritual for setting the dinner table was. Food construct the Bulgarian code for tasty, and the museum strives to explore, preserve, and promote it by collecting data from respondents and field studies, as well as by organizing forums and publishing special food-related editions. Most suitable one of the events organized by the museum is the Festival of Dance and Cheese, held every 2 years since 2013 and singled out by the Ministry of Tourism of Bulgaria in 2018 as an event safeguarding the spirit of Bulgaria. Many national and regional media are interested in this food-related event. In 2020, the Season of Pickles event premiered. It features demonstrations how to prepare winter preserves based on the old-time recipes. Other museum publications related to food, Sacral and Profane, is a collection of volumes related to the eponymous national conferences organized at the museum. Present-day culinary festivals in Bulgaria is the attempt of the museum's team at summarizing information from various food-related events held in our country. The article by Professor Petr Petrov explores the reasons for their emergence, their sustainability and modifications. Festivals centered on food are events where traditional tastes meet trendy species and new culinary challenge, and where the musical background is a must, folklore, rock or jazz, because after all, what would food be if served without some soul delight? The event and publications at the museum on this topic are very well received. The digital edition of Bulgarian Code for Taste can be found in all large libraries in Bulgaria and universities. Media interest in these events and publications of the museum related to food is never-ending. Television and radio stations, websites, newspapers, and social media provide significant assistance in the implementation of the museum's educational goals for the preservation and promotion of knowledge about food and traditions related to the eating habits of Bulgarians. Thank you very much for your attention.
Hvala lepa gospodu Tihomirju Carovu iz Bolgarije za njegovo predstavitev dejavnosti muzeja na prostem in pa njihovih aktivnosti povezanih z raziskovanjem in promocijo bolgarske kulinarične tradicije. Sedaj pa vabim naslednjega govorca, gospoda Jožeta Štukla iz Loškega muzeja v Škofji Loki, ki bo predstavil pivovarstvo in vinarstvo na Loškem v srednjem veku.
Thank you very much, Mr. Tihomir Carov, for your presentation of your open-air museum and also for the presentation and showing us what activities do you do for the preservation of the culinary tradition and also for the spreading of this tradition. Now we are moving on. Our next speaker is Mr. Jože Štukl. He is from the Museum Škofja Loka, and he will be talking about brewing and winemaking in the Škofja Loka area in the Middle Ages. And his paper will be in English, but firstly let's hear the abstract in Slovenian.
Tako. Kratek prispevek oziroma abstrakt njegovega prispevka v slovenskem jeziku se glasi: v prispevku skušamo pomoči zgodovinskih virov osvetliti začetke pivovarstva in vinarstva na ozemlju frazinskega loškega gospoštva. Obe dejavnosti imata večstoletno tradicijo. Če je v vseh na Soriškem polju največji razcvet pivovarstva izpričan v 12. stoletju, je ta dejavnost do konca 14. stoletja že povsem zamrla. V srednjem veku je med vinorodne okoliše spadala tudi Škofja Loka z okolico. Tu so na gospoščinskih vinogradih v mestni okolici ter v Stražišču pri Kanju gojili vinsko trto. Ker pa je imela frajzinška škofija svoje posesti tudi na Dolenjskem in se loško vino ni moglo kosati s tamkajšnjimi vini, so v 16. stoletju vinogradništvo na tleh loškega gospostva opustili. Izvolite, gospod Štukl.
Hello to everybody. I will talk about brewing and winemaking in the Škofja Loka area. So let's go on to the subject. Just a second. Okay. The beginnings of the Loka estate date back to 973, when the German Emperor Otto II gifted the settlement of Loka, Sevška dolina, and a large part of Poljanska dolina and Sorško polje to Bishop Abraham of Freising. This is the Loka estate on the map of Škofja Loka. As you can see, it was quite a big estate. At the time, in 973, the town of Škofja Loka did not exist yet. It was founded later. The name Lonka, mentioned in the granting chart, does not refer to Škofja Loka, but to a nearby Old Slavic settlement. This is the present-day Stara Loka. However, as the area of Stara Loka lacked space for the development of a modern medieval settlement, and because the area's natural defensive features were also less favorable, the bishops decided to build a completely new settlement of Škofja Loka in the shelter of the castle at the confluence of Sevška and Poljanska Sura rivers. The beginnings of the medieval town of Škofja Loka dates back to the 12th century. The oldest part of the town was Mestni Trg, which was formed on the upper terrace in the middle of the 13th century. With expansion of the settlement, the lower part of the town was formed, which name Spodnji Trg is mentioned in written sources from the end of the 14th century. The town of Škofja Loka has developed along an important medieval road which connected Italy with a large part of Slovenian territory. In medieval and post-medieval times, Škofja Loka was an important settlement of craftsmen and merchants who established excellent trading connections with the neighboring regions of Austria, Germany, Italy, Croatia, and Hungary. Let's say something about the sources of brewing and winemaking in the Škofja Loka area. Most information related to brewing and winemaking are found in the oldest rent rolls of the Diocese of Freising Estate, which contain data about the income and rights of the estate, as well as certain duties, obligations, and servitude. The first source is Notitia Bonorum de Lonka from 12th century, and the other are Loka and Klingenfeld estate rent rolls from the end of 13th and beginning of the 14th century. And other resources that are likewise important for research on brewing and winemaking in the Škofja Loka area are the Škofja Loka castle inventories. They were compiled during the time when Bishop Konrad III was at the helm of the Diocese of Freising. During his term between 1314 and 1322, Konrad visited Škofja Loka on 3 occasions and stayed at the Škofja Loka castle. And every time he returned home to Freising, inventory clerks compiled a comprehensive list of all the movable property by individual castle rooms. These inventories, made in 1315, 1318, and 1321, and written in Latin with a substantial amount of words from the German-speaking world, are an important source for the study of medieval tangible culture. Moreover, they have immense historical value as they are the oldest preserved castle inventories from the territory of present-day Slovenia. Okay, let's move on brewing. According to the historical sources in the Škofja Loka area, brewing was most widespread and popular in the Soško Polje villages in 12th century. The serfs either brewed beer themselves to give it to the feudal lord as a part of the feudal fees they paid to him, or gave to the feudal lord individual beer brewing ingredients. As you can see, farmers from 20 farms in Godesic and Retece had to give as many as 1,200 liters of beer as dues of kind. The serfs from Stara Loka had to give dues in the form of malt in the amount of 640 silver Aquilean denarii. And the Carinthian and Bavarian farmers from Soško Polje in the form of barley and hoops. In the reference to Stara Loka, there was a mention of a brewing farm even in the late 13th and in the early 14th century. In Stara Loka, 19 farms have been cultivated, as we can read in the rent roll, including a brewing farm in the court of the bishop. And also in the Škofja Loka castle inventories from the beginning of the 14th century, there is a mention of beer barrels and steins. In 1315, inventory lists 4 beer barrels in the cellar, and in 1321, inventory lists 4 beer barrels and the transport beer keg in the lower cellar, as well as 10 beer steins in the room next to the stable. In the first half of 14th century, we meet only barley and hoops among dues in kind related to beer. These duties are limited now only to the area of Godesic and Praše. In the second half of the 14th centuries, dues in kind include fewer and fewer beer brewing ingredients, and in the late 14th century, practically none of them. That's quite a phenomenon, not only in the Škofja Loka area, but in the most of today's Slovenia. Brewing died out almost completely at the end of the 14th century. One of the reasons for this could be 1449 decree issued by Frederick V of Habsburg, which banned brewing and public sale of beer in the Austrian wine-growing lands. Brewing was now allowed only for domestic use, and this ban was repeated several times in 16th century. Okay, now let's move on wine growing and winemaking. Many people will find it surprising that in the Middle Ages, Škofja Loka and the surrounding area were a wine growing region. It's unbelievable for today's time. In fact, the bishops of Freising grew grapevines in the estate's vineyards, which were located in the immediate vicinity of the town of Škofja Loka, in the villages, as you can see here on the presentation, villages of Binkel, Muškrin, Trne, and Vincarje, and also Stražišče near Kranj. The grapevine were cultivated by 16 from Škofja Loka and 12 vine dressers from Stražišče. The main task of the vine dressers was to take care of the vineyards and to put the harvest in the castle cellar. In 13th century, and even more towards the mid of 14th century, viticulture in the Škofja Loka area started to decline. The quality of wines produced here was no match for the wines produced at the Diocese of Freising Estate in Dolenjska region, so the vineyards in the territory of Loka area were gradually abandoned. In 1501 rent roll, there is no mention of any vineyards in the vicinity of Škofja Loka. Wine growing in the territory of the Loka estate was abandoned altogether. Here you can see an interesting painting of an inn scene. This is preserved on a Holy Sunday fresco from the outside wall of the church in Crngrob near Škofja Loka. It was made by the workshop of Janez Ljubljanski in 1416. And the other thing is, these are archaeology just find from the simple ceramic drinking ware from the area of Kumun in Mestni Trg in Škofja Loka from 16th and 17th century. Now let's move to Freising Dolenjska estate. But we don't know how and when the Diocese of Freising received the Dolenjska estate. This is nowadays still unknown. The Freising Dolenjska estate was first mentioned in the year of 2074 in the time of Bishop Ehlenhard. The land was spread on both sides of river Krka between today's Šmarjeta, Šmarješke Toplice, Škocjan and Šentjerne up to Gorjanci Hills. In the year 1265, Castle Klingenfels was built, which became headquarters of Freising Dolenjska estate. Now here you can see the Škofja Loka estate and the Freising Dolenjska estate. It was quite a good spot and good estate because it was important because of the wine. The land was especially suitable for vineyards, and this was the most important fact for the Freising bishops. At the end of 17th century, when Valvazor mentions from the territory of Kleveuš wines, where the sorrows foe grows a good and hearty wine. It was quite good. Freising Dolenjska estate was constantly under the influence of various feudal lords who wanted to seize its parts. Through time, the bishops rented the Dolenjska estate to various tenants. And in 1622, Bishop Vid Adam made a final decision and sells the castle and the estate to Baron Yuri Moškon, and this was the end of Freising Dolenjska estate. But despite the wines from these two areas, Škofja Loka and Dolenjska, the Bishop of Freising bought wines of better quality, especially sweet wines, for his own personal needs. The Book of Accounts reveal that these wines were procured in the Primorska region, especially in Vipava and Trieste, in the amount of 10 to 12 loads per year. They were buying various sorts of wine. These were Vipavec, Muscat, Rebula, Černikalec, Refošk, and also Teran. The serfs who transported the wine were always accompanied by a wine master who was in charge of purchasing the wine for the bishop. The annual wine transport related costs also included 24 soldos paid to the painter who painted the Diocese of Freising coat of arms on the wine barrels. The purchased goods were collected in Škofja Loka at Loka Castle, and in the beginning of the 14th century, wine and various containers for it were mentioned several times in the inventories. As we can see here, in the chaplain room, there were 11 jugs and a large wine measure. In the room about Tower Arch, 60 jugs. In the cellar, 4 large casks and 2 small ones, 3 measuring vessels, a measure equal to a quarter, and 20 transport casks. In the inventory list from 1321 was in the upper cellar also 8 full wine casks and 8 empty wine casks, 2 full wine casks, 6 empty casks, and 38 transport casks in the lower cellar. Next to the stable, 6 wine jugs, and in the Camera Ioannis, 11 smaller casks. The serfs from Loka had to transport all the purchased wine to Mount Turndorf in the Salzburg-Lungau region. You can see this here, where it was taken over by the serfs from Freising, who transported it there to our feudal lord. Obviously, as you can see here, tasting good wine or beer was popular sport even in medieval times. But as you know, if you're not careful enough and you taste too much, the consequences can be severe, especially the next day. So it's very good to stick to the Latin proverb, sit modus in rebus. There must be a measure to things. Thank you very much for your attention.
Hvala lepa gospodu Jožetu Štuklu iz Loškega muzeja v Škofji Loki za to zanimivo prezentacijo. Mislim, da je res nekako razblinil naše pojmovanje, kje vse se lahko prideluje vino in pivo. Njegovo izvajanje pa je seveda lepo sovpada tudi z ugotovitvami evropskih zgodovinarjev hrane in pijače. Namreč tudi tuji zgodovinarji ugotavljajo, da sta bila vino in pivo tako pomembna dela prehrane v zgodnjem srednjem veku, da so si skušali tedanji ljudje, zlasti pa plemstvo, zagotoviti svoje pridelke. In meni se je zdela zanimiva razprava kolegice Marije van Winter z Nizozemske, ki je govorila o pridelavi vina na severu Evrope, celo na Danskem. Tako da ta lep primer iz naše male Slovenije, Škofje Loke, samo potrjuje ugotovitve, ki so v bistvu bile narejene tudi na osnovi raziskovanj v drugih evropskih deželah. Sedaj pa bi povabila našo naslednjo gostjo, in sicer gospo Aleksandro Rašak, ki je zaposlena kot zgodovinarka v Koroškem pokrajinskem muzeju Slovenija, da v bistvu predstavi svoj prispevek o sodobni prehrani in z naslovom Zavržena hrana na osnovni šoli Mislinja in na osnovni šoli Mihe Pintarja Toleda Velenje. Prispevek bo v angleškem jeziku. V slovenskem jeziku in slišali bomo zdaj angleški povzetek.
So, thank you very much. Firstly, I would like to thank you, Mr. Jože Štukl, for his insights into the brewery production, into the production of beer and wine, and also about how it was important, especially in the early Middle Ages, how each nobleman wanted or strived for to have an own production of this very important part of the nourishment of food and of drinks in the whole processing. And also I remember another paper from Marie van Bilten. She also talked about the production of wine, or the growing of wine in the northern parts of Europe, and actually this example from Škofja Loka only confirms this notion that wine and beer also were produced in the Middle Ages also far more north than, for example, now we are today. Now we move on to our next presentation. The next presentation is by Mrs. Aleksandra Ramšak. She's a historian and a curator at the Corinthian Regional Museum in Slovenj Gradec. and she will be talking about different handling of food waste at the Mislinia Primary School and at the Mija Pintar Toledo Primary School in Velenje. Because it will be a Slovenian presentation, allow me now just to show you a short abstract of the paper. So both abroad and in Slovenia there is an awareness of the problem of food waste, as many campaigns on the prevention and reduction of food waste at the household level have been carried out. Examples of good practices in education, however, show that these campaigns are not only just emerging. The article reveals the amount of food waste and waste cooking oil at the Mija Pintar Toledo Velenje Primary School and at the Mislinia Primary School, and how much schools had to pay for this waste in the research years between 2012 and 2014. The results of the research show that more food waste is produced at the Velenje School. There may be several reasons for such high levels of food waste at the Velenje schools. There are more daily meals which are prepared, and also there is consequently more food waste, and thus the price of removal is also higher. Perhaps the pupils are not as motivated or not motivated enough. They do not like the taste of the food, or perhaps too much food is put on their plate. All of these factors contribute to excessive food waste. Please, Mrs. Ramšak.
Lepo pozdravljeni vse v mojem imenu. Torej v prispevku bom predstavila, koliko zavržene hrane nastane na osnovni šoli Mije Pintar Toledo Velenje in na osnovni šoli Mislinja. Problematika zavržene hrane je danes v razvitem svetu vedno bolj odmevnejša, je večplastna in nastaja v celotni prehranski verigi. Začne se pri kmetu pridelovalcu, sledi živilska industrija oziroma proizvodnja, nato distribucija, maloprodaja in veleprodaja ter na koncu potrošnja. Odpadna hrana predstavlja velik socialni, ekonomski in okoljski problem, saj uporaba umetnih gnojil, pesticidov, fosilnih goriv, izločanja živalskih izločkov in izpustov toplogrednih plinov, ki nastajajo pri kompostiranju, odlaganju odpadne hrane, vplivajo na okolje in povzročajo podnebne spremembe. Na svetu pa vedno več ljudi trpi zaradi lakote in milijonom ljudi grozi revščina. Zavedati se moramo, da je vedno večja razlika tudi med industrializiranimi državami in državami v razvoju. Tako v bogatih državah 45% odpadkov ustvarijo gospodinjstva in vsako leto povprečno zavržejo od 95 do 115 kg hrane na osebo, medtem ko v državah v razvoju povprečno zavržejo le od 8 do 18 kg hrane na osebo. Po zadnjih podatkih smo leta 2019 v Sloveniji zavrgli skoraj 140.804 ton hrane, kar je 67 kg hrane na prebivalca, od tega kar 26 kg še užitne. Največ odpadne hrane je izviralo iz gospodinjstev, to je kar 50%, sledi zavržena hrana iz gostinstva, šol, vrtcev, bolnišnic in domov za ostarele, to je nekako 31%, nato distribuciji in iz trgovin z živili zaradi nepravilnega skladiščenja, pretečenega roka uporabe in poškodbe pri transportu in nekaj malega, torej 9%, pa nastane pri sami proizvodnji hrane. Količina odpadne hrane v Sloveniji niha, tako da ne moremo z zagotovostjo trditi, da količine zavržene hrane pada. Polovica odpadne hrane je nato predelana v bioplinarnah, nekaj v kompostarnah, nekaj je bilo tudi pred odlaganjem biološko stabilizirano v obratih za mehansko-biološko obdelavo, 2% odpadne hrane uporabijo za ponovni sežig ali rafiniranje olja ali pa uporabijo kakšen drugi postopek biološke predelave. Največji delež predstavljajo mešana odpadna hrana, to so biorazgradljivi kuhinjski odpadki, maščobe in jedilno olje ter odpadki za živilskih trgov, ter odpadna hrana živalskega in rastlinskega izvora. V Sloveniji imamo na področju zakonodaje kar nekaj predpisov, ki podrobneje opredeljujejo ravnanje z odpadki. To so uredba o odpadkih, uredba o ravnanju z biološko razgradljivimi kuhinjskimi odpadki in zelenim vrtnim odpadom ter uredba o ravnanju z odpadnimi jedilnimi olji in mastmi. Kaj pa so biološki odpadki? Biološki odpadki so biorazgradljivi odpadki iz vrtov in iz parkov, živilski in kuhinjski odpadki iz gospodinjstev, restavracij, gostinske dejavnosti in trgovin na drobno, ter primerljivi odpadki iz obratov za predelavo hrane. Biološko razgradljivi kuhinjski odpadki pa so seveda vsi kuhinjski odpadki, ki nastajajo tako v kuhinjah in sicer pri razdeljevanju hrane, zaradi izvajanja živilske dejavnosti in kuhinjski odpadki, ki nastajajo v gospodinjstvu z zelenim vrtnim odpadom. Kuhinjske odpadke je prepovedano mešati z drugimi komunalnimi odpadki, jih rezati, drobiti ali mleti ali rečiti z namenom, da bi se potem kasneje odvajale v javno kanalizacijo, greznice ali neposredno v vode. Povzročitelj kuhinjskih odpadkov iz gostinstva mora tudi zagotoviti, da se vsi kuhinjski odpadki, ki nastanejo pri pripravi hrane in ostanki, ki nastanejo po zaužitju obrokov, zbirajo ločeno seveda od drugih odpadkov in da se pred oddajo zbiralcu začasno tudi shranijo v za to namenjene zabojnike oziroma posode, ki seveda to vse poteka v skladu s predpisi, ki urejajo higieno z živili. Povzročitelj kuhinjskih odpadkov iz gostinstva mora tudi oddajati kuhinjske odpadke zbiralcu, voditi evidenco o njihovem nastajanju in seveda to vse v skladu s predpisom. Zbiralec lahko začne z zbiranjem kuhinjskih odpadkov iz gostinstva, ko pridobi odločbo ministrstva, ki je pristojno za okolje, o vpisu evidenco zbiralcev odpadkov v skladu s predpisom, ki ureja ravnanje z odpadki. Zbiralec mora tudi imeti vodotesne zabojnike ali posode ter vozilo opremljeno za prevoz kuhinjskih odpadkov, tako da se le-ti ne izpuščajo v okolje in ne povzročajo emisije vonjev. Tako v tujini kot v Sloveniji se že zavedamo problematike odpadne hrane, saj je na to temo bilo izvedenih že veliko kampanj o preprečevanju in zmanjševanju količin odpadne hrane na nivoju gospodinjstev. Primeri dobrih praks v izobraževanju pa kažejo, da te kampanje šele nastajajo. Osnovne in srednje šole organizirajo različna predavanja na temo okolje in hrana, kjer učence in dijake spodbujajo k razmišljanju in osveščanju o odpadkih in o problemih zavržene hrane ter prehrane. Leta 2013 je Pomurski ekološki center s podjetjem Saubermacher Komunala na 4 srednjih šolah v Murski Soboti organiziral projekt Ustvarjamo zdravo okolje, kjer so obravnavali zavrženo hrano in odpadno embalažo. Na izobraževalnem centru Piramida Maribor vsako leto izvajajo Eko dan, kjer dijake ozaveščajo, da bi odpadne hrane pridelali čim manj. V sklopu programa Eko šole od leta 2015 vsako šolsko leto poteka tudi projekt Hrana ni tja za en dan. Njen cilj je zmanjšati in preprečiti nastajanje zavržene hrane doma in v šoli, prikazati pravilen način shranjevanja prehranskih izdelkov in spodbuditi praktično uporabo neuporabljene hrane, pravilno odlagati ostanke hrane in reciklirati ter povečati zavedanje o odgovornem ravnanju s hrano. Tudi zakon o šolski prehrani določa, da lahko šola pripravljene obroke, ki niso bili prevzeti, brezplačno ponudi drugim učencem oziroma dijakom ter humanitarnim organizacijam. Namen raziskave torej je bil prikazati količino zavržene hrane in odpadnega jedilnega olja na 2 osnovnih šolah ter koliko zavržene hrane nastane na posamezen obrok in koliko morajo šole za te odpadke seveda plačati. Spremljali smo količino zavržene hrane, kot sem že omenila, na osnovni šoli Mihe Pinter Toleda Velenje in osnovni šoli Mislinja v obravnavanih letih 2012, 2013 in 2014 in sicer tudi po posameznih mesecih. Na obeh šolah vodijo evidence odpadkov in sicer tako za organske oziroma biorazgradljive kuhinjske odpadke, ter tudi za odpadna jedilna olja in maščobo. Odpadno hrano zbirajo v sodih, ki se seveda od šole do šole razlikuje po svoji teži. Na osnovni šoli MPT Velenje je prevzemnik in prevoznik njihovih odpadkov PUB Saubermacher, kjer organske kuhinjske odpadke odvažajo 3-krat tedensko. Na osnovni šoli Mislinja pa je za prevoz njihovih bioloških odpadkov skrbi podjetje Biotera, kjer kuhinjske odpadke odvažajo 1-krat tedensko. Na osnovni šoli MPT Velenje zbirajo odpadno jedilno olje in maščobe v posebnih sodih. Tako sta v obravnavanih letih 2013 in 2014 je na šoli nastalo 135 litrov odpadnega jedilnega olja. Seveda smo preračunali, koliko jedilnega olja so porabili oziroma zavrgli glede na šolske dneve. Tako da smo obravnavani leti, se pravi, delili z šolskimi dnevi in tako dobili rezultat, da so na dan porabili oziroma zavrgli 7 deci jedilnega olja. Na osnovni šoli Mislinja odpadnega jedilnega olja nimajo, saj že od leta 2013 uporabljajo konvekcijske pečice in sicer tako, da za pripravo hrane uporabljajo posebno margarino, ki je pakirana v 3,7 litrsko embalažo in letno jih porabijo okoli 5 embalaž. Na osnovni šoli MPT Velenje pa so v letu 2012 zavrgli 6050 kg hrane, za odvoz pa so plačali približno med 83 evra in 147 evra. Leta 2013 so zavrgli 6200 kg, za odvoz pa so plačali med 73 in 165 evra. Leta 2014 so zavrgli 4480 kg, za odvoz pa so plačali med 65 in 121 evra. Tako da primerjava med posameznimi leti pokaže, da največ zavržene hrane je nastalo v letu 2013, zato je tudi bila cena odvoza takrat tudi najvišja. V letu 2012 so na osnovni šoli Mislinja zavrgli 1243 kg in za odvoz plačali med 23 in 46 evra. V letu 2013 so zavrgli 1370 kg, za odvoz so plačali med 26 in 43 evrov in v letu 2014 1442 kg hrane, za odvoz pa so podobno plačali med 35 in 52 evra. Tudi tukaj vidimo, da primerjava med posameznimi leti, da je največ hrane nastalo v letu 2014 in sicer 1442, kar pa je tudi potem seveda cena odvoza najvišja. Rezultati raziskave kažejo, seveda, da imata šoli različno količino zavržene hrane. Na obeh šolah pa seveda vodijo tudi evidenco obrokov za malice in kosila, tako da vsak mesec posebej seštejejo število obrokov in na to izračunajo, kakšno je njihovo povprečno število na dan. In iz teh rezultatov smo razbrali, da so na OŠ MPT Velenje v obravnavanih letih pripravili bistveno več obrokov kot pa na osnovni šoli Mislinja. Razlika je v kar veliki številki, recimo za leto 2013 je to skoraj 14 000, medtem za leto 2014 pa skoraj 19 000 obrokov. Seveda smo izračunali povprečje, koliko zavržene hrane nastane na obrok, tako da smo celotno težo zavržene hrane, ki je nastala v tistem letu, delili z številom obrokov in tako dobili odgovor. Kot vidimo iz tabele, torej na osnovni šoli Mislinja so v letu 2013 je recimo nastalo približno 11 gramov, povprečno 11 gramov na obrok, v letu 2014 12 gramov, na osnovni šoli MPT Velenje v letu 2013 46 gramov in v leta 2014 32 gramov. Torej v obeh preučevanih osnovnih šolah smo dobili različne rezultate. Razlika je mogoče tudi že v tem, da je osnovna šola MPT Velenje mestna šola, medtem ko osnovna šola Mislinja je podeželska šola. Od raziskave je preteklo 6 let in od takrat dalje na osnovnih šolah niso potekali nobeni ozaveščevalni programi na temo odpadne hrane. Razlogov za visoke količine zavržene hrane na OŠ MPT Velenje pa je lahko seveda več. Mogoče učenci niso dovolj motivirani za šolski obrok hrane, da jim okus hrane ni všeč, da niso dovolj lačni, ali da je celo preveč hrane na krožniku, ali pa celo, da nosijo v šolo prigrizke. Medtem ko je osnovna šola Mislinja je podeželska šola, otroci nimajo te možnosti nakupa prigrizkov, v šolo se pripeljajo s kombi oziroma z avtobusi in mogoče tudi niso tako izbirčni in jim je okus hrane tudi všeč. Količina zavržene hrane je tudi posledica mogoče tega, ker kuharice recimo ne upoštevajo želja otrok, recimo če česa ne marajo ali pa da jim dajo vseeno to na krožnik in se pravi ne glede na potrebo otroka. Ob upoštevanju vsega tega menim, da če bi se vse to upoštevalo, bi bila količina zavržene hrane bistveno manjša, saj bi otrok le tisto, kar je dobil na krožniku, tudi pojedel. Zavržena hrana pa je tudi seveda zavržen denar. Lahko bi ga seveda uporabili v drugačne namene, recimo nakup kakšnih učnih pripomočkov, organizacija poučnih ekskurzij v kakšne živilske obrate, kjer bi se seveda lahko učenci ogledali, na kakšen način se hrana pridela. In seveda, da bi dobili realnejšo sliko, pa bi seveda morali narediti primerjavo še s kakšno drugo osnovno šolo. Učence bi seveda morali seznaniti s problematiko zavržene hrane, jih ozaveščati o pomenu odgovornega ravnanja z njo, saj bodo le na tak način jo znali ceniti in spoštovati. Zanimivo bi bilo seveda ponovno narediti raziskavo na omenjenih šolah in ugotoviti, ali se je količina zavržene hrane zvišala ali znižala. In seveda, če zaključim, dobro bi bilo, da bi reševanje problema zavržene hrane in njenemu vplivu na okolje pričeli seveda že v osnovnih šolah, mogoče tudi že v vrtcih, kjer bi se te vsebine v okviru predmetov ali pa izbirnih dejavnosti, kot je recimo sodobna priprava hrane in načini ter odnos do prehranjevanja tudi obravnavale. Hvala lepa.
Hvala lepa Aleksandri Ramšak, kustodini v Koroškem pokrajinskem muzeju, za njen prispevek, ki je zelo aktualen in osvetljuje sodoben odnos do prehrane. Sedaj pa vabim našo naslednjo govornico, dr. Ireno Lazar, oddelek za arheologijo in dediščino Fakultete za humanistične študije Univerze na Primorskem, Koper, ki bo v bistvu predstavila en zelo zanimiv in mislim, da tudi uspešen projekt. Naslov prispevka je projekt Triklini, od arheologije do gastronomskega doživetja v Simonovem zalivu. Arheološki park Simonov zaliv Izoli je nastal na območju rimske obmorske vile. Slikovita lega ter lokacija med hotelskim kompleksom, marino in starim mestnim jedrom nudijo odlično izhodišče za predstavljanje tega kulturnega bisera širokemu naboru obiskovalcev. V projektu Triklini smo združili skrb za varovanje in predstavljanje najdišča, pedagoško delo študentov na Univerzi na Primorskem in praktično usposabljanje študentov ter interes turističnega združenja Izola. Rezultat je dogodek, ki v avtentičnem okolju ponuja tako kulturno-zgodovinske kot kulinarične užitke. Večerjo, na katero obiskovalci okušajo rimskodobne jedi, hkrati pa poznavajo kulturno dediščino in življenje, kot je tudi cvetelo pred 2000 leti.
Firstly, I would like to thank Mrs. Alexandra Ramšak from the Carinthian Museum for her insight into the modern attitude towards food and towards food consumption. And we now move on to our next speaker. With us is Professor Dr. Irena Lazar from the Department of Archaeology and Heritage Study from the Faculty of Humanities from the University of Primorska. And she will be talking about the project Triclinium, from archaeology to the gastronomic experience in Simon's Bay. So, dear Mrs. Lazar, the floor is yours.
Hvala lepa, lepo pozdravljeni. Veseli me, da lahko sodelujem na tej konferenci in predstavim del našega dela s študenti v okviru arheološkega parka. Good afternoon. I am very pleased that I can be part of this conference and present to the public part of our work with the students in the archaeological park Simonov Zaliv, San Simon, as we call it in Izola. I'm sorry, Faculty of Humanities is managing the archaeological park Simonov Zaliv since 2006. This archaeological park is today a place for interaction of faculty education, research, conservation, and of course, park open to the public to experience the archaeological heritage. The project I will present is a student project. And this is a project where theory and praxis can be combined. especially from the students. They are working with working mentors from different associations, from local society, and in the project Triclinium, which was directed by my colleague Neža Čebron-Lipovec and me. Our partner from the local society was Touristic Association in Isola. Triclinium, the idea was to prepare a new touristic product, but of course, with the respect of cultural heritage, with the research of archaeology, and our students of archaeology, history, and also cultural tourism were all involved in this project. It was our main objective to be part of the development of Isola as a new culinary destination and prepare a so-called boutique event, which will be offered to the tourists. It was also important to us to work on the promotion of cultural heritage and of the awareness of the importance of cultural heritage, as well as for us it was important to raise the recognition of archaeological park Simonov Zaliv or San Simon. The Roman villa, or to be better say Roman Villa Maritima, was built in the Simons Bay in the 1st century BC. It is the best excavated, research and presented Roman villa in Slovenia and in the coastal area. And during our work on this site from 2006, this archaeological site of Roman villa has developed into archaeological park with the help of several international projects. And today we have here presented and conservated Roman mosaics, remains of Roman architecture, as well as villa also included a Roman port, which is now underwater. And this is at the moment the only archaeological park in Slovenia where also the underwater heritage is presented. We have established the underwater trail with points of interest. And of course, this villa offers a special environment by the sea among the Mediterranean herbs, trees, etc. In the park, of course, we offer, beside guided tours, different workshops for children, for school children, for other visitors. These workshops include making a mosaic, Roman jewelry, several Roman games, as you can see here on the picture. We organize evening poetry, literature, music, and so on. And also with the student project, we have 2 years ago established a sensoric path within the park, and there is also a small garden with Roman or Mediterranean herbs and spices. But of course, we also give a special importance on the research work together with our students. And this is why we have prepared several steps within this project Triclinium. The group of students was first working on the research of literature, on Roman diet, recipes, Roman everyday life, what were their habits during dinner and so on, what was the difference in a diet between rich strata and of course the slaves and the poor. And afterwards they have prepared the three ideas for a touristic product. One was very simple, the other was kind of economic, and the third one was so-called 5-star experience. And working on Roman recipes and so on, our main help was the book of Lyudmila Plesnichar, Emona and a Roman Kitchen, where several Roman recipes were already tested, prepared, and this was the basic for our students to prepare several Roman dishes. On the pictures you can see that they were very willing to collaborate. Instead of preparing 1 or 2 dishes, they were all willing to prepare at least 3 or 4 dishes, and we have all enjoyed tasting this food prepared on the basis of Roman recipes. We have also included different educational events for the groups of tourist guides, and also, of course, for the touristic association from Isola. The main idea of this tourist product was ended in 2020. During the work, of course, students not only research literature and so prepared the dishes and so on, but also researched the possibilities or different offers of so-called Roman culinary in Slovenia and abroad. On the picture, you can see how kind of Roman food is offered in Dobrna. There are also some events in Terme Ptuj. And of course, abroad, special events are prepared in Carnuntum in Austria, which is of course well known in the last years because of the great investment in this archaeological park, building and so on and so on. And from the picture you can see that of course they have reconstructed the actual Roman house with furniture and so on. But of course, Simonov Zaliv, Simon's Bay, is a place which offers authentic experience. But of course, for us, it was important that we show and work with respect to the archaeological and cultural heritage. Our idea was, of course, that this event should be entertaining event, but of course also a kind of education about heritage, about Roman period, and so on. The basic scenario was that, of course, this event should have 2 parts. One part is modern period, today, and present, of course, which means that visitors are guided through archaeological park. And the second part, the past, the Roman period, is dinner. We have decided to follow the time of the second half of the 1st century, so the period of the Caesar Neron or Vespasian. The group is expected by a guide. But this is, of course, the present, but Vilicus and the slave, which are part of the past, are waiting in the backstage in the area of triclinium, which will be, of course, second part of the experience. Our idea, of course, was also that we have to follow that our event was of quality, selected, and of course authentic, which means that we have guided the touristic association in Isola in the selection and preparation of the setting of to prepare triclinium, to select proper tables, dishes, and of course also clothes for the visitors. Of course, we have selected different pictures. We have prepared for them also everything that they were able to reconstruct the triclinium made of wood, and of course they are also instructed about the importance of the setting by the table in Roman period, which is the main lectus, which is less important, and so on, because of course this is important when you work with a larger group or some groups when you have VIP person, etc. Then we have selected, of course, the dishes. We have found a local pottery maker who prepared dishes as the copies of Roman dishes, and of course also there were dishes made of pottery, and then there were also some glass beakers, glass bottles, and so on. And of course, the next part was also to prepare the proper clothes, where it was important what kind of material to use, what were the colors, what was the habits of the people in Roman period. So all these things were studied and prepared to organize an event which should be then offered to different tourists. So the event is, the idea is like walking through the time, walking through the period, at the beginning present, visiting the villa, recognizing the remains of the Roman Villa Marittima, and so on. And then, of course, they get Roman clothes, they step in the past, and there is the role of Vilicus, so the head of not master, but manager of the villa, together with the slave, who are then working with the guests, talking about the Roman period, talking about the habits, about the dishes they will be offered, and so on. So another possibility is also that they decided to play roles, different roles from the Roman period, like it can be the owner of the villa and his guests, and so on. So this is everything which can be selected according to the group. So this was, in brief, the presentation of our project, and you are most welcome to visit Isola and experience triclinium. Thank you very much for your attention. Hvala lepa.
Najlepša hvala, profesor dr. Ireni Lazar, za predstavitev projekta o rimski kuhinji na območju arheološkega zaščitenega območja. Mislim, da je ta prispevek ponudil tudi precej izhodišč za našo razpravo. Imamo še okrog 10 minut, nekaj minut za vprašanja in odgovore referentov, tako da prosim vse prisotne, ki so predstavili v drugem sklopu svoje referate, da ostanejo priklopljeni na programu Zoom. Vse, ki pa ste poslušali prispevke, vas vabim, da svoja vprašanja, komentarje zapišete v klepetalnici in na njih bomo skušali tudi v tej diskusiji odgovoriti.
So thank you very much, Professor Dr. Lazar, for your insight, for the presentation of your findings here and of your activities. Now we are moving on. We are concluding this part of the section, and I would now like to invite all the referees, all the presenters to join us here at Zoom for possible questions, and also I would invite the participants, if you have any questions, if you have any comments, please do so in the chat function of our YouTube channel where we are streaming our conference. Now, so we still have a few minutes left before our lunch break. So if there are any other questions also from the lecturers.
Če mogoče poslušalstvo se še ni vključilo, bi sama postavila gospodu Carovu vprašanje, ker sem tudi sama etnologinja. Me zanima dejansko, kako je bilo njihovo proučevanje in promocija kulinarične dediščine v muzeju na prostem sprejeto med obiskovalci tega muzeja.
Maybe I will try to have a first question. So I would have a question for Mr. Tsarov, because I am also an ethnologist. I would like to ask you how your activities, how all your activities with the traditional cuisine, with the preparation, with all the which you have done, how was this received among the visitors of our open-air museum? So how was the acceptance of your activities connected with the traditional dishes?
We have many activities connected with traditional dishes. I told in my presentation about the Festival of Damson Cheese. This is very specific for the central Bulgaria food. And this event is held every 2 years since 2013, and it was singled out by the Ministry of Tourism of Bulgaria in 2019 as an event safeguarding the spirit of Bulgaria. I hear my voice, maybe some problem. And I told you about the event, the season of pickles. This is very popular event in our museum. Demonstrations how to prepare winter preserves based on whole time recipes. Many of Bulgarian medias are interested in our events connecting with the foods. One of the websites, Lady Zone, part of the online version of one of the largest national television network, BTV. The book's review is entitled Lalanga Bujenci style beans in a pot. This is very specific. I am not sure you understand what is it, Lalanga. Lalanga is the name of preparing food. Bujenci is a place near to our museum. It is old-fashioned style place and where this food is very specific. and this very popular website, television website, promote our book. And I can say that the most popular Bulgarian medias published information about this book and about the events connecting with food.
Hvala lepa za odgovor.
Thank you very much for your answer.
Mogoče samo še vsem vam, ki ste v drugem delu predstavili svoje referate, malo provokativno vprašanje, ampak tudi, ker sama delam na teh projektih, veliko me zanima, kako sami ocenjujete kulinarično dediščino kot nek potencial za razvoj določenih območij in pa tudi za ohranjanje ali oživljanje nekaterih gospodarskih dejavnosti, ne samo v turizmu, ampak tudi recimo v kmetijski pridelavi, slišali smo recimo izdelovanje lončevine in tako naprej.
So I would maybe pose a question to all now participants, to all now here panelists, to see how do you see the possibilities of the culinary, of preservation of culinary traditions as a possibility for also economic development, and not only for the, if you are culinary development, if you preserve culinary traditions, so not only for development of tourism, also for the development of other economic activities, such as, for example, pottery, as it was mentioned. Maybe you could maybe comment on this.
I can give a comment.
Yes.
Bom govorila kar v slovenskem jeziku, glede na to, da imate prevajalca. Če gledam z vidika arheološke dediščine in upravljanja arheološkega parka, je, bom rekla, pot do razumevanja dediščine preko kulinarike lahko seveda zelo uspešna, drugačna, ravno zaradi tega, ker nam nudi pravzaprav ne samo odkrivanje prehrane kot take, ne, ampak seveda to lahko povezujemo veliko širše z ne samo osnovno dediščino, tudi z nesnovno dediščino in na drugi strani spodbujanjem lokalnih, bom rekla, ljudi, ki se ukvarjajo ali na eni strani s proizvodnjo keramike, ki jih lahko povabimo, da spoznajo še nek drug aspekt dediščine, ne. Pri arheologiji se velikokrat srečamo s tem, da je to preteklost, ki je zanje predaleč, ki si jo morda težko predstavljajo, in zato je sodelovanje na tak način izredno dobrodošlo in gre pravzaprav za neko, rekla, subtilno pot do tega, da preko kulinarike predstaviš dediščino na nekoliko drugačen način in da seveda imaš možnost v te dogodke, razvoj, vse, kar pripravljaš, vključiti tudi lokalno skupnost. To je recimo na primeru našega parka izjemno pomembno in to je verjetno še posebej pomembno, predvsem v, bom rekla, za manjše kraje, za manjše okolje, ker dediščina brez sodelovanja z lokalne skupnosti ne more funkcionirati in ne more biti na ustrezen način ne varovana in ne prezentirana. Hvala.
I'd just like to comment that on the basis of archaeological heritage, on the basis of our archaeological park, so you can see via the culinary part, we can enable also these to discover different areas of heritage. Also, we can discover via this culinary part, different material and immaterial heritage, and we can also encourage the inclusion of the local people. For example, with pottery, for example, that we show them other aspects of the past. For example, as with archaeology, there are sometimes confronted with the past which is too far away, and with this collaboration, everybody is welcomed here, and everybody is welcome also to preserve, to collaborate with the preservation of our heritage. And also it is with events, we can include local communities with different also organizing here. And also we can say the inclusion, especially in smaller communities, is of the pivotal importance for preserving heritage and also for presenting heritage with the help, with the collaboration of our local population.
Hvala lepa. Če kdo odgovoriti na to vprašanje?
Ja, če lahko še jaz namen komentar. V glavnem pri nas imamo tudi recimo v Škofji Loki imamo dva velika dogodka. To je bil prej Venerina pot, zdaj se je to prestrukturiralo v historial. V glavnem to gre za en tak srednjeveški dan. No in takrat smo mi se je že to uvajali tudi na ta način, da se je ta lokalna, iz tega konca hrana postregla recimo v takih posodah, so bile tudi prav za ta namen narejene. Drugi izziv tak je pa recimo, pa kot veste, škofjeloški pasijon. Tukaj pa tudi poskušamo glih to povezati tudi s kulinaričnimi doživetji. Skratka, to je pač nesnovna dediščina, ki jo je težko prijeti, pa težko, ne vem, v muzeju predstaviti, lahko jo predstavimo, lahko jo spoznaš na ta način, da si jo pogledaš, ker ni utipljiva, in tukaj na ta način poskušamo povezati glih to, ta lokalni okolje, ker pri pasijonu recimo sodelujejo ne samo iz mesta, ampak tudi ljudje iz širše okolice. In na ta način se ta stvar še bolj povezuje. Pa recimo spoznajo tudi recimo okuse podeželja in take stvari in se pol v te kraje tudi vračajo. Ker recimo te stvari so zelo, pa kmečki turizmi, to je zelo razvito že, to se je pri nas v naši občini že dolg časa dela na tem, pa tudi v sosednjih občinah, in je to že zelo razvito in se pravi, se ljudje iz tujine vračajo in vračajo nazaj. Tako da to je, in to, kar je že Irena rekla, to je res izjemnega pomena, ker pač za razvoj neke regije. In na tem je treba delati, v glavnem, da postanemo nekako butični in čim bolj zanimivi. Dobro, zdaj je pač ta epidemija pa te stvari, ampak tudi to bo enkrat minili in na teh stvarih, se pravim, to je tek na dolge proge. Pri teh stvarih ne moramo narediti nič čez noč pa naenkrat, ampak skozi un projekt, da se pač to razvija. Ta ponudba.
So maybe just to have a short comment from our area of Škofja Loka, we have here two main events. We have the fourth, it was the Venus Path, now the Histria. This is a day where the Middle Ages are preserved. There we also offer local food in specially prepared pottery, in specially prepared canisters. And the second part is, of course, the well-known Passion of Škofja Loka, which is a part of the immaterial heritage, and where also the local population also from broader, not only from Škofja Loka, is included. And this is, for example, this is something which offers us to show also our local traditional food, our local traditional culinary, also our farms, which are in the tourism industry. And this is everything which is a piece of a mosaic where we can develop our region to become a more boutique area for different special offers. But we have to mention that this is an area where we have to work in the long run, where we have to work steadily for a longer period. We cannot achieve goals in the short.
Hvala lepa. Hvala res za inspirativne prispevke in tudi diskusijo. Mislim, da je vsem nam pomagala, da osmislimo svoje delovanje še naprej, da še naprej zbiramo, proučujemo, promoviramo našo osnovno dediščino, še posebej dediščino prehrane. Želim vam lep dan in upam, da se kmalu srečamo v živo tudi v Mariboru.
So thank you very much for all the contributions, for all the discussions. It was very fruitful in order to see also a deeper meaning in all our activities, in the activities of collecting, preserving, of also researching our immaterial heritage, which also gives us the possibilities to further develop ourselves. So I would like to wish you all the best for the future, and I hope we see each other very soon at some other occasion. Thank you very much. So we continue now at 1 o'clock. At 1 o'clock, torej nadaljujemo ob 13. uri. Najlepša hvala.
Dobrodošli v Pokrajinski muzej Maribor. Vljudno vabljeni, da prisluhnete zgodbam, ki jih ponujajo stalne razstave Pokrajinskega muzeja Maribor in Mariborskega gradu. Oba sobivata od leta 1938, ko se je v grad preselil muzej.
Da je mestna občina Maribor tedaj grad namenila za muzejske potrebe, ima največ zaslug Franjo Baš, po drugi svetovni vojni prvi ravnatelj Pokrajinskega muzeja Maribor. Sicer pa je v Mariboru prvi muzej za javnost že leta 1903 odprlo muzejsko društvo, ki je po prvi svetovni vojni združilo svoje zbirke z zbirkami zgodovinskega društva ter zbirko Levantinskega škofijskega muzeja. Začetke mariborskega muzejstva na razstavi ilustrira gradivo, razstavljeno v ohranjenih muzejskih vitrinah iz leta 1903 na način, kot je veljal pred dobrim stoletjem. Ta razstavni prostor, v katerem je tudi muzejska trgovina, je za Mariborčane posebej zanimiv, saj je tukaj do druge svetovne vojne delovala grajska restauracija. Za njene potrebe je Matej Strnen, eden od znamenite četverice slovenskih impresionističnih slikarjev, leta 1940 poslikal stene s podobami starega Maribora in okolice, poljedelskimi in vinogradniškimi opravili ter narodno-buditeljskimi prizori. Opremil jih je z napisi v slovenskem jeziku, ki pa so jih v času nacistične okupacije prebelili. Ob restauriranju poslikav leta 2019 je bil z enega od napisov odstranjen belež.
Najstarejši sledovi stalne poselitve širšega območja Maribora so iz mlajše kamene dobe. Med njimi izstopa izjemna naselbina iz 5. in 4. tisočletja pred našim štetjem, odkrita v Radvani v Mariboru, kjer so bile izkopane sledi več 10 objektov ter številne najdbe glajenega kamnitega orodja in lončenine. Iz srednje bronaste dobe pritegnejo pozornost dolge bronaste igle za spenjanje oblačil, najdene v skeletnem gomilnem grobu v Brezju pri Zrečah. Med 13. in 8. stoletjem pred našim štetjem se uveljavi sežiganje umrlih in pokopi pepela ter pridatkov, posode, orožje, nakit in drugo v lončenih žarah. V Mariboru sta bili iz tega časa odkriti kar 2 grobišči s številnimi žganimi pokopi, eno na Pobrežju in drugo v Mladinski ulici. Iz starejše železne dobe med 8. in 4. stoletjem pred našim štetjem so izkopanine iz Poštele na Pohorju, gradišča z ohranjenim obrambnim nasipom in pripadajočim grobiščem. Pozornost vzbujajo glinaste ognjišne koze z ohranjenimi ornamenti v obliki svastike. Predmeti s tem simbolom so bili najdeni tudi na drugih evropskih najdiščih. Zvito in namerno poškodovano železno orožje iz keltskih vojaških grobov mlajše železne dobe kaže verjetno na obredno uničevanje orožja ob pokopu teh, po imenu najstarejših znanih prebivalcev na Štajerskem, Tauriskov. Iz rimskega obdobja so bila na mariborskem območju odkrita večja kmetijska posestva, vile rustike, na primer Bohova in Radvanje. Za izdelavo kamnitih spomenikov so lomili marmor v kamnolomih v okolici Šmartnega na Pohorju. Razstavljeno bogatstvo grobnih pridatkov izvira iz rimskih grobov antične Petovione, pomembnega in velikega antičnega mesta, 23 km oddaljenega od današnjega Maribora. Slovani, ki se pričnu naseljevati v 7. stoletju, so umrlim v grobove še dodajali pridatke. Od 9. stoletja dalje, ko se med njimi uveljavi krščanstvo, pa ta navada vse bolj izginja.
Predmeti, razstavljeni v lekarniški zbirki, izvirajo iz 17. do 20. stoletja. Zbrani so bili v različnih štajerskih in prekmurskih lekarnah. Razstava ponazarja prodajni prostor, oficino, laboratorij in skladišče, 3 prostore, ki so bili do konca 19. stoletja značilni za lekarne. Lekarnar si je pri izdelavi zdravil pomagal z lekarniškimi knjigami. Razstavljena knjiga zelišč Pietra Andreje Matiolija je verjetno iz leta 1563. Iz najstarejše samostanske lekarne na Slovenskem, iz Olimja, so na ogled lesene lekarniške posode iz 16. do 17. stoletja. K najstarejšim predmetom pa sodi tudi bronasti možnar iz leta 1614, ki izvira iz samostanske lekarne v Slovenski Bistrici.
Začetki Maribora so povezani s postavitvijo gradu Maribor v 12. stoletju na današnjem gradu Piramida. Na Srbina pod Gričem se leta 1254 prvič omenja kot mesto z imenom Marburg. Na mestnem pečatniku iz okoli leta 1300 je prikazan grb, kakršnega mesto uporablja še danes. V 13. stoletju so mesto obdali z obzidjem, kasneje pa dograjevali obrambne stolpe. V enem izmed njih, v grajski Bastiji, iz sredine 16. stoletja je urejena razstava, ki si jo pravkar oglejujemo. Pod strelnimi linami so še ohranjeni železni obroči za privezovanje topov. Mesto je bilo pomembno trgovsko križišče. Po Dravi je potekalo trgovanje lesa iz pohorskih gozdov, po kopnem pa vinska trgovina iz Slovenskih goric na Koroško.
V mestu so delovali različni obrtniki, povezani v cehovska združenja. Med najpomembnejše obrtne panoge je sodilo usnjarstvo. Čeber za namakanje in noži za obdelavo kož kot simbola usnjarske obrti sta tudi na izvesku in blagajni ceha mariborskih usnjarjev. Bančne posle v mestu so do njihovega izgona leta 1492 obvladovali Judje.
Maribor leži na stičišču goratega in nižinskega sveta s Slovenskimi goricami. Bogatstvo gozdov na Pohorju in Kozjaku je prebivalcem narekovalo, da so uporabljali les kot osnovni material ne samo za gradnjo bivališč, imenovanih dimnice. Iz njega so izdelovali tudi večino potrebnega orodja in hišnih pripomočkov. V nižinskem svetu pa so les nadomeščali z ilovico, slamo in glino. Pritličje Bastije zapuščamo z ogledom razstavljenega orožja iz 16. do konca 19. stoletja. Prevladujejo meči, helebarde, osmanske sablje in strelno orožje. Predno se povzpnemo k razstavam na nadstropju Bastije, se ustavimo še v zbirki kositrnih figur. Okoli 6000 razstavljenih kositrnih figur je deloma umeščenih v makete, ki prikazujejo Maribor v različnih obdobjih. Nekoč priljubljene otroške igrače in tudi učni pripomoček v vojaških šolah, so kositrne figure po Prvi svetovni vojni postale zbirateljski predmet predvsem odraslih.
Iz likovne zbirke so razstavljena dela iz 14. do 20. stoletja. Med portreti so zanimivi celopostavni portreti plemiških parov, skupinski portret celovškega plemiča Rajnerja s 8 sinovi iz 17. stoletja ter portreti mariborskih meščanov iz druge polovice 19. stoletja. Med žanri in tihožitji po kakovosti izstopajo dela evropskih slikarjev. Med kiparskimi deli so najstarejša iz obdobja gotike, iz 14. in 15. stoletja. Najkvalitetnejši deli iz 17. stoletja sta reliefa Poklon svetih treh kraljev in Marijino kronanje, ki jo je za cerkev v Gornjem gradu leta 1612 do 13 izdelal Leonard Kern. Osrednje mesto med razstavljenimi deli iz 18. stoletja pa pripada kipom z glavnega oltarja cerkve svetega Jožefa na Studencih v Mariboru, ki jih je leta 1750 izdelal Jožef Štraub. Gre za istega mojstra, ki je 8 let prej izdelal tudi kiparska dela za kužno znamenje na glavnem trgu v Mariboru.
Ogled nadaljujemo v razstavi oblačil. Razen mašnih so razstavljena še modna plemiška in meščanska oblačila in dodatki ter uniforme. Dolgi moški suknjiči iz 18. stoletja so bogato izvezeni. Do prehoda v 20. stoletje je linijo ženske obleke narekovala uporaba steznika. Pahljača je bila dolgo nepogrešljiv modni dodatek. Ženske so z njeno držo razvile pravcato znakovno govorico, s katero so pošiljale posameznikom v svoji družbi jasna sporočila. Barvitost in bogatstvo okrasja z vezenino in številnimi pletenimi vrvicami je bila nekoč značilna tudi za vojaške in civilne uniforme, še posebej za paradne. Višji je bil čin, bolj pisane so bile. Pozornost pritegnejo oblačila, ki jih lahko povežemo z znanimi zgodovinskimi osebami, kot na primer uniformo maršala Josipa Broza Tita, diplomatski frak Izidorja Cankarja ali kapo narednika avstrijskega orožniškega poveljstva iz posesti generala Rudolfa Maistra, ki ima v kokardi všito slovensko trobojnico. Bedo navadnega vojaka pa lahko zaslutimo v slamnatih čevljih za strelske jarke mariborskega strelskega polka v Karpatih iz let 1914 do 15.
Ogled razstav izbranega gradiva v nadstropju Bastije zaključujemo med historičnim pohištvom. Prikazane so najbolj razširjene tehnike krasitve plemiškega, meščanskega in cerkvenega pohištva. Med pohištvom, okrašenim s tehniko zlatenja, izstopajo deli sedežne garniture iz sredine 18. stoletja, ki izvira iz gradu v Murski Soboti. Po številu je največ razstavljenega furniranega pohištva, okrašenega v tehnikah intarzije ali marketerije. Gre za zamudne tehnike krašenja, pri katerih koščke lesa vstavljajo ali lepijo na pohištvene elemente. Med poslikanim pohištvom je razstavljena tudi omara s hišnim oltarjem iz leta 1734 iz Maribora. Izstopa pa ogledalo iz okoli leta 1580, ki je bilo izdelano v Benetkah. Na koncu je razstavljeno pohištvo okrašeno v tehniki rezbarjenja. Pozornost pritegne skrinja iz prve polovice 17. stoletja, ki izvira iz Mariborskega gradu.
Na zadnji razstavi si oglejmo podobo Maribora v 19. stoletju, v katerem je železniška proga leta 1846 povezala mesto z Dunajem, 6 let kasneje pa je bila dograjena cesarsko-kraljeva kadetska šola. Leta 1859 je Anton Martin Slomšek v Maribor preselil sedež levantinske škofije. Našteta 3 dejanja so srednjeveško mesto v kratkem preobrazila v hitro razvijajoče se moderno mesto tistega časa, ki je meščanstvu omogočilo tudi pestro družabno, kulturno in športno aktivnost. Ob pevskih, dramskih in godbenih društvih so nastala tudi športna društva. Prvo telovadno društvo že leta 1862. Leta 1861 je bila kot branik slovenstva ustanovljena slovanska čitalnica. Od 70. let 19. stoletja pa so tudi v društvenem življenju že opazna narodna razhajanja. Premožni meščani, ki so v prvi polovici 19. stoletja pri slikarjih radi naročali svoje zakonske portrete, so v drugi polovici stoletja dali prednost izumu tedanjega časa, fotografiji. In ne nazadnje, med meščani so bile priljubljene številne gostilne in kavarne, med njimi še posebej kavarna Terezijin dvor na glavnem trgu, kasneje imenovana Velika kavarna.
Muzejsko stavbo zapuščamo skozi najbolj reprezentančen del gradu, skozi slavnostno viteško dvorano, ki ima na stropu bogate štukature in poslikave. Med kulturnimi dogodki iz preteklosti omenimo koncert Franca Lista leta 1846 v njej iz 20. stoletja pa podatek, da je v njej 11 let deloval kino. Pred izhodom odzvanjajo še zadnji koraki iz preteklosti na rokokojskem stopnišču iz srede 18. stoletja. Kamnita ograja na stopnišču je okrašena s številnimi kipi dečkov kot prispodobami panog umetnosti, znanosti in gospodarstva, alegorijami letnih časov in boginjama Ceres in Diano.
Prisrčno vabljeni, da nas obiščete.
Spoštovani zbrani, prav lepo pozdravljeni in dobrodošli v popoldanskem delu mednarodnega simpozija Museoeurope ICOM Europe 2021. Sedaj bomo obravnavali drugi del sklopa z naslovom Vplivi migracij na umetnost, obrt, arhitekturo in glasbo. In preden začnemo, vas vljudno prosim, da se referenti prijavite na orodje Zoom in počakate prijavljeni do konca posameznega sklopa, da boste lahko sodelovali tudi v razpravi. Vse naše poslušalce pa vljudno vabim, da se nam pridružijo na kanalu YouTube, preko katerega v chatu lahko zastavljajo tudi vprašanja.
Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon and welcome to the afternoon session of our symposium, Museoeurope ICOM 2021. We are starting now with the afternoon and the second session, which is entitled The Impact of Migration on Arts, Art, Crafts, Architecture and on Music. Now, before we give the floor to the speaker, I would like to ask all of the speakers to sign in into Zoom, and you are all kindly asked to stay signed in until the end of this session. And we also have a little announcement for the listeners who are with us through YouTube. And of course, you are also all kindly invited to ask questions to the speakers.
Dovolite mi, da opozorim še na spremembo urnika. Žal se je opravičila kolegica referentka doktorica Karla Oder, zato bo njen prispevek izostal. Vse ostale prispevke bomo zamaknili za 20 minut naprej.
We have another announcement to make before we begin with the next session. There has been a slight change to the timetable. One of the speakers, Dr. Karla Oder, unfortunately had to cancel her presentation. So as a result of that, all other papers and presentations will be moved accordingly to a later time.
Tako, sedaj pa mi dovolite, da najavim prvi prispevek z naslovom Mi in oni, znanje brez meja. Pripravili sta ga naši muzejski kolegici, gospa Irena Marušič, muzejska svetovalka, in doktorica Estera Cerar, prav tako muzejska svetovalka, obe iz Tehniškega muzeja Slovenije iz Bistre. Ker bo prispevek potekal v angleškem jeziku, dovolite, da preberem slovenski izvleček. V zadnjih letih se soočamo s pojavom množičnih migracij, ki v družbi pogosto sprožijo občutek nelagodja, strahu in nezaupanja. Vendar so množični premiki ljudi oziroma ljudstev vedno bili in tudi vedno bodo del človeške zgodovine. S projektom Znanje brez meja smo želeli poudariti, da selitve znanstvenikov in njihovega znanja močno vplivajo na dosežke v znanosti in tehnologiji. Znanstveniki so ljudje, ki si upajo prestopiti iz cone udobja, zapustiti znano in varno ter se podati v neznano. Sposobni so premagati vse ovire, tako resnične kot navidezne. Njihova edina omejitev je znanje. S projektom, ki ga še vedno izvajamo in nadgrajujemo, želimo osvetliti pogosto spregledane pozitivne vplive migracij na našo družbo.
And I now have the pleasure to announce the first speaker and the first paper. The first paper was co-authored by Mrs. Irena Marušič, who is a museum advisor, and Dr. Estera Cerar, who is also a museum advisor. And both of them come from the Technical Museum of Slovenia in Bistra. And their paper is entitled Us and Them, Knowledge Without Frontiers. And given that the paper will be presented in English, Mrs. Beltvarl also read the abstract of the paper in Slovene.
Good afternoon to everybody. I work as a curator in Technical Museum in Slovenia, and among other things, we try to present and promote science and technology from all possible perspectives. And in recent years, we have faced mass migration and refugees crisis in Europe. The society often accepts them with discomfort, fear, and also distrust. Regardless of the actual reason of these movements of people, whether it is economic or social or religious, ethnic, climates, or so on, it has undeniable and permanent influence on our society. Based on the fact that we live in a globalized world, we should be more prepared to accept these changes in theory. However, many of us are still struggling to accept the notion of foreign, different, unknown, with which we often associate migrants. Our society is changing, and public opinion is divided, and politicians and media support the confusion for a variety of reasons. So in our museum, we believe that this is the moment when museums can and should react and prove how valuable they can be to the society. We believe that we can achieve more with good and positive examples. So we try to support cultural dialogue where different opinions can be faced and which is necessary to understand ourselves and the others. We try to put our collection in a new perspective and help people to connect in a new society. The reality is that migration has always been and always will be a part of our history. We try to highlight the fact that the migration of scientists and knowledge profoundly affect achievements in science and technology. Scientists are the people who dare to step out of their comfort zone. They can overcome any obstacle, actual or illusionary, and they are only limited knowledge. In seeking for this achievement, to achieve this, we have prepared a project titled Knowledge Without Frontiers. We try to highlight the positive impact of migration on society and aims to show a strong link between technical and scientific heritage on one side and cultural and national identity on the other. We present a number of successful individuals across different fields of science and technology who migrated to Slovenia or from Slovenian territory. When we were preparing this project, we had to select just a few from many potential candidates, of course. This was done to a number of criteria, which one, the first, of course, was obviously a connection to immigration or emigration, whether this be direct or indirect through their ancestors. By including different periods in history from the 16th century to the present day, we wanted to stress that this is not a new phenomenon, as well as show that this is still relevant to the present day and the younger generation. We also included a wide range of scientific disciplines, including chemistry, physics, astronautics, telecommunication, medicine, electronics, computer science, and so on. And we also include male as well as female individuals. And of course, because we are a museum, an important elimination criterion was a lack of artifacts in our existing collections and whether there was a realistic opportunity to acquire any. Scientists and inventors have been moving to and from other countries for very different reasons and quite often of their own free will, but often because they were forced to do so. Sometimes they moved in order to improve their living condition and working opportunities, or just to broaden their knowledge. However, history is also witness of one becoming a stranger even without moving into a foreign land. States and their borders can change, and our own Slovene territory, it's a perfect illustration, as this has happened many times in the previous century alone. There are many scientists and inventors who were born in one country, lived in another, and died in a completely different one, all because the borders were moved and the countries changed. Can we also talk about the connection between national identity and technical scientist heritage? We believe so. Our project was built around this fact. Probably this is not unique to us Slovenes, but we are very proud of our scientists when they succeed abroad, and yet, in the other hand, we are more restrained when foreigners are successful in our country. We are trying to make people understand how misleading and narrow-minded this assumption can be, and this was one of the reasons for using the life story of the scientists who not only made a difference with their achievements, but did so as a consequence of migration. I give you two examples that illustrate the challenge. The astronaut Sunita Williams was born in the USA to an ethnic Indian father, and the mother descended from Slovenian immigrants. However, to Slovenes, she is considered a true Slovene and is often featured in national media, and it seems like we are all very proud of her. The other extreme, there is a Frederick Pregel, who is in the past provokes mixed emotion in Slovenia. He was born in Ljubljana to a Slovenian father and a German mother. And then he studied and worked in Graz in the Austro-Hungarian Empire, and later years in Austria due to collapse of the empire. His working language was German, and people considered him not Slovene enough. For decades, he was left out of our science history records and books, although he is the first Nobel Prize winner with Slovene ethnicity. As a result of the selection process, we presented 14 individuals, 11 men and 3 female, some of them very known in Slovenia and others known only to a handful of experts. Within the exhibition and catalog, they are introduced with brief insights into their private and working lives and their carefully chosen individual achievements. The exhibition was aimed at different target groups with many interactive elements, some especially orientated towards the younger generation. Through public programs like workshops, talks, guided tours, roundtables, as well as learning activities, we offered our visitors the opportunity for social dialogue and to express their own point of view. We hope that we achieved our goal and that the project aims to break down at least some of the stereotypes associated with migration to help people realize that one way or another, we are all migrants. We would like our visitors to question themselves about the relevance of dividing the world into ours and theirs, into us and them, to help them understand and appreciate that almost nothing is forever and what today is ours might be tomorrow foreign. We would like them to look beyond the known, to move across different borders, both the visible ones, but even more importantly, the invisible. An old African proverb says, "A thought does not travel further than the view." Now the exhibition travels around. The selection of scientists can be adapted to different situations. For example, the exhibition's tour in Cleveland this September features scientists who themselves or their families migrated to the USA. Our project is also ongoing and implemented in different ways. Currently, we are working on an e-book, which will be further expanded in the next years. And this is also the link to our e-catalog. So Thank you very much for your attention.
Najlepša hvala gospej doktorici Esteri Cerar za tole izjemno zanimivo poročilo o projektu, ki kar samo po sebi vleče, da si bomo morda lahko ogledali na spletni strani še več podrobnosti na vašem linku. Vsekakor izjemno zanimiva tema, zelo aktualna. Sedaj pa k besedi vabim naslednjega referenta. To je gospod Anton Arko iz Slovenskega šolskega muzeja v Ljubljani. Ker bo tudi to predavanje potekalo v angleškem jeziku, dovolite, da preberem slovenski izvleček. V prispevku je predstavljen razvoj šolstva v kraljevini SHS oziroma kasneje kraljevini Jugoslaviji. Predvsem je osredotočen na slovenski prostor, kjer je v šolo hodilo skoraj dvakrat toliko šoloobveznih otrok kot na jugu skupne države. Izpostavljena sta zakon o narodnih in zakon o srednjih šolah ter njuna uveljavitev v praksi. Predstavljeni so učni načrti, učbeniki in pedagoške smernice ter prijemi stapljanja Slovencev, Hrvatov in Srbov v en srbsko govoreč jugoslovanski narod.
Thank you, Mrs. Estera Cerar, for your very interesting report about your project, and I'm sure we are all keen to explore it in more detail by following the link that you have provided. No doubt a very interesting and intriguing subject. And now I'd like to announce the next speaker on our schedule. And given that the next speaker is also going to speak and present his talk in English, please allow me to read the abstract of his paper in Slovene. And the next speaker is Mr. Anton Arko from the Slovene School Museum in Ljubljana, Slovenia. And he's going to talk about or present his paper, which has been entitled Going to School Between a Rock and a Hard Place, Schooling in a Part of Central Europe Between the Two World Wars. Please, the floor is yours.
So hello from the other side. I'd like to say a few words to you about this period between the two world wars in a part of Central Europe called Kingdom of SHS and later Kingdom of Yugoslavia. This presentation may a little bit differ from the paper because it's a bit shorter than the paper. This period, as I said, is characterized by teachers striving for more and deeper education. In pedagogical journals, a series of articles can be found warning about the lack of education. They emphasized that children's education was not only the responsibility of teachers, but also of parents. With regard to ideology in the educational system, there was no considerable difference in its intensity and overall presence in comparison to before the war. It was more about a change of content. The emperor's image was initially replaced with that of the regent and later King Alexander, and after his death of King Peter II. The Austro-Hungarian symbols were replaced by new Yugoslav ones, and state holidays were different, but the religious ones stayed the same. Why is this PowerPoint not going further? I'm sorry, okay, it's a little bit of delay. Okay, we're on. A new notion of Slovenes was created as one of three tribes of the Yugoslav nation. Yugoslavism was a concept that had to take root and become part of the general consciousness and had to be inculcated into children. All these changes first became established in the state administration and then moved to other areas. In education, it began with new content in readers and curricula. At forefront was an emphasis on Yugoslavism with Serbianism as its leading component. It soon became clear that the supremacy of the Serbian nation would not remain limited only to the geographical level. because in education this was evident in the content of lessons, since there was a strong prevalence of Serbian themes in Slovenian textbooks. After World War I, Slovene teachers demanded the removal of Austro-Hungarian legislation on education, and the state first abolished the German language, which unified primary schooling. Mandatory 8-year coeducational primary school and the abolition of physical punishment were introduced. In comparison with the condition in other parts of the Kingdom of Yugoslavia, schooling in Slovenia was the most developed. In early 30s, the proportion of primary school pupils in the whole of Drava Banovina was approximately 15% and was comparable with primary school attendance in Western Europe. The state was responsible for founding schools and financing teachers, but in Croatia, the proclaimed compulsory 8 years education was actually a dead letter, because government did not provide conditions for introducing the act or any measures to sanction the avoiding of this compulsory measure. Prior to the collapse of Austria-Hungary, particularly in Styria and Carinthia, the Slovene language in schools and offices was increasingly subject to suppression and pressures of Germanization. And in the newly emerged states, its position improved in spite of pressure by politicians and those advocating the idea of Great Serbia and a unitary state. There began the Slovenization of secondary, vocational, and technical education. It started with 2 rulings implemented by the Styrian Catholic politician and secondary school teacher Karel Verstovšek, fiduciary for education and worship with the national government in Ljubljana. This would actually be nowadays Minister for School and Education. In 1929, a law was passed which renamed primary schools as national schools and divided them into 2 groups. According to the new division, primary school consisted of the first 4 years, while years 5 to 8 became higher national school. And schooling became unified and obligatory for young people across the country. After finishing the 4-year primary school, pupils were able to continue their studies at the lower gymnasia or technical or civic schools. By civic schools, I mean, it's no translation proper. It's like Meščanske šole is the original term. Other children had to complete the higher national school. Obligatory schooling lasted 8 years. The law stated that schools had mixed classes, but where premises allowed, boys and girls were divided into special boys and girls schools or special departments. The main duty of national schools was to prepare their pupils through lessons and upbringing and in the spirit of state and national unity and religious tolerance to become moral, loyal, and active members of the state and national community. It was important to spread education within the nation indirectly and directly through cooperation with all cultural institutions for general national enlightenment. In 1919, the government of the Kingdom of Serbs, Croats, and Slovenes adopted a decree to establish the first Slovene university in Ljubljana. The university acquired premises in the building of the former Carniolan Provincial Assembly. It comprised faculties of arts, law, theology, technology, and an incomplete faculty of medicine. With its foundation, Slovenes acquired a full educational system from nurseries to university. With the start of the dictatorship, the university was actually under threat. But by naming the university after King Alexander, the risk to its existence was removed. In Slovenia, with increasing centralization, the authorities abolished the Maribor and Ljubljana Higher Educational Council and transferred their responsibilities to the Ministry of Education in Belgrade. The Serbo-Croatian language became the language of instruction and was also considered the state language. Since politics was heavily present in the field of education, the latter was torn between professionalism and ideology. At the professional level, teachers united into societies, which had been actually a tradition since the second half of the 19th century. But ideological conflicts between teachers were growing, with the liberal orientation prevailing. The regime in the Kingdom of Yugoslavia was cruel and relentless towards the minority nations, not only against Hungarians and Albanians, but also against the German minority, which had its schools in Slovenia. The forcible assimilation was clearly also implemented in school. For example, Tvrtko first of Bosnia. This was first a ban and later in the 14th century King of Bosnia, appeared in the syllabus for history as King Tvrtko I, the first king of Serbs and Croats. The Yugoslav authorities did not want to recognize the Bosnian nation, and they always talked only about Serbs and Croats. Slovenes who found themselves in other states lost their right to education in their mother tongue. The denationalization terror taking place in primary schools under Italian control strongly surpassed in intensity the pressures of Germanization during the time of the Austro-Hungarian monarchy. After the introduction of the Gentile reform in Italy in 1923, the mass dismissal of Slovene teachers in the Primorska region began. The position of Slovenes in Western Europe and overseas was not much better. The Kingdom of Yugoslavia did bring certain positive changes, contributing to greater Slovenization of the bodies of authority and the whole public sector, and consequently also of the school system, and in addition to the Ljubljana University, establishing the University Library, Science and Arts Academy, and a number of other cultural institutions. However, just as in Austria-Hungary, national cultural institutions were not allowed to be called Slovene, since they were officially the national cultural institutions of the unified three-part nation of Serbs, Croats, and Slovenes. The Serbian-Croatian Slovene language was also officially introduced into state bodies. There are many facts showing the intention of Yugoslav nation becoming part of general consciousness. And you see here is the poem in its original language, in Slovene language, and there's the translation. And let me conclude this with a poem about Bogdan the Yugoslav. So it goes like that. Bogdan, Bogdan, our Yugoslav man, is well-toned and strong-boned. He's bright and clear of sight, awareness on his brow. He sees the future now, keen to learn, strength to earn, for the future plan, our Yugoslav man. Thank you for your attention.
Prav lepa hvala gospodu Antonu Arku, ki je spregovoril o ne tako zelo oddaljenem obdobju nekdanje skupne države Jugoslavije, ki se ga v Sloveniji seveda še dobro spominjamo, in nam predstavil podrobnosti, res zanimivosti iz takratnih različnih šolskih sistemov. Sedaj pa vabim k besedi dva avtorja, in sicer Davida Hazemalija, asistenta na oddelku za zgodovino Filozofske fakultete Univerze v Mariboru in rednega profesorja dr. Matjaža Klemenčiča na istem oddelku Filozofske fakultete Univerze v Mariboru. Spregovorila bosta o svojem prispevku z naslovom Sakralna arhitektura in umetnost izbranih slovensko-ameriških cerkva v Združenih državah Amerike v prvi polovici 20. stoletja. Ker bo prispevek potekal v angleškem jeziku, dovolite, da preberem izvleček v slovenščini. V prispevku avtorja obravnavata stavbno zgodovino, opremo in poslikave izbranih pomembnejših rimskokatoliških cerkva, zgrajenih v novoromanskem slogu, ki so zrasle za potrebe dušno-pastirske dejavnosti izbranih slovensko-ameriških župnij v Združenih državah Amerike. Ob tem prispevek posega tudi v zgodovino izbranih slovenskih etničnih naselbin v Združenih državah Amerike. Obravnavane župnije in cerkve so župnija Svetega Vida v Clevelandu, Ohio, s cerkvijo Svetega Vida, župnija Svetega Jožefa v Calumetu, Michigan, s cerkvijo Svetega Jožefa, danes župnija in cerkev Svetega apostola Pavla, župnija Svetega Jožefa, danes del župnije Svete družine v Leadvillu, Colorado, s cerkvijo Svetega Jožefa, ter župnija Svetega Štefana v St. Stevenu, Minnesota, s cerkvijo Svetega Štefana.
So thank you, Mr. Anton Arko, who delivered a talk about a still relatively recent history concerning the former Yugoslavia, which is the period of time that many of us still remember very well. Next, I would like to announce the following two speakers and the following paper, which has been co-authored by David Hazemali, who is a teaching assistant at the Department of History, the Faculty of Arts, University of Maribor in Slovenia, and Dr. Matjaž Klemenčič, who is also a full professor in the same department at the University of Maribor. And the title of their talk is Sacral Architecture and Art of Selected Slovenian American Churches in the USA in the first half of the 20th century. We have already heard the abstract in Slovenian because the paper is going to be delivered in English, with which we'll now give the floor to the authors.
Can all hear me well?
Kar izvolite, gospod Hazemali, dobro vas slišimo, izvolite.
Yes, Mr. Hazemali, we can hear you loud and clear. Please, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. First of all, the authors would like to thank the organizers for giving us the opportunity to present our research at your outstanding event, and we would also like to congratulate all the presenters who've already presented their findings yesterday and of course today. Professor Klemenčič, we intended for Professor Klemenčič to start this presentation, but I'm positive that he will join us in the second part. So I will take his place. And I will start by introducing our topic of choice for today's presentation, which is the sacral architecture and art of selected Slovenian American churches in the US in the first half of the 20th century. There were more than 800 Slovenian settlements in the US established or erected in the 1880s and the 1990s. Slovenian immigrants built in total approximately 40 churches and over 100 national homes, which still today represent monuments of Slovenian American presence in the US. Many of them still serve their original purpose. We could find also valuable architecture and art in them, and Professor Klemenčič spent more than 10 years of his life visiting and researching those settlements. And myself, in 2018, I was given this exceptional opportunity to travel with him. And as you can see in the slide in front of you, I managed to not only visit the said sacral monuments or churches in these cases, but I also managed to analyze them both in an architectural sense and as a historian from the standpoint of historiography. Today, we will, due to time constraints, we are only going to present two of them, two originally Slovenian, now Slovenian American Catholic churches, namely the Church of St. Joseph in Leadville, Colorado, and St. Vitus Parish Church in Cleveland, Ohio. And we will begin in the state of Colorado, in the town of Leadville. Slovenes began to settle in Leadville around 1870 and immigrated there intensively until the end of the 19th century. Their numbers in 2010 amounted to around 1,100, and to this day, it has dropped sadly to around 300 descendants of Slovene immigrants. The population of the silver mine town of Leadville has been declining very rapidly since the end of the Second World War. Leadville is the highest lying Slovenian American settlement in the US, as well as the highest lying town in the US in general, as it lies at over 3,000 meters above sea level. In the mid-1890s, John Perche was the auxiliary pastor of the Irish parish of the Church of Annunciation of Mary, whose task was to take care of Slovene and other Slavic immigrants in particular. As early as October 20th, 1899, Perche received the authorization of Bishop Matz to establish a Slovene ethnic parish in Leadville. The parishioners of the newly established Austrian Catholic Society of St. Joseph started building a new wooden church in November of this year. It was completed on December 17th, 1899. However, we will not pay excessive attention to this wooden church as it sadly burned down on March 19th, 1923. A few months later, a new church was built on its site, this time a brick one, which still stands today. To this day, 9 pastors have served at St. Joseph. The most important of them was George or Yuri Trunk, who served from 1924 to 1946. The new church was built in 1923 by the then parish priest John Miklaučić. And as you can see in front of you, this is the church as it looks and stands to this day. After the fire, more than 200 members of the parish met at a meeting at the Slovenian National Home in Leadville, Colorado, and the meeting was convened and chaired by the most important Slovenian entrepreneur in Leadville at that time, namely Frank Zajc Jr., who discovered that the old wooden church was insured for $5,000 and that they had collected just as much at the meeting. However, Zajc found that they would need approximately $30,000 at the time to be able to build a new brick church. This money was collected relatively quickly and deposited in a local bank.
Spoštovani, če smem prekiniti, samo bi povedala, da je sedaj preko zvoka dostopen tudi gospod profesor, tako da gospoda Klemenčiča prav lepo pozdravljam in se morda vidva sedaj uskladita, kako bosta do konca izpeljala, morda v povezavi. Ali gospod Klemenčič samo z zvokom boste prevzeli besedo ali kasneje se priključite?
Ja, bom prevzel besedo, samo po zvoku seveda, jasno, ne?
Prav, potem pa prosim gospod Hazemali, bomo sedaj dali besedo še gospodu Klemenčiču, da se vključi v vajino predstavitev.
Yeah, we are sorry to interrupt this presentation, but earlier we had some technical problems. We were unable to hear Professor Klemenčič. In the meantime, however, Professor Klemenčič has been able to join us, unfortunately with no picture. However, we will be able to hear from him. And the two authors are now going to coordinate as to who is going to speak and deliver the rest of the paper.
Prosim, gospod Klemenčič.
Okay, let me start, or better to say, continue. When the new church was built in 1923 by the then parish priest John Miklaučić, after fire, more than 200 members of the parish met at a meeting at the Slovenian National Home on West Elm Street. The meeting was convened and chaired by the most important Slovenian entrepreneur in Cleveland, Frank Zajc Jr., who discovered that the old wooden church was insured for $5,000 and that they had collected just as much. However, Zajc found that they would need $30,000 at the time to be able to build a new brick church. This money was collected relatively quickly and deposited in a local bank. They chose Denver Bank-based Desjardins and Son, which offered to build the church for $24,600. The new church, which had not yet been completed, was consecrated on December 23rd, 1923. Thus, more than 500 people gathered for Christmas Eve to attend the Christmas Mass. There were no benches at that time, so they sat on ordinary movable chairs. Upon Trunk's arrival, the parish of St. Joseph's owed $11,000 to a Denver bank and another $6,000 to a construction company. In 10 years, Father Trunk managed to reduce the debt to just $3,000. The church is built in the non-Romanesque style. It is 27 meters long and 14 meters wide. It boasts a bell tower more than 20 meters high. It is built of red sandstone, which is clearly visible on the facade. The central nave has no side aisles. It has room for at least 150 people. In 1927 and 1928, Trunk painted the empty church walls with his own hands, among which the Way of the Cross stands out. To mark the Stations of the Cross, Trunk used stanzas of the song or Privitestvari in Slovene and short English inscriptions for all the stations. He modestly wrote in the chronicle that he painted them despite his own limited painting abilities. Expenditure of this was minimal, and the scaffolding was contributed by entrepreneurs. A journalist from the Rocky Mountain News also wrote about Trunk's famous paintings in the late 1950s, noting that a regular Leadville visitor will expect to see the remains of mines in the city rather than art monuments. In the church, the visitor can see most magnificent images he has ever seen. In addition, in brilliant colors that reflect the religious stagnation, the church is painting with paintings that include scenes from the Old and New Testaments and episodes from the lives of the saints. In 1937, the church became richer for an organ commissioned from St. Kilgan and Sons from St. Louis, Missouri, and for the heating system. In 1940, the parishioners replaced the roof on the church. That same year, George Trunk restored his paintings. And now I will let David again to tell us the story of Cleveland Church of St. Vitus. Please, David.
Thank you, Mentor. We're now moving from Leadville, Colorado to Cleveland, Ohio. The Cleveland metropolitan area represents the largest agglomeration of the population of Slovenian origin in the US. We can estimate that around 23,000 inhabitants of Slovenian origin still live there. Slovenian Americans live in this region in 5 dense cores. Slovenian American organizations can still be found in all these areas that you see in front of you. Of the former 4 Slovenian American ethnic parishes in the city, only 2 remain today, namely the parish of St. Vitus on St. Clair Avenue on your left, and the Church of the Assumption of St. Mary in Collinwood, as you can see on your right. There are still 8 Slovenian national homes in and around Cleveland, and this is the biggest one on St. Clair Avenue. East of Cleveland, there is the Slovenian Pristava campsite, built by political immigrants from the period after the Second World War. Slovenian Americans from the Cleveland metropolitan area have also been very successful in politics at the city level, as well as at the state level of Ohio and the federal level. St. Vitus Parish was founded on St. Clair Avenue in 1893. A new church was built in 1894, but this original wooden church soon became too small. Thus, the construction of a new church began, and this one, which you can see in front of you, was built in 1932 and still stands to this day. The new church cost over $350,000 at that time, which would amount to $7 million in 2021. Plans for it were drawn by architect William C. Jansen. The architectural style is of the Lombard Romanesque type. Eyewitnesses at the time also wrote that the paintings inside were certainly based entirely on Slovenian national motifs, which have such, and I quote, a beneficial effect on the eyes, and they also evoke patriotism, end of quote. The then parish priest Ponikvar is said to have had an artistic idea in this regard. The foundation stone is located on the left side of the church, slightly further from the side entrance and the confessionals. The church floor is made of rich painted marble, while the side corridors, the vestibule and staircase are made of unglazed plastic panels, which are in harmony with the rest of the building. Contemporaries describe a rose window in the middle of the church facade, which is interesting especially because of the extreme purity of the glass, its colors, as well as its harmonious effect with the entirety of the church. The glass was designed and made in Munich, Bavaria. The way this is embedded in the front of the church is the same as that used in Romanesque churches in the early Middle Ages in Europe. The acoustics of the church are excellent. On the ground floor below the church, there is a large space suitable for church bazaars and similar events. In this way, the church competed with the national homes in Cleveland. The presbytery, which adheres to the church, is 16 meters wide and 21 meters long, and is in general harmonized with the church building. The church itself is 43 meters long and between 23 and 30 meters wide. The exterior of the church is lined with the pale yellow fallstone bricks with terracotta ornaments and marble. The roof of the church is covered with red Spanish slabs. The church has two mighty bell towers on each side of the front, which rise 34 meters high. The entrance to the church are decorated with the church symbols, in example, the image of the four evangelists, in the middle of which is the image of Jesus Christ, worshipped by angels. On one side is a procession of saints led by Saint Mary, and on the other a procession led by Saint Vitus. At the entrance to the nave of the church, there are confessionals on one side of the vestibule. Also in the lobby on the right is a beautiful replica of Our Lady of Lourdes with a fountain and small altar. The main nave of the church is divided from the side corridors by mighty pillars winding from the background to the front of the church. Near the main altar in the transept are two galleries, each on one side of the church, where the seats were intended for school-age children. Each gallery had two side exits, and this is a specialty that no other church in the Ohio diocese had at the time. Directly above the church lobby is a free choir with an organ. The main altar is the work of John W. Winterick. Both the altar and the pulpit are made of the finest important marble. The main altar is in harmony with the rest of the ornamentation of the church, which give the whole interior building a magnificent image. To the left of the sanctuary is the sacristy for priests, to the right, the sacristy for ministers. Both sacristies are connected to each other by a choir walk. At the entrance at the back, the church is decorated with the inscription, "Go in peace." On one side, on one of the windows is depicted an image of Mary, Help of Christians, which you can see in Brezje in Slovenia. After the Second World War, they added a wall painting of the Hope of Refugees, and mighty bells were added later. At the opening, it was one of the most beautiful churches in Ohio. As they wrote in the American Homeland, the Slovenian-owned newspaper in Cleveland, and I'm going to end our presentation with the following citation. I quote, "From near and far, other ethnic groups come to see the mighty building, which is not only a mass of brick and stones, but also in architectural and artistic significance, in honor and pride of not only the Slovenian Americans in Cleveland, but also the whole city." Thank you very much for your attention.
Lepa hvala obema referentoma, gospodu profesorju Klemenčiču in gospodu Hazemaliju za tole resnično izčrpno predstavitev in malce skoka na drug kontinent, kar je bilo zelo dobrodošlo v okviru našega simpozija. Sedaj pa dovolite, da besedo predam naslednji referentki. Z nami bo gospa Petra Čeh, umetnostna zgodovinarka in sociologinja kulture, kustodinja v Loškem muzeju Škofja Loka, Slovenija. Pripravila je predavanje z naslovom S polja na pogrnjeno mizo, dokumentarno pričevanje modernega slikarstva Iveta Šubica. Tudi to predavanje bo potekalo v angleškem jeziku, zato dovolite, da preberem izvleček v slovenščini. V letu 2022 bomo obeležili 100. obletnico rojstva slikarja Iva Šubica. Kot grafik se je uveljavil s partizanskimi motivi v drugi svetovni vojni, ko je bil med drugim vodja grafičnega oddelka centralne tehnike. Propagandni jezik in partizansko simboliko je velikokrat prepletal s kmečkimi atributi, kar je obdržal tudi v svojem kasnejšem delu. Na slikah posebno mesto zavzema motiv hrane, saj je kot vojak mnogokrat izkusil lakoto. Po vojni pa je ta motiv nadgradil z intimno pripovedjo o razmerah na podeželju. Sledimo motivom vse od tistih s polja pa do pogrnjene mize, pri čemer avtor ni pozabil niti na spremembo takratne družbene vloge žensk. Ne glede na definicijo ali abstrakcijo njegove vizualne podobe, je to mogoče razumeti kot pomemben dokument časa.
I would now like to thank both speakers for presenting their paper, notably to Professor Klemencic as well as to Mr. Hazamali. They really delivered an in-depth paper and took us to another continent, which is was very welcome in the framework of this symposium. And now we'll give the floor to Mrs. Petra Čech, who is an art historian and cultural sociologist, and also works as a curator at the Škofja Loka Museum in Slovenia. And the title of her paper is From Field to Table, the documentary value of Ive Šubice's modern painting. The paper is also going to be delivered in English, so we also heard the abstract of the paper in Slovene. And with this, I'll give the floor to the speaker.
Good afternoon. So my article presents selected works by the Slovenian painter Ive Šubic that depict food and have never been analyzed in such a context. Food has always been the thing that links nature to society and culture and should be interpreted as such in Šubic's works. Ive Šubic is a prominent Slovenian artist. He enrolled at the Zagreb Academy of Fine Arts in 1940, but left it after the first semester due to the Second World War. He joined the partisans. The Yugoslav partisans were resistance fighters that fought against the occupying forces during Second World War. He took part in some key battles. Between 1944 and 45, he headed the Partisan Graphic Studio. One of the many awards he received was the Prešeren Award in 1979. His creative works include oil painting, prints, frescoes, etc. He was also a prominent cultural figure in the Škofja Loka area. Next year will mark the centenary of his birth, and we are already preparing a retrospective exhibition of his works in the Škofja Loka Museum. Due to the ideological interference of politics in culture, the partisan iconography was included in Slovenian and Yugoslav art for a long time. It can be found in the works of many artists, including the entire oeuvre of Ive Šubic, most probably due to his own personal recollection of certain events that took place while he was part of the partisan movement. Šubic's art included depictions of starving soldiers. He had often experienced hunger himself during the war, so in part, he unconsciously depicted himself. In both of these works, Ive Šubic portrayed a lone partisan holding an empty bowl. Expressive forms are more common in his hunger print, which he filled with many details and with horror vacui. thus intensifying the soldiers' emotional distress. The composition includes several vertical lines, the most important being the line that seems to link three objects: a skull, a bowl, and soldier's head. The skull and the rifle in the soldier's hands are also connected. For example, a fatal shot fired by rifle is visible on a skull. The skull is synonymous with two things, with the murderer and the murdered person, because both are ultimately connected in death. Scenes of partisan accepting food are quite common in Schubitz's works. In his work titled Q, soldiers are calmly and almost lethargically waiting for a meal, each with their own empty bowl. Here, Schubitz highlighted a collective fate of all the waiting soldiers. With its horizontal composition, the painting is reminiscent of the Danse Macabre in Hrastovlje. In fact, in both scenes, the lines are moving to the right. What awaits the partisans, however, is not death, like in the Danse Macabre, but a meal, which is also crucial for their survival in such circumstances. In his partisan prints, Schubitz often combined partisan and farm life attributes. More people were able to identify with such images, those who were involved in combat and also those who stayed behind in the countryside, like women, children, the elderly. In 1944, Ive Schubitz designed the cover for 3 consecutive editions of the Nasza Žena magazine. The cover featured the picture of a barefoot young woman walking confidently towards the wind, which was a symbolic message of the important role women play in the fight against the occupiers. She is carrying a sheaf of grain and rifle. The rifle symbolizes women soldiers and a sheaf of grain women in the rear that were their support. In contrast to artist propaganda works, Ive Schubitz, one of the last Schubitz's partisan prints was a print titled Spring. It's showing a female farmer plowing. The print is based on real events when women had to do the work that was considered a man's job. Ive Schubitz used a narrative visual language to document farm life. The source of the subject he depicted was his own personal experience. However, the presence of ambivalence can be sensed. On the one hand, scenes are idealized, but on the other hand, they are rough and heavy. Schubitz was well aware that the result of a hard work on the field was food placed on the table, and life in the countryside revolved around the seasons, which was reflected in his work. The frescoes on the Poljane Primary School building are dedicated to Ivan Taučar's famous novel, The Visoko Chronicle. The frescoes were inspired by the everyday farm life. The farmers are shown without any emotions, serious and focused on the process of repetitive choreography involving hands, hoes, and scythes. Ive Schubitz painted tables laden with food in several of his genre works. Not only food is essential to human existence, all important social interactions, exchange of information, and relationships take place at a table. In painting farm still life, much like in many other works, the artist accentuated food, bread, bottle, and a vase with dried poppies. One of the most noticeable parts of the painting is a knife painted in shades of gray, which makes it look cold and sharp. A vase, which one would expect to hold colorful flowers, is unexpectedly filled with dried poppy stalks. In fact, in both paintings, there are objects on the table which generally connote positive emotions. However, the mood in the painting does no such thing and actually makes the viewer feel ambivalence. This might have been Schubitz's subtle way of implying the cycle of life and death, and the table is the thing that links the two. A Sunday conversation is set in a tavern at food-laden table where diametrical opposites are shown once again. For example, ideologies that coexisted at a certain time and place in Yugoslavia. There are two ideologically diametrical paintings on the wall, a portrait of Tito on the left and a church scene with Virgin Mary on the right. There are two men sitting opposite each other, separated by a food-laden table. The men, too, are from these different worlds. A man on the left looks like a farmer. He is holding a pipe, his hands are brown, and his robust knuckles are accentuated. His attire is very simple. In contrast, the man on the other side of the table is a bit more modern. He does not look worn out or aged, and his attire is more elegant. He is wearing a red tie. He seems to be as a proletarian. The farmer is also pushed into a corner, and there is a knife on the other side of the painting, its tip threateningly pointed directly at him. The knife is a recurrent object in Schubitz's works, and this suggests it is a personally connoted symbol. It can be regarded as a threat, maybe even death, or as a passive battle of two ideologies. The figural scenes that combine the genre and figures are often depictions of real people, mostly the artist's fellow villagers. When depicting them, he was most likely thinking of specific individuals. Symbolically, they are like monuments to the work they do. Compared to the body, the hands are disproportionately large. They are especially noticeable in the painting titled Farmer. A man holding bread is also a recurrent subject in Schubitz's works, as it appears in several of his paintings. A similar set of attributes can be seen in the paintings with figural depictions of female farmers. The woman is placed in the foreground with a field stretching behind her and a farmhouse, most likely her home. This landscape is idealized and thus stands in stark contrast to the female farmer, which gives the painting a feeling of ambivalence. She is depicted as a robust woman with muscular arms shaped by fieldwork. Even those depictions seem perfectly genre-typical at first glance, reflect the ideology and societal characteristic to some extent. Schubitz's art also reveals some information that is rather documentary in nature, although it is sometimes incorporated in his works in a subtle way. And thus,
Zapri okence gor internetno, ne vem kako naj ti rečem.
Some problems, I guess. Okay, I hear somebody else. Okay, I'll continue. Sorry. So Schubitz's art also reveals some information that is rather documentary in nature, although it is sometimes incorporated in his works in subtle way, and thus needs to be interpreted by also taking into account the socio-political situation at the time. Schubitz's artworks require a multi-phase interpretation as he enhances his motives with metaphors and personally connoted symbols, the most important of which are bread, bowls, knives, palms, and farm tools. They often emphasize ambivalence and the search for a balance between good and evil, war and peace, and therefore between life and death. Even as early as World War II, Ives Šubits often combined propaganda language and partisan-related motives with farm life attributes, thus imaginarily pairing ideological contradictions. It is precisely this that shows the great potential of Šubits' art, which reflects the artist's intellectual work and the way he ventured beyond the general perception of the reality of the era he was from. Thank you very much.
Hvala lepa, gospej Petri Čeh. Ob tem se tudi opravičujemo za manjši tehnični spodrsljaj, ki smo ga uspeli seveda takoj rešiti. Hvala vam za tale izjemno zanimiv prispevek, ki nas je popeljal v resnično vse plasti grafičnih del Iveta Šubica. Lahko bi vaš prispevek uvrstili tudi v sklop o hrani, kulinariki, kajti zasnovali ste ga tudi na ta način, pa smo se vseeno odločili, da vas vključimo tukaj v sklop, kjer obravnavamo predvsem likovno umetnost. Sedaj pa dovolite, da povabim k besedi naslednja dva referenta. To bosta gospa Breda Kolar Sluga, direktorica Umetnostne galerije Maribor, umetnostna zgodovinarka, in pa gospod Andrej Preložnik, knjižničar na Inštitutu za arheologijo in dediščino Fakultete za humanistične študije Univerze na Primorskem v Kopru. Njun prispevek nosi naslov Kulturno-zgodovinski pomen prve umetniške razstave v Mariboru.
Thank you, Petra Čech. And first of all, we do apologize for some technical problems, which, however, we managed to overcome and resolve very quickly. And of course, thank you for your great paper, which took us to the painter Ive Šubic and exposed to us the different layers of his work. Now, this paper, given its topic, could have also been included in a different section, the one on food and culinary aspects. However, we decided to put it in this section, which focuses on the visual arts. And with this, we'll now move on to our next two speakers, which are as follows. The first speaker is Mrs. Breda Kolar Sluga, who is an art historian and director of Art Gallery Maribor. And the co-author is Mr. Andrej Preložnik, who is a librarian and comes from the Institute of Archaeology and Heritage at the Faculty of Humanities at the University of Primorska, Koper, and in Slovenia. And the paper, they're going to deliver that paper in Slovenian, so please allow us to read the abstract of that paper in English. So that paper is entitled The Cultural and Historical Relevance of the First Art Exhibition in Maribor. At the end of the turbulent 1920s, Maribor was the venue for the first art exhibition in a city that was undergoing violent ethnic and social change following the collapse of the Austro-Hungarian Empire and the establishment of the Kingdom of the South Slavic Nations. This was a unique undertaking, the aim of which was to demonstrate the cultural character of the now Slovene city, to bring together and organize artists of all nationalities, classes or states, and to awaken public interest in the visual arts. The response was considerable, both among artists and the public. From the cultural and historical distance of a century later, the exhibition appears as a unique event which, although it stands at the beginning of continuous exhibition activity, has never been repeated in the city in such a form. And with this, dear speakers, the floor is yours.
Dober dan tudi z moje strani. Dan je bil dolg, poskušali bomo tudi biti mi na koncu kratki. Za kolegom Andrejem Preložnikom bi vam pa želela danes pripovedovati o prvi umetnostni razstavi, ki je bila v Mariboru leta 1920, vendar ne na način, ki bi mogoče najprej pomislili, ne toliko o razstavi, kot o razstavi kot primeru, ki lahko odlično pokaže turbulentno obdobje v evropski zgodovini v prvi polovici 20. stoletja. Pa začnimo najprej pri razstavi. Namen razstave leta 1920 v Mariboru je bila, da pravzaprav začne z ustvarjanjem likovnega življenja v mestu, ki ni imelo nobene organizirane tradicije na tem področju. Težko nalogo se je odbor, dobro zastavljen, lotil zelo optimistično. Vodil ga je sam general Meister, ki kot vemo ni bil odličen samo kot strateg in vojak, temveč velik podpornik tudi kulturnega življenja, sam celo pesnik in manj znano celo ljubiteljski slikar. Vendar je njihova naloga bila zelo težka. Morali so pridobiti najprej prostor, izbrali so prestižni prostor nekdanje Kazine, danes je to znano nacionalno gledališče v Mariboru, vmes tudi oficirski dom, ki so ga prilagodili v te namene v začasno razstavišče. In sicer mogoče ta podoba danes zveni nekoliko nenavadno, vendar v maniri takratne najbolj običajne razstavne postavitve, tukaj v tem primeru z začasnimi stenami, in ta nenavadna recimo oprema z rastlinjem vred je takrat bila dokaj običajna v razstavnih prostorih. Izdali so tudi katalog, na podlagi katerega lahko o razstavi sploh premišljujemo, v njej objavljenih vseh 28 razstavljalk in razstavljalcev z več kot 180 deli. Kljub temu, da so imeli zelo omejena sredstva, kar kaže tudi na to, da v katalogu ni objavljena nobena reprodukcija, pa so vseeno želeli pokazati, kako naj bi profesionalna razstava izgledala, in izdali so v ta namen celo vabilo, vstopnico in oblikovali sam žig. Ta njihov entuziazem je bil pri širši javnosti zelo dobro sprejet. Prav tako pa tudi pri medijih poznamo več kot 40 zelo podpornih objav, komentarjev, ki so predvsem čestitali samemu odboru to vizionarsko noto in nekako čutili, z kakšnimi izzivi vse so se morali spopasti, da je sploh do te prve razstave prišlo. Vendar pa odboru seveda ni moglo uspeti to ustvariti, česar pravzaprav ni bilo, in kaže, da vseeno v tem slovenskem področju oziroma širši mariborski okolici in Štajerski, Koroški in Prekmurju dejansko samih umetnikov ni bilo veliko. In čeprav razstavo razumemo kot veliko nacionalno pomembno dejanje, se organizatorji niso uprli v nacionalno ozko zastavljeni zbor, temveč je veljala kot pomemben uspeh v smislu organizatorjev, slovenskih organizatorjev. Vendar pa tako pisana, zastavljena, torej ta poziv je povzročil oziroma privabil pisano množico. Nažalost danes umetnostna zgodovinska stroka o tem meni oziroma je ocenila, da je razstava pravzaprav bila spodrsljaj. Vendar pa prav iz tega spodrsljaja, recimo, kot bi rekli, neuspeha, pa vidimo danes razstavo v dosti bolj zanimivi luči, še posebej v okviru te teme, ki jo obravnavamo danes tukaj, evropske dimenzije, kajti razkrije se mnogo več o tem, kdo so bili prebivalci mesta Maribor in njihove recimo osebne intimne usode. Ta nacionalno pester nabor, spolno zelo raznolik, veliko je bilo vključenih v sam izbor razstavljalk, kar je tukaj neobičajno. Generacijske razlike, predvsem pa njihove korenine kažejo o tem, kakšna je bila pravzaprav evropska identiteta v 20 letih, in mogoče je potrebno poudariti še to, da se v tej luči kaže Maribor kot predvsem drugačno mesto, postavlja ga v neko srce same Evrope, hkrati pa tudi izpostavlja njegovo evropsko identiteto, ki je verjetno vse do danes več nismo nikoli občutili. Na kratko nam to lahko zarišajo sami priimki vseh 28 umetnikov in umetnic, poglejmo Koronini, Koci, Hanbeck, Kifman ali pa Klein, kjer nam že na prvi pogled dajo čutiti, kakšno pisano množica se je zbrala ob tej zanimivi prvi razstavi. 100 let kasneje, ko smo se ponovno pričeli ukvarjati z to razstavo, kajti nekako praznovali smo 100. obletnico likovne organizirane dejavnosti v samem mestu in ugotovili, da v tej razstavi skoraj ne vemo nič drugega kot to, da je bila, in se tudi prvič vprašali, zakaj je temu tako. Mogoče smo res potrebovali 100 let, da je evropska dimenzija ponovno prišla na agendo in postala zanimiva. In ob razstavi smo pri tem, da nam pomagajo razbrati, kdo so umetniki in zakaj večine ne poznamo, pozvali tudi javnost. Zanimivo je, da so nam pri mnogih primerih celo pomagali. Tako, tukaj lahko vidimo samo en primer, kratek, kako smo se prebijali in razbirali in na novo ugotavljali, kakšne podobe so bile sploh razstavljene na tej razstavi in kdo so umetniki in umetnice, o katerih smo vse pozabili. Hvala, torej na srečo smo poznali tudi fotografije in se lahko temu, recimo, obsesivni dokumentarnosti Frana Vesela zahvalimo, da poznamo podobo razstave tudi skozi fotografijo. Predvsem pa je namen te razstava razkrila, da je glavni razlog, zakaj smo o njej tako dosti pozabili, tudi neverjetni moment migracijskega premikanja v Evropi, čemur bomo pa še več prisluhnili v nadaljevanju.
Tako, hvala lepa, gospa Breda. Če se ne motim, bo sedaj k besedi pristopil še gospod Andrej Preložnik. Prosim, gospod Preložnik.
So thank you, Mrs. Breda. If I'm not mistaken, we'll also have the second part of the presentation delivered by Mr. Preložnik. Is that correct? Yes, so please, Mr. Preložnik, the floor is yours.
Gospod Preložnik, prosim, vključite mikrofon.
Mr. Preložnik, if you could please turn on the microphone.
Takole? Me slišite?
Slišimo, izvolite.
Yes, please.
Takole, torej, da nadaljujemo z sodelujočimi na razstavi. Kot ste slišali, je bilo povabilo namenjeno predvsem umetnikom, ki so delovali v delu Štajerske, Koroške in Prekmurja, ki je bil takrat priključen novo ustanovljeni državi. Kot pa lahko vidite tukaj, so bili sodelujoči iz številnih krajev nekdanje, takrat že nekdanje Avstro-Ogrske. Praktično iz zahodnega dela, iz avstrijskega dela, so prihajali ti razstavljalci. Kako to, da so se znašli tu v Mariboru? Maribor je bil po eni strani pomembno železniško vozlišče, po drugi strani pa tudi važen vojaški center. To pomeni, da so uradniki, vojaki in ostali krožili po državi in se znašli tudi tukaj. Drugi pomembno dejstvo pa je bila seveda nova politična ureditev, ko se Maribor znajde na meji, zaradi česar je odšlo veliko nemškega prebivalstva. Ocene so tam do 10.000 in enaka količina ljudi se je priselila, predvsem z zahodnega obrobja slovenskega ozemlja, se pravi z tistih krajev, ki so pripadli po prvi svetovni vojni Italiji. Kar pomeni, če si pogledamo malo ta statistiko, da velika večina je sicer res tistih, ki so bili že prej ali pa rojeni na Štajerskem, ampak imamo tudi ljudje, ki so prišli iz Češke, iz Bukovine, Avstrije, pa seveda kar precej Primorcev. Naslednjo zanimivo dejstvo pri sestavi teh razstavljalcev je njihova poklicna usmeritev. Vidimo, da gre v grobem za 3 skupine. Eno so posestniki, se pravi pripadniki aristokracije ali meščanstva, ki so se z slikarstvom ukvarjali bolj kot amaterji. Potem je velika skupina, so šolniki ali šolniki, ki so imeli akademsko izobrazbo, ali celo, ki so se uspeli preživljati samo kot umetniki. In tretja skupina so vojaki, se pravi ali upokojeni vojaki, ali bivši oficiri, ki so si zdaj našli drugo delo, recimo v kakšnem uradu, ali pa uradniki, se pravi imamo dva pripadnika železničarskega kadra in enega poštarja. Starostna struktura, najmlajša udeleženka je imela 20 let, najstarejši 56. Večinoma mlajših so bili domačini ali ti priseljenci, ki so tu začeli svojo poklicno pot ali nadaljevali poklicno pot, ali kot domačini ali kot učitelji. Meja je nekje 35 let, starejši od tega so pa potem zelo pisane sestave, se pravi neki priseljenci, ki so si tu našli zadnji dom, ali umetniki, ali v to starostno skupino spada tudi recimo Ivan Žabota, ki je edini, ki je bil z tega območja izhajal, ampak je takrat živel že na drugem koncu, se pravi na Slovačkem. Še ena zanimiva statistika, tu bo mogoče malo boljše vidno. Veliko ljudi se je znašlo v Mariboru, torej po prvi svetovni vojni. Marsikdo, predvsem nemški prebivalci, so pa po drugi svetovni vojni odhajali. Praktično po drugi svetovni vojni, od tistih, ki so prej tukaj živeli in sodelovali na razstavi, ostane samo par udeležencev, ki so svoje poklicno udejstvovanje tukaj nadaljevali in si tu ustvarili dom. Marsikdo je iskal potem delo drugje ali pa se iz kakih drugih razlogov odselil. No, če si pogledamo še par tipičnih primerov. Viktor Cotič, torej organizator razstave, rojen železničarski družini v Trstu, potem se šolal na Dunaju, potoval po Italiji in kot učitelj začel svojo pot v Zadru, potem po vojni prišel v Maribor, kjer se je res uveljavil kot pomemben kulturni delavec, ampak ni tu ostal, leta 1933 se preseli v Ljubljano in tam nadaljuje kariero in tam tudi umre. Augusta Šantelj iz pomembne primorske umetniške družine, tako kot sestra, kot brat, tudi ona in glasbeno in likovno zelo aktivna, učiteljica po izobrazbi, ki je svoje študije opravljala v Gradcu, na Dunaju, v Münchnu, potem pa poučevala na različnih krajih, med drugim od 20. do 33. leta tudi v Maribor, tudi ona se kasneje preseli v Ljubljano. Par Ljudmila in Jan Janovski sta bila Čeha, ki sta delovala dolgo na Balkanu oziroma v Dalmaciji in sploh na Sušaku, ki potem po vojni prideta v Maribor in se tu za 6 let zadržita in tudi sodelujeta v likovnem življenju, v Mariborskem likovnem klubu. Potem pa tudi ona dva zapustita Maribor in leta 1924 že odideta na Češko, se pravi svojo rodno deželo. Bila sta zelo uspešna in zelo vplivna, morski motivi ali pa tale zgoraj guslar, ki je bil v okviru razstave hvaljen kot primer novega jugoslovanskega likovnega izraza. Vera Simonič Blumenau je izhajala iz družine slovenskih intelektualcev. Oče je takrat deloval na Dunaju, kjer se ona rodila, tudi izobraževala, potem pa preko Münchna, kjer je spoznala moža, se preselila v Moskvo, iz Moskve po revoluciji spet v Slovenijo oziroma v Jugoslavijo, kjer pa potem z drugo svetovno vojno spet nadaljuje to svojo odisejo, da se bi potem na koncu spet vrnila na Štajersko. Se pravi, spet ena velika popotnica. Karl Koronin je bil z drugega konca, se pravi aristokratska družina iz Gorice, avstrijski plemiči z posestvi tudi na Kranjskem in na Štajerskem. Ob začetku vojne se s fronte umaknejo v Velenje, kjer Koronini kupi Velenjski grad, in živi tam do leta 20, zelo veliko slika. Potem po vojni se vseeno vrne v Italijo, slike grejo z njim, zdaj ob priliki te lanskoletne razstave smo marsikatero od teh, ki so bile v Mariboru razstavljene, tudi uspeli identificirati v Gorici v depoju njegove ustanove. Še ena Mariborčanka, Erna Lina Bross, poročena Klein, hčerka Karla Brossa, ustanovitelja tovarne Zlatorog, ki je bil tudi sam migrant, izhaja iz klana Brozov, iz Hrvaškega Zagorja. Ona se je smatrala za Nemko, ker to je bila nemška meščanska družina potem. Tudi izobrazba je bila taka, s poudarkom na glasbi in na likovni umetnosti. Med prvo svetovno vojno tudi se udejstvuje kot učiteljica glasbe, potem se poroči s komponistom Kleinom z Dunaja, ampak po nemški zasedbi Avstrije se zaradi njegovih korenin zelo verjetno preselita v Ameriko, kjer potem v visoki starosti Erna Lina tudi umre. Še dva vojaka, Štefan Kobilanski, ugledna ukrajinska družina iz Bukovine, brat znamenite pisateljice in feministke Olge Kobilanske. Šolal se je v Dunajskem Novem mestu, potem služil v različnih regimentih, dokler leta 1909 ne pride v Maribor, kjer si ustvari dom. Po prvi svetovni vojni se vrne sem in tukaj živi do smrti. Se vključi v kulturno življenje, takrat že jugoslovanskega ali pa slovenskega Maribora. Njegove slike so večinoma razpršene in se še iščejo, gotovo se bo kakšna našla. Tole smo za predstavitev uporabili eno, ki je pa danes v Ukrajini. In še Egon Baumgartner, iz vojaške družine, ponovno, iz Trsta, rojen sicer v Zadru. Vojaška šola, že relativno mlad se znajde na fronti. Po vojni še ne vemo iz kakega razloga v Rimskih Toplicah, ki jih hitro zamenja za Maribor, kjer najprej dela kot uradnik, kot trgovski potnik, ampak ker je bil tudi zelo dober numizmatik, si ustvari ime z številnimi študijami srednjeveške numizmatike. Postane tudi pomemben v nemški skupnosti. Med vojno vodi mariborsko tiskarno, leta 1945 pa se potem umakne v Avstrijo, kjer mora začeti znova. Preživlja se med drugim tudi kot slikar za prodajo svojih del, no potem pa nažalost dokaj kmalu umre po kompliciranem zdravstvenem zapletu. Torej, kot smo iz tega kratkega pregleda lahko videli, najrazličnejše usode, etnično poreklo, poklici, vsi ti ljudje so se v enem trenutku leta 20 znašli kot udeleženci te resnično zanimive razstave. Naše delo še ni končano, iščemo jih še dalje, odkrivamo te njihove usode in dela. Hvala za enkrat in lep pozdrav.
Prav lepa hvala obema referentoma, gospej Bredi Kolar Sluga in gospodu Andreju Preložniku, za ta resnično poglobljen in zanimiv prispevek, ki se dotika preteklosti našega mesta, likovne umetnosti, dejavnosti na tem področju. Še posebej zanimiva je bila predstavitev udeležencev te prve razstave, ki nekako poudarja to multinacionalnost, ki je bila prisotna v Mariboru, tako da na ta način tudi nekako odkriva značaj našega mesta v preteklosti.
So thank you very much. We would like to thank both speakers, Mr. Andrej Preložnik and Mrs. Breda Kolar Sluga, for their presentation. We heard another really in-depth study that deals with the history of Maribor and more specifically with the history of visual arts in this town. Now we heard from the presentation that the exhibition that they talked about had a truly international character, and that it shows actually the international character that Maribor had already in the past.
Tako, sedaj je pred nami samo še eden prispevek, zaključni prispevek. Preden mu prisluhnemo, vas vljudno vabim, da vsi referenti ostanete priklopljeni na povezavo Zoom do razprave, ki bo potekala po tem zadnjem prispevku. Do takrat imejte, prosim, mikrofone izklopljene. Ko bomo začeli z debato, pa se prosim ponovno priklopite.
And we now have before us the final paper on this session and also this symposium, so the last paper. Now we have one request just before we give the floor to the speaker. We would like to ask everyone, all active participants, to stay with us until the end, until the final discussion. And at the same time, we would like you to keep your microphones off during the presentation, and then during the discussion you will be asked to turn them on. And with this, we'll give the floor to the next speaker.
Tako, sedaj pa mi dovolite, da najavim dragega kolega, magistra Oskarja Habjaniča, zgodovinarja in filozofa, muzejskega svetovalca v Pokrajinskem muzeju Maribor, ki je za današnjo priložnost pripravil izjemno zanimiv prispevek z naslovom Koncert poljskega pianista Teodorja Lešetickega v gosteh pri grofih Brandisih. Ker bo prispevek potekal v slovenskem jeziku, vam bomo predstavili izvleček v angleščini.
And I now have the great pleasure to announce a dear colleague of mine, Mr. Oskar Habjanič, who is a historian and a philosopher and works as a museum advisor in the Maribor Regional Museum here in Maribor. And he's going to deliver his paper in Slovene, so please allow us to read the abstract of his paper in English. And his presentation is entitled A Concert by the Polish Pianist Teodor Leszycki, 1830 to 1915, hosted by the Counts of Brandis. The paper presents the musical path of the Polish pianist Teodor Leszycki in the 1840s until his departure for St. Petersburg in 1852. There is a special focus on the pianist's 2 concerts in the present-day Knights Hall of Maribor Castle on July 22nd, 1847, and in Rogaška Slatina 2 days later. The paper also throws light on the role and significance of the Brandis family, who were not only important commissioners of works of art, but also invited musical talents, who on their short tours of the then Styria would stop in Maribor to appear in their home.
Lepo pozdravljeni. Torej, kot je bilo povedano, vam bom predstavil koncert poljskega pianista Teodorja Lešetickega v gosteh pri grofih Brandis. V ospredje seveda postavljam koncert v Viteški dvorani Mariborskega gradu in v Rogaški Slatini. V predavanju se bo prav tako osvetlila vloga grofov Brandis, ki niso bili samo umetniški naročniki, ampak so se izkazali kot ena izmed osrednjih plemstva, ki so gostili pravzaprav takratne nadobudne glasbenike, ki so potovali na relaciji Gradec-Rogaška Slatina. Kdo je torej bil Teodor Lešeticki? Rodil se je v mestu Landshut. Landshut je spadal pod takratno kraljevino Galicijo kot delom Habsburške monarhije. Danes je seveda del Poljske. Oče Jožef se je prav tako preživljal kot učitelj klavirja, bil je zaposlen pri plemiški družini in je seveda že zelo mladega Lešetickega Teodorja vzel v uk. Teodor je pri 9 imel prvi koncert v bližnjem Lembergu, pokazal je izjemen talent in družina se je odločila, oziroma starši so se odločili, da se preselijo na Dunaj. Na Dunaju ga je seveda v bran vzel Karl Černi, ki je mimogrede bil tudi že učitelj njegovega očeta. Torej se je ta tradicija nekako nadaljevala. Karl Černi je prav gotovo bil ena izmed osrednjih glasbenih osebnosti na Dunaju. Kot smo v preteklosti že spoznali, je bil tudi učitelj klavirja Franca Lista. Karl Černi začne nastopati že zelo zgodaj tudi na Dunaju. Že pri 13 letih je recimo nastopil v dvorani glasbenega društva na Dunaju. Torej gre za eno izmed osrednjih ustanov glasbene srednje na Dunaju, to je bilo leta 1843. Večjo pozornost je v medijih požel že leta 1845. Ne gre pozabiti, da sredi 19. stoletja se že vzpostavljajo tudi specializirani literarni glasbeni kritiki, ki dajo izjemno pronicljive ocene tako glasbenih kot tudi likovnih razstav. Tako v časopisu Wiener Zeitschrift für Kunst, Literatur, Theater und Mode se pojavi samostojni članek o njegovi virtuoznosti. Glasbeni kritik se zelo spodbudno razpiše o njegovem nadaljnjem, zelo samozavestnem nastopu in postopnem razvoju v umetnika v širšem pomenu besede, kot pravi, citiram: njegov trenutni renome pianista, tej še vedno zelo mladostni življenjski dobi, je že zelo velik. Hrabrost in izraznost, nežnost in moč, občutek in razumevanje so že pognali ljubke popke, iz katerih se razcvetijo prašni cvetovi. Konec avgusta je nato imel zelo odmeven nastop v priljubljenem zdravilišču Bad Ischl, kjer je med poslušalci bil tudi nadvojvoda Franz Karel Avstrijski in seveda ob njem tudi drugo visoko avstrijsko habsburško plemstvo. Prav slednji nastop v Bad Ischlu mu je prav gotovo odprl vrata na nastope na plemiških dvorih. In eden takih, prav gotovo tudi koncert v Mariboru leta 1847, 22. julija. Koncert Teodorja Lešetickega je potrebno umestiti v širši kontekst koncertov, ki jih je rodbina Brandis prirejala v svoji osrednji dvorani, namenjeni za bankete, plese, gledališke predstave in koncerte. Natanko leto dni pred koncertom Lešetickega je v isti dvorani nastopil Franz Liszt. Franza Liszta je v Štajerske Loge pripeljal kdo drug kot spiritus agent glasbenega življenja na Dunaju, Edvard baron Lanois. Lanois je bil izjemno pronicljiv, že kot mladojnič je pisal v štajerske časopise in svoje delo nato nadaljeval tudi na Dunaju kot direktor konzervatorija, glasbenega konzervatorija in kot organizator znamenitih dunajskih koncertov. Prijateljstvo z Listom je nato obrodilo sadove in ga je povabil v dvorec Viltuš, kjer je Lanois tudi bival v poletnih sezonah, prav gotovo pogosto pa ga najdemo tudi med gosti Rogaške Slatine. Tako Lanois organizira koncert Franza Liszta, tako v Viteški dvorani, kot tudi v Rogaški Slatini na znamenitem Aninem plesu. Podobno tudi Lešeticki, kot bomo videli. V Maribor je Lešeticki prišel s starši. Ob nastopu je že dopolnil 17 let. Na koncertu je nastopil skupaj z angleško pevko Anno von Millingen, ki se je takrat ustalila na Dunaju, ter pevko Karolino Gerdež. Koncerta tako v Mariboru kot v Rogaški Slatini so napovedali v osrednjem časopisu Grazer Zeitung z večjim oglasom. Prispevki iz mariborskega koncerta so tako kot mnogo koncertov pred njim in mnogi druge kulturne prireditve je seveda šlo za osrednjo dvorano, gledališko dvorano, ki jo je Maribor postavil leta 1852. Tako da vsi dogodki, kulturni dogodki so bili vezani na zbiranje sredstev za osrednjo gledališko dvorano. Koncert je seveda potekal v osrednji dvorani grofa Brandis, ki jo je takrat krasilo 5 velikih starinskih lestencev. Tla so bila prekrita z belim pohorskim marmorjem, položenim v času Henrika Adama grofa Brandisa. Udeleženci Museoeurope simpozija prav gotovo prepoznate sam interjer. To je tudi naš letošnji studio, kjer se odvijajo osrednji dogodki simpozija. In v preteklosti seveda in vivo, v živo, letos pa torej virtualno. 2 dni kasneje, torej v soboto 24.7., je nastopil v priljubljenem zdravilišču v Rogaški Slatini, kjer so prav takrat urejali na novo koncertne prostore. V Rogaško Slatino so zelo verjetno potovali skupaj, torej Karl Gerdež s sinom in hčerko ter Lešeticki z družino ter Anna von Millingen. V Rogaški je glasbena druščina nastopila ob priložnosti znamenitega Aninega plesa, na katerem je prejšnje leto, kot je že bilo rečeno, igral Franz Liszt. Osrednji dogodek je seveda bil posvečen zavetnici sveti Ani. Gosti koncerta in Aninega plesa so prišli iz Zagreba, Kaniže, Trsta, Gradca, Maribora, Sežane, Ljubljane, Radgone, Osijeka, Tirolske in drugih mest. Koncerta so se udeležili predvsem meščani, predstavniki državne administracije, številni odvetniki, profesorji in trgovci iz Gradca. Med goste pa je posebej pomenljiv za nas učitelj slovenščine na Graški univerzi, Koloman Kvas, ki je prišel na koncert z ženo in otrokom. Kakšna je torej bila vloga Brandisov kot gojiteljev ne samo umetniških del, ampak tudi spodbujevalcev kulturnega življenja v Mariboru? V tej osrednji dvorani so torej združevali vse tisto, kar je bilo vredno oziroma kar je nekako prineslo mlade vetrove, torej od Franca Lista do Teodorja Lešetickega na spodnjo Štajersko. Henrik Adam in Marija Jožefa Brandis sta bila v Mariboru vpeta v družbeno dogajanje. Že v prihodu cesarja Franca I. v Maribor sta se skupaj z meščani, dekanom dr. Andrejem Kavčičem in prefektom Grimom pri cesarju zavzela za prenos sedeža Lavantinske škofije iz Šentandraža na Koroškem v Maribor. Leta 1821 se je pri njima ustavil tudi ruski prestolonaslednik Aleksandar I., ki je v gradu bival med potjo na Ljubljanski kongres Svete alianse. Na svojem gradu sta omenjena gostila že omenjenega Franca Lista leta 1846, kot tudi našo osrednjo osebnost tega predavanja, Teodorja Lešetickega. V tem času je bil Henrik Adam tudi predsednik oziroma direktor glasbenega društva v Mariboru, kateremu je za svoje nastope odstopil tudi svojo, seveda, osrednjo slavnostno dvorano. Mariborski kronist Rudolf Gustav Puf nam poroča, da so v grajskih prostorih potekale javne slovesnosti, koncerti, podelitve gimnazijskih nagrad, tukaj so potekale tudi skupščine kmetijske družbe. Ob zaključku šolskega leta 1857-58 je tukaj potekala tudi zaključna prireditev Mariborske gimnazije, kjer je prvikrat v javnosti odmevala tudi slovenska pesem. Henrik Adams s soprogo je slavnostno dvorano odstopil tudi ob praznovanju 100-letnice rojstva Friedricha Schillerja leta 1859. Na njej so dijaki v nemškem in slovenskem jeziku recitirali Schillerjeve pesmi. Člani rodbine Brandis se omenjajo leta 1848 med ustanovitelji gledališča, ki so ga odprli leta 1852, dogodka, ki je, kot že omenjeno, prav gotovo najbolj zaznamoval sredino 19. stoletja v Mariboru. Podobne izkušnje o zaključku šolskega leta, tokrat iz leta 1865, nam na zelo široko opisuje tudi Pavel Turner. Osrednje mariborsko poslopje je po smrti Henrika Adama dedoval njegov najstarejši sin Ferdinand, ki se je 22. septembra 1846 poročil Sofijo, rojeno grofico Fünfkirchen, s katero je imel 7 otrok. Ferdinanda in Ota je poučeval Josip Sernec, ki prav tako zapusti izjemno lepe spomine in se prav tako z nekako nostalgijo spominja lepih popoldnevov pri sami družini Brandis. Ferdinand ni imel želje ostati v Mariboru, omenja se med ustanovitelji olepševalnega društva, ki je na njegovem ozemlju začelo z urejanjem parkovnih površin. Leta 1876 je prodal svoje posesti ter se z družino preselil na južno Tirolsko. Kakšna je bila Lešetickova življenjska pot na to do odhoda v Sankt Petersburg? Torej, osredotočamo se predvsem na Lešetickovo življenje v 40 letih 19. stoletja. Po koncertu v Mariboru je Lešeticki nadaljeval seveda s koncertnimi nastopi. Na Štajerskem, kjer mu je očitno vino dobro delo, je v Gradcu nastopil že 21. avgusta 1847, ko je v tamkajšnji slavnostni dvorani spet nastopil z angleško pevko Lady Anno Millingen. V Gradec se je Lešeticki vrnil 2. septembra 1847, ko je v sodelovanju spet z drugo pevko Marianne Gilbert in violinistom Georgom Hermesbergerjem imel koncert v tamkajšnjem gledališču, spet mit briljanten Erfolg, kot pravijo časopisi. Na koncertu je igral Dolarjevo priredbo Rossinijeve opere Wilhelm Tell ter dela Webra in Thalberga. Številne ovacije so Lešetickega spodbudile, da je ponovil Vedbrovo priredbo Beneškega karnevala. Marijane Gilbert je odpela kavatino Rossinijevega Seviljskega brivca. V naslednjih letih se je očitno Lešeticki že preusmeril na poučevanje. V priljubljenem zdravilišču Bad Ischl se je leta 1852 kot gost vpisal s poklicom tonkunstler. Konec marca 1852 je imel svoj tradicionalni koncert v dvorani glasbenega društva na Dunaju, kjer poudarjajo njegovo izjemno tehniko igranja. Ugled Lešetickega je z leti tako samo še rasel, verjetno enega njegovih zadnjih koncertov pred odhodom v Sankt Petersburg pospremi tudi samostojni oglas v takrat enem od osrednjih dunajskih časopisov Die Presse. Na koncertu je igral tudi več svojih del. S posameznimi koncerti je nadaljeval nato tudi v Sankt Petersburgu, kamor je odšel septembra leta 1852. Lešeticki se je v prihodnjih letih osredotočil predvsem na poučevanje klavirja. Bil je izjemno poznan po svoji izjemni tehniki, prav zaradi tega so k njemu prihajale številne učenke iz Amerike. O njem se tudi najdejo še danes številne raziskovalne naloge, številne diplome, doktorati, ki raziskujejo prav njegovo izvrstno poučevalno tehniko. Po prihodu iz Rusije se je ustalil na Dunaju, kjer je kmalu spadal med kulturno-družabno elito. Sprejemajo učence iz vsega sveta, med njimi velja omeniti Ignaca Paderewskega, Ignaca Friedmana, Paula Wittgensteina, torej brata znamenitega filozofa, Berto Jan in druge virtuoze 20. stoletja. Njegov neizmerni talent poučevanja pa še danes ohranjajo številna glasbena društva, posvečena njemu v čast. Umrl je v Dresdnu novembra 1915 in za sabo pustil izjemno veliko količino glasbenih talentov, ki so svoje znanje prenašali naprej. Hvala lepa.
Hvala lepa kolegu magistru Oskarju Habjaniču, ki nam je v tej čudoviti viteški dvorani predstavil prispevek o koncertu glasbenika Lešetickega in na ta način doprinesel k novim spoznanjem z področja glasbenega življenja v preteklosti mesta Maribor. Naj povem, da se kolega Habjanič poglobljeno ukvarja z nekdanjimi nastopi glasbenikov v naši viteški dvorani, odkar smo leta 2016 obeležili obletnico koncerta Franca Lista v viteški dvorani. Kot tudi že omenjeno, če bi naš simpozij letos potekal v živo, bi se vsi skupaj družili prav v tej čudoviti, izjemno akustični viteški dvorani.
I would like to thank my colleague Oskar Habjanic, who has an MA, for presenting presenting to us the concert that was held by the pianist Lešetický in this wonderful night hall. And this way, our colleague Habjanic offered a new insight into the history of this town. For those of you who don't know that, my colleague Habjanic actually is somebody who specializes in the music performances and the concerts and music events that took place in this particular night's hall, and he has been working on this since 2016 when we had an exhibition on Franz Liszt. Now, if this symposium took place in person, so live in Maribor, this is also the hall where the symposium would actually take place, and the acoustics of this room is really amazing.
Tako, hvala lepa vsem govornikom v tem zadnjem sklopu. Sedaj se mi boste postopoma pridružili, tako da vas vabim k pogovoru, k debati. Prosim, vklopite svoje mikrofone in zastavljam poziv, ali ima morda kdo kakšno vprašanje za kolege.
So I would, of course, first like to thank all the speakers in this who took part in this last session. And you are now all kindly invited to join me in a discussion, in a debate, and please turn on the microphones. And first of all, I would like to ask all of you, does any of you have any question for your colleagues?
No, tukaj bi želeli zastaviti vprašanje, najprej, če dovolite, gospodu Hazemaliju. In sicer v vašem izjemno zanimivem prispevku ste nam predstavili cerkve, arhitekturo sredine 20. stoletja na ameriških tleh. In sicer bi nas čisto praktično zanimalo kot dediščinarje, ali morda veste, kako je v Ameriki poskrbljeno za vzdrževanje oziroma restauratorske posege morebitne na tej cerkveni arhitekturi, ki je povezana s slovensko skupnostjo, ali za to poskrbi mesto, ali za to poskrbi cerkev, ali k temu doprinesejo kar tudi kaj verniki. In ali morda veste, kakšno je stanje teh cerkva?
Ja, hvala lepa.
Če lahko bi to odgovoril jaz.
Izvolite, gospod Klemenčič. Dovolite samo še, da prevedemo vprašanje v angleški jezik. Samo sekundico.
Yes, so we have a question for Mr. Hazemali. You gave and presented a very intriguing paper about the churches and the architecture of the mid-20th century in the United States of America. And we actually have a more practical question. Maybe to your knowledge, how does the United States, for example, take care of these churches and this type of architecture? For example, if we focus in particular on the Slovenian churches, is that taken care of by the, for example, local community, the city, or the church itself, or is it the congregation who take care? Could you please tell us more about that?
Okay.
Prosim, gospod Klemenčič.
First of all, this is the matter of congregation. Congregation has to take care of those churches and also the other parts of the architecture and so forth. That includes the churches, and it's because it costs quite a lot of money to make the restorations of those churches, and it is exclusively matter of congregations themselves. Within the United States, the church is separated from the state, and they mean it that it is really separated from the state. So no one else can give money but private donors, and private donors are almost exclusively members of the parish. And so one could say that this is it. But there was also an agreement that was signed by former Vice President Al Gore and our then Prime Minister Drnovšek, which actually took care of the heritage of Germans in Goce in Kočevje region and their artifacts. And I personally was the one who asked our site to include also this remnants of the Slovene heritage in the United States, in particular churches. So there is in some way, also taken care of within this agreement. But as I said, there are about 40 churches in which has been built by the Slovene immigrants, and they are kept beautiful because the congregations are taking care of them. Thank you. David, will you add something to that?
No, I believe you summed it up perfectly, Professor. I can perhaps give my opinion on what I've seen from my visit there a couple of years ago. As Professor mentioned, the churches that we've seen, that we've visited, they're in such a good state that it's difficult to comprehend, actually. Some of them are located in parts of the US which are far away from major regional powerhouses or larger metropolises. And even though they are so far away from the capital, they're kept they're in a perfect state. They're beautiful inside and outside. And you don't really get the impression that they are 100 or perhaps more than 100 years old, actually. So we can only applaud the Slovenian American community for keeping them in the state that they are today.
Hvala obema, gospodu profesorju Klemenčiču in gospodu Hazemaliju. Naslednje vprašanje pa bi želeli usmeriti gospodu Antonu Arku. Sedaj smo bili v Ameriki, sedaj se vračamo nazaj v Slovenijo. Iz vašega prispevka je bilo razbrati, da je pri šolanju mladih, predvsem v času med obema svetovnima vojnama, pa seveda tudi po drugi svetovni vojni, bila vloga jezika izjemno pomembna. Torej, nekoč so se otroci učili tako nemščino kot jezike nekdanje Jugoslavije, nekdanje skupne države. Verjetno, tako kot ste rekli, je to bil tudi neke vrste politični mehanizem. Ali bi lahko danes primerjali uporabo angleščine v to vrstnem smislu? Kako vidite vlogo angleščine kot tujega jezika v današnjih šolah? Ali lahko govorimo o pozitivnih efektih, ali ti prevladujejo pred negativnimi, in ali menite, da odhaja slovenščina zaradi tega morda bolj v ozadje?
So thank you, Professor Klemenčič and Mr. Hazemali. We will now go back from the United States back to Slovenia. And I have a question for Mr. Anton Arko. And you spoke in your paper about the education, about schooling of children in the period between the two world wars and also in the period following the Second World War. And one of the things that you highlighted was the role of language. As you pointed out, back then the children had to learn different languages. For example, at some point it was German, then later on it was the languages, or the language that was used back in then Yugoslavia. And that you also mentioned that this somehow had a political significance. Now, my question is as follows. Does that, so the language policy back then, in any way, or how can we compare that to the situation that we have today, for example, with the role of English? Because we know that English is an important, dominant, probably foreign language. And what do you think? Does that have a negative or a positive effect in relation to Slovenian What do you think?
Yeah, thank you for your question. In my opinion, this role of English language is not ideological, and the meaning of this is not to implement or to have one giant nation across over the world for everybody to become an English or an American. Because back then in Kingdom of Yugoslavia, it can be learned that this was actually the main reason to get one nation unified. And I see here no comparison between English or this Serbo-Croatian language, because now we have many positive effects of this English. As for now, we can have this Museoeurope conference in English, and everybody can understand each other. And it is not ideological, this symposium, as everybody here knows that. And I see only positive effects of this English. I would not say dominance, but it's kind of lingua franca. It's becoming. And maybe we can see this fear in younger generations who actually, it's good that they are fluent in English, but many words are brought in our language from English, and older Slovenian words are forgotten. But I can see no fear here. I don't know if I answered your question properly.
Seveda, najlepša hvala za vaš odgovor. Sedaj pa bi zastavili vprašanje še gospej doktorici Esteri Cerar, ko smo ravno o teh mednarodnih vodah. Zanima me, rekli ste v vašem prispevku o projektu, ki je sledil potem znanstvenikov, da ste pripravili tudi številna srečanja, druženja z vašimi obiskovalci, da ste to tematiko z njimi tudi obdelovali, predvsem z mladimi ljudmi. Ali imate morda kakšne informacije ali občutek o tem, kako se danes mladi to zadevno počutijo, oziroma kakšen je status, bomo rekli, uvoza in izvoza znanosti oziroma znanstvenikov, raziskovalcev? Ali prevladujejo tisti, ki našo deželo zapuščajo, ali tisti, ki prihajajo k nam?
Thank you for your answer. And I now have a question for Dr. Estera Cerar. Given that we are talking about things international, I also have a question with regard to your paper. In your presentation, you presented your project, and you showed us how you followed the paths of different scientists, and you also mentioned that you organize meetings with the visitors of your museum, in particular the young people. And my question would be as follows. So how do the young people see the migrations of scientists? For example, those leaving Slovenia and then others maybe coming into Slovenia. Do we have more scientists leaving Slovenia? Do we have more coming into Slovenia? What do you think about that?
Hvala za vprašanje, ampak odgovor pa ni zelo enostaven. V bistvu je v razgovorih, ki so potekali oziroma ki sprožiš to debato, se vedno pojavijo tisti pozitivni in negativni občutki, vendar se mi zdi, da smo vseeno spodbudili nek razmislek, da nam je to uspelo, da mogoče tudi tisti, ki so prej bili zelo proti migracijam oziroma se jim zdi, da je vse to v bistvu škodljivo, da nimamo nič od tega, da so začeli razmišljati o tem, da migracije, da ni vedno tako, no, in da v bistvu, če ne bi bilo tega prenosa znanja, oziroma če se ne bi znanstveniki med sabo mešali oziroma izmenjevali idej, da tudi ne bi bilo nekega napredka. Zdaj to vprašanje, ali jih več odhaja ali ne, vsekakor je pozitivna izkušnja, da odhajajo vsaj za nekaj časa v tujino, da vidijo, kako v bistvu se dela tam, da pridobijo nova znanja. Jih pa veliko se tudi vrne, nekateri pa seveda ostanejo, ne. Ampak tukaj bi mogoče samo še rekla, da v bistvu naš izumitelj, ne, Peter Florjančič, ne, ki smo ga vprašali v enem od zadnjih intervjujev z njim, če bi imel, on je pač vedno živel nekje po Evropi, če bi bil možnost ostati, mislim, če bi še enkrat živel, če bi šel ven, oziroma bi raje ostal doma, je on rekel, da v resnici bi raje ostal doma, ker je rekel, vsakič, ko greš nekam drugam, moraš vedno začeti na nov, vedno si moraš pridobiti nov krog, nove prijatelje, novo socialno mrežo, in je rekel, da če tako razmisli, pa je imel bogato in dolgo in zanimivo življenje, da bi vseeno raje ostal v Sloveniji.
Hvala lepa za odgovor, gospod Cerar. Še kratek povzetek v angleščini.
So, it is difficult actually to summarize somehow the positive or the negative feelings regarding the migration of scientists. So, because it happens that often, for example, young scientists or scholars in particular decide to leave Slovenia to gain experience, to learn new things. And then, of course, some of them, many of them return. But there are also some of them who decide not to return to Slovenia, which maybe has a bit of a negative effect. But then at the same time, it has to be pointed out that many of them actually do come back. And recently we spoke to Mr. Peter Florjančič, who was a well-known inventor, and he also has spent a lot of time living outside Slovenia in different European countries. So we asked him if he could choose one more time, and we asked him, would you prefer to have stayed in Slovenia, or would you prefer to have lived elsewhere? And he said actually that he would have preferred to stay in Slovenia, because every time you go outside, you have to start anew, which means that you have to create your new social network, start a new life. So his answer was basically he would have preferred to stay in Slovenia.
Hvala lepa. Sedaj imamo vprašanje še za gospod Petro Čeh, in sicer, če se spomnimo, v prispevku smo govorili o delih Iveta Šubica. Zaznati je bilo, da je v njegovih delih prevladovala tematika iz II. Svetovne vojne in vse, kar je bilo povezano z njo, pa vendar se ta ikonografski motiv verjetno ni zaključil časovno z koncem II. Svetovne vojne, temveč je umetnika begal še v času po njej.
And now we have a question for Mrs. Petra Čech, who talked about Ivo Šubic. And in your paper you mentioned that in his works maybe are dominated, or the motives that prevail in his works are those related to the Second World War. And however, this iconography does not somehow end right after or in his works after the Second World War, or is that maybe not so? What do you think? Does World War II still dominate in his work even after the war?
Ja, pri Ivetu Šubicu je zares ta vojna tematika zaznamovana praktično po celotnem opusu. Če gledamo kronološko, praktično vse do njegove smrti, bil je zelo ploden ustvarjalec, slikar, grafik, ilustrator, torej vse do leta 1989, ko je umrl. In zakaj je nekako toliko te tematike, motivike, pravzaprav partizanske tematike, ne, v njegovih delih? Zagotovo zaradi tega, ker je bil sam osebno vpet in je bil sam tudi partizan. in ga je nekako osebno izjemno zaznamovalo. Vojna bi lahko rekli, da ga je enostavno izjemno prizadela. Bil je namreč kot mlad fant, torej vpisal se je leta 1940 na Zagrebško akademijo in je potem že po prvem semestru akademijo moral zapustiti, ravno zaradi tega, ker se je pričela vojna in sam se je čutil nekako dolžnega pomagati svojemu narodu in stopil med partizane in že leta 1942 bil udeležen pri eni izmed najpomembnejših bitk v drugi svetovni vojni na Slovenskem, to je Dražgoška bitka, ki je bila, kot vemo, izjemno krvavo se strani okupatorjev tudi končana, kajti Nemci so potem celotno vas požgali in praktično vaščane tudi pobili. Na srečo je sicer potem kasneje Ives Šubic stopil v grafično delavnico, ki je seveda bila skrita v gozdovih, najprej na Kočevskem, in je tam s tvojimi tovariši delal predvsem propagandno čtivo, od posterjev do različnih knjig in tako naprej. Skratka, če povzamem čisto na kratko, mislim, da ga je enostavno ta vojna, ki jo je osebno doživel, tako globoko prizadela in zaznamovala, da je nekako to potem upodabljal tudi naprej. Hkrati pa mogoče tudi potrebno povedati, da je nekako videl zelo idealno, ta osvobodilni boj je nekako videl kot neko vrednoto in temu je tudi sledil. Ne glede na to, kaj se je potem po vojni dogajalo, ne glede na te ideološke konflikte, ki so se dogajali, mislim, da je bil Ives Šubic tisti človek, ki je želel to nekako presegati. In to na simbolni ravni tudi pokaže v veliki meri svojih delih. Toliko mogoče.
Hvala lepa, gospa Petra Čeh, za tale izčrpen odgovor. Prisluhnimo še kratkemu povzetku v angleškem jeziku.
So yeah, it is true that the military themes, the themes of war, do prevail and in his works even after the war, because as we know he died in the late 80s, in 89. So why did that happen? In brief, it happened because he had a personal experience with the partisan struggle. He was a student when the war broke out, a student of art in Zagreb, and then he had to leave his studies after the first semester, joined the partisans, and took part in even some of the bloodiest fights, such as the famous battle at the village of Dražgoša, where the Nazis executed the villagers and burned down the village. So he personally witnessed those events, and that left an imprint on him. So he kept coming back to that period even after the war, and probably one of the main reasons is that he actually he still believed in this struggle of the partisans. He in a way saw it as ideal. I mean, he believed in those ideals that the partisans fought for, and this is probably the reason why he actually he wanted to maintain this image, despite the controversies, for example, that followed after the war and the ideological disputes that followed later on.
Hvala lepa. Sedaj pa imamo vprašanje še za gospo Bredo Kolar oziroma za Andreja Preložnika. V vajinem prispevku smo izvedeli o obeleževanju 100. obletnice organiziranega likovnega življenja v Mariboru. Mejnik je leto 1920, ko smo v Mariboru imeli prvo tovrstno razstavo. Verjetno pa ta prva razstava ni bila pravzaprav prva tovrstna dejavnost na področju likovne umetnosti v Mariboru, kajti društveno življenje se začne tam že v drugi polovici 19. stoletja na različnih področjih, vendar na likovnem leta 1920. Ali je morda to združevanje umetnikov težilo tudi k ustanovitvi nekega skupnega razstavišča, ki bi nudilo prostor umetnikom z tega okolja.
And now,
bom jaz začela, če se strinjaš,
Samo še za
Andrej,
prevod, prosim.
z odgovorom.
Samo še prevodu prisluhnimo,
Seveda
prosim.
vemo, da to ni bila niti prva razstava v našem mestu. Pravzaprav mislim, da ravno ti raziskuješ to področje in nam boš več znala povedati, že bila takoj po ustanovitvi Graškega društva likovnih umetnosti, je pravzaprav ta razstava že sodelovala v 60. letih 19. stoletja v Mariboru. Mislim pa, da se je ta zavest in dejansko vedno se govori kot prva o omenjeni razstavi, ki smo jo predstavila, predvsem zato, ker je nastala v organizaciji v novi državi z lokalno podporo društva, ki je pravzaprav ustanovljen še isti večer na razstavi in s tem pričel tudi neko kontinuirano pravzaprav začel oblikovati oziroma zelo poskušal, zelo se je težko prebijal skozi to idejo, ampak pričel z kontinuirano organizacijo likovnega življenja v našem mestu. Načeloma je to bilo v prvih letih ena razstava na leto, pa še s to so imeli težave. Velikokrat se v člankih recimo pisci pozivajo javnost, podprite umetnike, kupujte likovna dela na razstave, kajti s tem boste omogočili preživetje umetnikov v samem mestu. Moramo vedeti, da je ta preživetveni model bil tudi kot vprašaj, kdo pravzaprav bi še sploh živel v našem mestu. Večinoma so to lahko bili, ali kot smo videli, amaterji, ampak lahko so tudi bili učitelji. In tako je nastala tudi pobuda po profesionalnem razstavišču, ki bi po vzoru, vemo, Jakopičevega paviljona, ki je že od začetku stoletja, od leta 7 deloval v Ljubljani in letno omogočal večjim razstavljalcem, s tem pa kontinuirano govoriti o likovni umetnosti oziroma razvoj likovne umetnosti, znameniti Jakopičev paviljon, ki ga je tudi prevzelo mesto. In tudi naše mesto je pokazalo interes in beremo iz časopisa, da je že leta 1922 občina obljubila klubu in s tem tudi javnosti zemljišče. Načeloma beremo tudi o tem, da so nastali prvi načrti, vendar vse skupaj leta 22 zamre, nato pa sledimo takšnim pobudam skozi desetletja. Večji odmev je bil potem leta 1937 z ustanovitvijo umetnostnih tednov, kjer se mesto zelo radikalno odloči za podporo kulture in vemo, tam združi vse zelo široko kulturno dogajanje in takrat dobi kultura, glasba, literatura in s tem tudi likovna umetnost res tak velik input, ampak kot vemo je razstavišče profesionalno komaj ustanovljeno po vojni leta 1954 z našo galerijo, torej umetnostno galerijo Maribor. Torej od tega prve pobude podane že leta 20 do same ustanovitve trajala galerije oziroma tudi razstavišča trajala kar precej, torej več kot 3 desetletja. Mislim, da pravzaprav kasneje se Grohar že takoj pri naslednji razstavi osredotoči samo na slovenske umetnike oziroma osredotoči okrog tega in se ta identiteta, nacionalno pomembna slovenska umetnost začne prevladovati v delovanju in da je to tudi razlog, da obhajamo to razstavo kot 100. obletnico. Mogoče pa komaj zdaj tudi čas, da vsem skupaj na novo premislimo, tako kot ta razstava se je do zdaj kazala kot nepomembna v stroki, ampak odkriva neke druge poglede in se na novo vseeno nekako vprašamo precej širše izven tega nacionalnega okvirja o samem delovanju na likovnem področju v našem mestu. Mogoče bi Andrej ti kaj dodal?
Počakamo na prevod. Hvala lepa za tale izčrpen odgovor. Prosim še za prevod.
So yeah, Mrs. Kolar and Mr. Andrej Preložnik talked about 100 years from the first exhibition in the field of visual arts that took place in Maribor back in 1920. However, so the question was this actually the first event of its kind? Because we know that there was cultural life in Maribor even before that, say in the 19th century. And then the answer, yes, it's true that there were events that took place in the field of culture in general. Previously, you, Tina, actually have yourself researched this field. For example, we know that the Graz Society, for example, organized such activities back in the 1860s. However, we single out, or we highlight this particular exhibition because it was the first of its kind in a new country, in the new state of the then Yugoslavia, or SHS. And so in this regard, it has a special role in history. Of course, the years that followed proved that the situation was difficult, that it was difficult for the artists to sustain themselves. So at some point then the city stepped in and it called on also on the citizens to support its artists, to buy their works, for example. And the whole model was somehow based on what was called a survival model. And most of the people who worked in this field were either the teachers or the artists themselves. And if we compare that to the situation in Ljubljana, so we can see that the situation here was different because Ljubljana actually had, for example, the Jakopić Gallery since 1907, and they had a pavilion named after him, whereas in Maribor, we could talk about the first premises. We could start talking, they started talking about the first premises back in the 1920s, in 1922, when the local community, the Općina, so the municipality, promised to give the artists a plot of land. But then, as we know, it still took actually more than 3 decades until 1954 before we actually got a new gallery. Of course, there were activities in the meantime. For example, another thing to point out is also Grohar, who actually started placing emphasis on Slovenian art and Slovenian artists, and this was also the point where we could say that the Slovenian identity also started or was started to be somehow emphasized in the field of arts. But of course, among professionals, among the art historians, of course, there are still debates regarding the importance of that particular exhibition, and there's still a lot to be said about that.
Tako, hvala lepa vsem referentom, ki ste bili vključeni v tale popoldanski termin našega mednarodnega simpozija Museoeurope. In tako smo ga pripeljali pravzaprav tik do konca. Ostane nam le še, da predstavimo zaključke simpozija, ki nam jih bo predstavila direktorica Pokrajinskega muzeja Maribor, doktorica Mirjana Koren. Do takrat nas loči 5-minutni odmor, tako da vas vljudno vabim, prosim, ostanite z nami še teh kratkih 5 minut, ko se vam bomo ponovno pridružili z zaključki simpozija, ki jih bo predstavila direktorica, doktorica Mirjana Koren.
So I would like to thank everyone, all the active participants of this last session. I'd like to thank everyone who took part in this session, which was also the last session of this year's edition of the Museoeurope Symposium. And with this, we have actually come to the end of the symposium. We only have one thing to do at the end, and that is to present the conclusions of the symposium, and this will be done by the director of our museum, Dr. Mirjana Koren. However, we will take a short 5-minute break before she presents the conclusions, so you're kindly asked to stay with us, to bear with us for another 5 minutes for a short break, and then, as I said, we will be back and Dr. Koren will present the conclusions.
Hello, it's me, the oldest vine in the world from the city of Maribor, Slovenia. I have seen it all in more than 400 years of living. So let me tell you a story with the help of my local friends that will make you want to experience Maribor.
Moj Maribor je urbana oaza sredi čudovite narave. In tukaj je moj playground. Dragi prijatelji iz vsega sveta, pridite na obisk in vam bo zavedno ostal v srcu.
This urban oasis is full of unique and lovely places.
Maribor je poln navdiha. Se vidimo na sprehodu med muzeji, galerijami in ulično umetnostjo.
After walking through the city, you can explore amazing Maribor by the river.
Tukaj pa vas čaka čisto prava čokoladna glamping dežela. Jaz nisem Charlie, ampak tukaj vam izpolnimo čokoladne sanje.
In Maribor, your dreams will be fulfilled by sustainable local winemakers and culinary masters who will spoil you even up to Michelin stars. And those are not the only stars we are among.
V Mariboru smo razvili in v vesolje poslali prvi slovenski nanosatelit, ki je edinstven tudi v svetovnem merilu. In ko boste uživali na enem od mestnih trgov, poglejte tja gor. Tam smo.
Such a beautiful view from up here.
Maribor je mesto inovacij in znanosti. Z našo ekipo smo na dobri poti do razvoja novega zdravila za sladkorno bolezen. A si želimo še več raziskovalcev in uspehov, ki bodo glasno odmevali daleč naokoli.
Pri nas dobra glasba odmeva na vsakem koraku. In celo mesto je oder. Ko pa si po koncertih, predstavah in festivalih zaželite tišine, se dvignete nad mesto in globoko vdihnete.
Spoštovane udeleženke in udeleženci mednarodnega simpozija Museoeurope Museoeurope 2021, drage gledalke in gledalci. Veseli nas, da se nam je letos pridružilo 64 udeležencev. Predstavljenih je bilo 39 prispevkov, ki so prišli iz 22 muzejev, 5 znanstveno-raziskovalnih ustanov, 9 univerzitetnih oddelkov, z nami so bili 3 neodvisni raziskovalci, vsi skupaj iz 12 držav. Zelo različni prispevki so bili vsi do zadnjega zanimivi in kvalitetni ter odsevajo trenutno razumevanje Evrope. Naj po 2 z vsebinami nabitih dnevih, ki jih je kolega poimenoval kar dediščinski maraton, kratko povzamemo slišano.
Dear participants of the International Symposium Museoeurope, Europe 2021, dear viewers. We are pleased to see that this year's symposium was attended by 64 participants. We heard as many as 39 papers from 22 museums, 5 research institutions, from 9 university departments, and we also had 3 independent researchers at the symposium from a total of 12 different countries. We had many diverse presentations. All of them were very intriguing and of good quality, and they reflected the current understanding of Europe. Following 2 very intense days, which my colleague actually called a heritage marathon, please allow me to briefly summarize what we have heard.
Ena bistvenih podstavk projekta Museoeurope je sodelovanje, povezovanje in izmenjava znanja. Vse to je udejanjila gospa Sarah Medlam iz Victoria and Albert Museum, ki je raziskala predmet, izpostavljen na novi stalni razstavi pohištva v Pokrajinskem muzeju Maribor in svoje izsledke tudi predstavila na vabljenem predavanju.
One of the main ideas of the Museoeurope project is cooperation and exchange of knowledge. And we saw all of that in one presentation, in the presentation by Mrs. Sarah Medlam from the Victoria and Albert Museum. She investigated one particular piece, museum piece, which is now part of the permanent exhibition of furniture in the Regional Museum Maribor. And she presented her findings in a plenary talk.
V prvem sklopu simpozija z naslovom Socialne spremembe in družina naj posebej omenim predstavitve 3 izjemno zanimivih projektov o vplivih migracij na osebno in javno življenje, o prvih korakih projekta o ekomuzejih z naslovom Eco Heritage in o projektu Heritera, blagovna znamka za znanje, naravo, dediščino in ljudi. Vsi našteti projekti so povezali različne inštitucije in različne raziskovalce. Poslušali smo tudi o pomenu vključevanja vsebin povezanih z ranljivimi skupinami in manjšinami v Narodnem muzeju romunskega kmeta v Bukarešti, pa o ohranjanju blagovnih znamk, ki na nek način ohranjajo nacionalni značaj posameznih produktov v času globalizacije. Posebej zanimivi in aktualni so bili tudi prispevki, ki so obravnavali dejavnosti muzejev in galerij v času epidemije COVID-19, povečano digitalizacijo ter prehod v virtualno življenje, ki ga je epidemija povzročila. Obenem smo bili pozorni tudi na dejstvo, da predstavitev muzejskih vsebin na splet ohranja stik z obiskovalci, ne more pa ga v celoti nadomestiti, saj pristnega stika s publiko, kot so nam ga predstavili kolegi iz muzeja Franca Lista v Budimpešti, pač nič ne more nadomestiti.
In the section Social Change and Family, I would particularly like to highlight 3 presentations of interesting projects about the impact of migrations on the personal and public life, and also about the first steps of the project about eco-museums entitled Eco Heritage, as well as the project Heritera, the trademark for knowledge, nature, heritage, and people. All of these projects manage to connect different institutions as well as different researchers. We also heard how important it was to connect and include content related to vulnerable groups and the minorities in the National Museum dedicated to Romanian peasants in Bucharest. We also heard about the preservation of labels and trademarks, which to some extent preserve and maintain the national character of individual products during globalization. Particularly intriguing and current were the papers which dealt about the activities of museums and galleries during the COVID-19 epidemic, and they also focused on an increased digitalization and a transition to virtual life caused by the epidemic. At the same time, we paid attention to the fact that moving the content of museums can help us maintain a contact with our visitors. However, it cannot completely replace it because, as we saw from the presentation by our colleagues from the Franz Liszt Museum in Budapest, nothing can completely replace this genuine contact with our visitors.
V sklopu javni in intimni prostor bivalnega okolja smo se skozi predstavitve raziskovalcev različnih strok sprehodili skozi mozaik prispevkov, ki so prikazali, kako arhitektura in oblikovanje vplivata na naše bivalne razmere in kako nam pri tem v sodobnem času pomaga 3D tehnologija. Izpostavljen je bil tudi pomen interpretacije kulturne in naravne dediščine v globalnem geoparku Karavanke UNESCO. Od globalnega smo se pomudili tudi pri dveh zelo subspecialnih predstavitvah, ki sta nas iz širnega bivalnega okolja pripeljali najprej v podeželske domove 19. stoletja na Hrvaškem in nato še v impresiven svet figuralnih upodobitev na plemiških pohištvenih kosih v Ptujskem gradu. Prav posebej zanimiv in za naše okolje izjemen pa je bil prispevek o tradiciji vzreje psov na dvoru velikih knezov velike litovske kneževine v 16. stoletju.
The public and intimate living spaces section allowed us to take a walk through the presentations by authors from different fields. And they took us through a mosaic which showed as to how architecture and design influence our living spaces. And they also showed as to how we are helped and assisted by modern 3D technology. Another characteristic that was highlighted was the significance of interpreting cultural and natural heritage in the global geopark Karavanke UNESCO. And from the global aspect, we then moved on to very subspecialized presentations. Two of them took us from the living environment to the rural homes of the 19th century in Croatia. And then one of them took us into the impressive world of portraits that we find on the furniture pieces in the Ptuj castle. One particularly interesting and intriguing presentation was the one which focused on dog breeding at the court of the Grand Dukes of the Grand Duchy of Lithuania in the 16th century.
V sklopu javni in intimni prostor bivalnega okolja, hrana, v sklopu hrana in pijača od lokalnega do globalnega, smo naredili kulinarični Grand Tour. Od slovenske Koroške regije preko Štajerske, Notranjske, Gorenjske do hrvaškega Žumberka. Iz Beograda smo se podali v Bolgarijo in na Malorko ter se preko primorske regije vrnili nazaj v Slovenijo. Predstavljeni referati nam dajejo dober občutek, da so izzivi povezani z nesnovno kulinarično dediščino zaznani in da se je tematika dobro zasidrala v interes raziskovalcev in muzeološko stroko. Kolegica z Majorke je izpostavila muzeološke probleme, s katerimi se srečujemo pri predstavljanju hrane. Kolega iz Bolgarije pa rezultate terenskega dela, ki se je zaključilo z dragoceno publikacijo tradicionalnih receptov. Projekt Prevajanje okusa iz naravnega parka Žumberak Samoborsko gorje je predstavil hrano kot orodje za razumevanje kulture drugega iz perspektive, ki presega prostor in čas. Prispevek naše drage kolegice Tamare Ognjević pa nas je na krilih hrepenenja po Evropi srbskega življa 19. stoletja popeljal po kafanah multikulturnega Beograda. Ob izjemno zanimivih teoretičnih prispevkih smo se razveselili tistih, ki so nas seznanili z praktičnimi realizacijami, pa naj je šlo za peko tradicionalnega kruha, pripravo idrijskih žlikrofov ali rekonstrukcijo rimskega gastronomskega doživetja.
In the section Food Drinks from Local to Global, we did a culinary grand tour. which took us all the way from Carinthia in Slovenia, through Štajerska, Notranska and Gorenska, all the way to Žumberak in Croatia. After Belgrade, we then also visited Bulgaria and Majorca, coming back to Slovenia through the region of Primorska. The presented papers give us a good feeling or show us well that the challenges related to immaterial culinary heritage have been identified and detected, and that these topics intrigue many researchers as well as museums. Our colleague from Majorca highlighted the museological problems that are encountered when presenting food, and one colleague from Bulgaria presented us with the results of field work, which resulted in a very precious publication including traditional recipes. The project translating taste from the natural park Žumberak, Samoborsko Gorje, presented food as a tool which helps us understand the culture of the other from a perspective that goes beyond time and space. And a contribution by our dear colleague Tamara Ognjević, and was based on the wings of yearning after Europe, and it showed us how the Serbians lived in the 19th century, and it took us around the cafes of the then multicultural Belgrade. And next to the interesting theoretical contributions, we also were able to enjoy those which were more practical in nature and focused, for example, on baking, on how traditional bread was baked, how the žlikrofi from Idrija were prepared, or they showed us a reconstruction of the gastronomy and culinary experiences from ancient Rome.
V sklopu vplivi migracij na umetnost, obrt, arhitekturo in glasbo smo predstavitvam sledili kronološko, začenši z oblačilno kulturo na prehodu iz bronaste v železno dobo ter njenim praktičnim prikazom v muzejski postavitvi. Izjemno zanimiv je bil tudi prispevek o vplivih tujcev v krščanskih skupnostih na ozemlju današnje Slovenije v času pozne antike, ki ga je avtor predstavil na podlagi pisnih virov. Eden izmed za naš muzej pomembnih doprinosov simpozija Museoeurope je tudi načrtno ukvarjanje z gradivom iz zbirke Pokrajinskega muzeja Maribor. V tem kontekstu je bil zelo dragocen prispevek dr. Polone Vidmar o dveh portretih Habsburžanov iz 17. stoletja. Pa najnovejša raziskava dr. Valentine Bevc-Varl, ki obravnava mariborskega slikarja Antona Novaka, ter predstavitev koncerta poljskega pianista Teodorja Lešetickega v Viteški dvorani Mariborskega gradu, ki jo je predstavil magister Oskar Habjanič. Z 20. stoletjem so se ukvarjali referenti v 3 prispevkih. Dotaknili so se sakralne arhitekture in umetnosti izbranih slovensko-ameriških cerkva v Združenih državah Amerike, pomena prve umetniške razstave v Mariboru in ustvarjalnega dela slikarja in grafika Iveta Šubica, v katerem je avtorica na izjemno tenkočuten način izpostavila povezavo med motiviko hrane in lakoto, ter vpletla takratno družbeno vlogo ženske. V tem sklopu je beseda tekla tudi o šolstvu v srednji Evropi v času med obema vojnama. Kolegici iz Tehniškega muzeja Slovenije sta predstavili izjemno zanimiv projekt z naslovom Mi in oni, znanje brez meja. V izvlečku sta zapisali pomenljivo misel, ki jo je na tem mestu vredno ponoviti. Znanstveniki so ljudje, ki si upajo prestopiti iz cone udobja, zapustiti znano in varno ter se podati v neznano. Sposobni so premagati vse ovire, tako resnične kot navidezne. Njihova edina omejitev je znanje.
The section, The Impact of Migrations on Art, Crafts, Architecture and Music, was organized in a chronological manner. It opened with a presentation of the clothing culture that was characteristic for the transition between the Bronze and Iron Ages. And we also saw a practical presentation through a museum exhibition. Equally interesting was a contribution about the impact and the influence of foreigners in Christian communities on the territory of today's Slovenia in late ancient period, which was presented by the author based on written records. One of the important contributions of these symposia, the Museoeurope symposia, is that we also systematically analyze the materials that are kept by the Regional Museum Maribor. In this context, it was very important to hear the contribution by Dr. Polona Vidmar, who spoke about the double portraits by the two representatives of the House of Habsburgs in the 17th century. We also heard about the latest study by Dr. Valentina Beoc-Varl, who focused on the Maribor painter Anton Nowak. And we also heard a presentation about the Polish pianist Teodor Leszetycki in the Knights Hall of the Maribor Castle, which was presented by Mr. Oskar Habjanic. We also focused on the 20th century, and we had three contributions that focused on that, and they spoke about the sacral architecture and art on the example of selected Slovenian American churches in the United States of America. We also heard about the significance of the first art exhibition in Maribor and about the work of the painter Ive Šubic. And this last contribution actually showed us as to what the link is between the motives of food and hunger, and she also intertwined in it the social role of women. And she did that in a very careful and meticulous manner. And the same section also included a paper about the schooling and education in Central Europe in the period during the two world wars. And our colleagues from the Technical Museum of Slovenia presented an intriguing project entitled Us and Them, Knowledge Without Frontiers. And that abstract, the abstract of that particular talk or that particular paper also included a very intriguing thought which deserves to be repeated here. They wrote as follows: scientists are people who dare leave their comfort zone. They dare leave what is known and secure and go into the unknown. And they are able to fight and overcome all obstacles, both real and imaginary. And their only limitation is knowledge.
Heterogenost letošnjih referatov in pisnih prispevkov je rezultat široko zasnovanega naslova simpozija Živeti v Evropi. Pa vendar iz vseh predstavitev lahko izločimo dve osnovni liniji, ki opredeljujeta letošnji simpozij. Prva je dejstvo, da je bila Evropa zmeraj izpostavljena migracijam. Te so jo oblikovale, bogatile, spreminjanje in pripeljale do točke, kjer je danes. V predstavitvah smo lahko spremljali, kako so se vplivi teh migracij zrcalili v različnih plasteh življenja in ustvarjanja. Druga linija simpozija, ki priča o aktualni družbeni odzivnosti raziskovalcev kulturne dediščine na trenutno življenje v Evropi, je opazovanje in interpretacija vplivov epidemije COVID na življenje v Evropi. V izjemno zanimivih prispevkih smo bili seznanjeni s stanjem, ki se zdi diametralno nasprotje migracij, namreč negibnost, mirovanje, zaprtost, molk, v najširšem možnem obsegu, ki so ga povzročili ukrepi potrebni za omejitev epidemije. In če se vrnemo nazaj na prvo dejstvo, Epidemija COVID zaznamuje našo sedanjost do te mere, da so se številne migracije povezane z raziskovanjem, umetnostjo, turizmom močno zmanjšale, ostale pa so tiste, ki ljudi silijo, da zapustijo svoje domove zaradi preživetja.
The heterogeneity of this year's presentations and also the articles is the result and the consequence of the broad title of this year's symposium, whose title was Living in Europe. However, despite this heterogeneity, we can actually distinguish two basic lines or veins which somehow define this year's symposium. The first is the fact that Europe has always been exposed to migrations. And the migrations enriched and changed Europe, and they took us to the point where it is right now. And during the presentations, we were able to see as to how the impact of these migrations reflected themselves in the different spheres of life and creation. The second line or stream of this symposium speaks about the responsiveness of today's researchers of cultural heritage regarding the current situation in Europe. And they showed us that they actually observe and interpret the impacts of the COVID-19 epidemic on the life in Europe. And we heard extremely intriguing papers which showed us the situation, which portrayed the situation which sounds like a polar opposite of migrations. Namely, we witnessed motionless, stillness, reserve, silence. And all of this, in its broadest sense, was caused by the measures that were necessary to contain the epidemic. And to go back to the first fact, the COVID-19 epidemic has marked our present time to the extent that many migrations, which are related to research, art, and tourism, and so forth, have reduced considerably. And we only have been left with those types of migrations which force people to leave their homes because of their survival.
Mednarodni simpozij Museoeurope, Museoeurope 2021 nas je z različnimi pristopi raziskovalcev k obravnavanim temam pripeljal do sklepne misli, da je Evropa trenutno v izjemno dinamični fazi, ko se prepletata tradicija in sodobnost, ter da smo se tudi s sedanjostjo pripravljeni soočiti in iz nje potegniti družbeno pomembna opažanja, še preden postane zgodovina. Simpozij je za nami. V preteklih mesecih je bilo opravljenega veliko raziskovalnega in strokovnega dela. Seveda pa bodo izsledki simpozija dobili svojo trajno vrednost zapisani v zborniku, ki bo izšel do konca leta 2021 in je že v pripravi. Zahvaljujem se vsem referentom in soavtorjem prispevkov za njihovo pripravljenost vložiti energijo v pripravo člankov in predstavitev. Prav tako hvala vsem recenzentom, ki so prispevke pregledali in konstruktivno komentirali. Lepa hvala tudi vsem slušateljem, ki ste v teh dneh bili z nami. Hvala vsem mojim muzejskim sodelavcem, posebej dr. Valentini Bevc-Varl, magistru Oskarju Habjaniču, Dragu Omanu, Ivani Unuk in Maji Potrč. Zahvaljujem se zunanjim sodelavcem, posebej profesor dr. Maji Godina Golja, pa hiši BKTV za tehnično pomoč pri izvedbi tega spletnega dogodka.
The International Symposium Museoeurope, Europe 2021, has demonstrated and shown a variety of approaches demonstrated by the researchers to the topic that was highlighted at the symposium. And as we found in the end, we can realize that Europe currently is in what we could call a very dynamic stage, where the tradition and the past intertwine and mix with modern times. And the symposium also showed that we are willing to confront our times, our modern times, and also made important social observations on this basis before the present time turns into history. The symposium has now closed, and in recent months, it took a lot of professional and research efforts to prepare it. Of course, the insights from this symposium will also be preserved for posterity and through a proceedings which will be published until or by the end of this year, so by the end of 2021, and the proceedings is already being prepared. I would like to thank all the active participants, all the speakers and their co-authors for their willingness to invest the energy to prepare articles and presentations. I would also like to thank all of the reviewers who reviewed the presentations and made contributed constructive comments. I would, of course, also like to thank all the viewers who were with us over the last 2 days. I would also like to thank my colleagues from the museum, notably so Dr. Valentina Beoc-Varl, Oskar Habjanic, MA, Drago Oman, Ivana Unuk, and Maja Potrč. I would also like to thank our external collaborators, in particular Professor Dr. Maja Godina-Golja, as well as the TV broadcaster BK-TV, for providing technical support which made possible this symposium online.
Naslednjič se vidimo leta 2023. Kljub temu, da se zdi danes ta čas zelo oddaljen, vas že zdaj vabim, da se nam pridružite. Do takrat pa vas lepo pozdravljam iz Pokrajinskega muzeja Maribor in vam želim vse dobro.
We will meet again in 2023. Even though it seems that 2023 is still some time away, I would already like to kindly ask you to join us and attend the symposium one more time. And until then, I would like to send everyone my best regards and wish you all the best.